If you are already in bed, you can let this play. This is a long film about one land and about the empires that rose on it and about the empires that fell on it until the year 651. We will not rush. We will not shout. The dates will come back if you miss them. Tonight we stay with Persia. Not one battle, not one king, the whole imperial span. From the older kingdoms that stood on the plateau before any man named Cyrus, through the Achaemenids, through the Greek kings who tried to hold the same ground, through Parthia, through the Sasanian court, until the last king dies far from his capital. About 1200 years. If that number is too large to hold, let it sit in the room anyway. It will still be there in the morning. The title of this film is simple on purpose. The Rise and Fall of the Persian Empire, 9 hours. We begin before the rise, because the rise does not start on an empty map. Picture the land first, not the kings. A high plateau, dry in the long months, cut by mountains that run like a wall from the northwest toward the southeast. Those mountains are the Zagros. West of them, the ground drops toward the great rivers of Mesopotamia. Southwest of them, the ground becomes a hot alluvial plain, the plain of Khuzestan, where 3 rivers have been laying down silt for longer than any court can remember. Livius names those rivers, the Des, the Carrhae, the Marun. On that plain there was already a kingdom when the later Persians were still a people of the high valleys. The Greeks and the later writers called that older kingdom Elam. Its capital was Susa. Because of Susa, the same country was also called Susiana. Susa is one of the oldest cities in the world. That is not a flourish. That is the first line on the Livius page for the city. Excavations on the Acropolis have established that people were already living there in 5000. Urban structures appear about 4000. The town sat on a strip of land between 2 rivers. One is the Shapur, a tributary of the Carrhae. The other is the Des. Already in that deep past, it was a political center of some importance. If you are half asleep, you can hold just that. An old city, a river plain. A name, Elam, that is older than the empire this film is about. In those early ages, the potters of Susa produced ceramics of an unsurpassed quality. They decorated them with birds, with mountain goats, with other animal designs. Later museum cases still hold those shapes. In this film, the pictures will be those pots, those bricks, those mounds, nothing fake. Nothing invented to look older than it is. In the 4th millennium, the period later scholars call the Uruk period, Susa became the capital of Elam. At times, it was able to challenge the Sumerian and Akkadian towns in southern Iraq. The city itself expanded to the east, into the part later excavators called the Royal City. From written sources, we know there must have been a ziggurat. A third part of the town was the artisans' quarter, even further to the east. So the picture is not a village waiting for Persia to arrive. It is a capital with a holy mountain of brick, a royal quarter, and a district of makers, already arguing with the river cities of Mesopotamia, while the later Persian house is still centuries away. Elam sat in the southwest of what is now Iran, modern Khuzestan, Livius is a stub on the kingdom itself, and a stub is still enough. An ancient kingdom, a capital at Susa. A second name, Susiana, because the city was the country as far as outsiders were concerned. The most famous surviving monument of that kingdom is not a palace of a Persian king. It is a ziggurat, Chogha Zanbil, also written Choga Zanbil on the Livius page. A stepped holy mountain of brick, raised by an Elamite ruler centuries before Cyrus was born. When later photographers and archaeologists stood in front of it, they were not looking at Persepolis. They were looking at a still older idea of how a state talks to heaven. Elam was not a footnote. It was a neighbor and a rival of the Mesopotamian cities for a very long time. It took, it was taken, it wrote in its own languages. It kept Susa as a center even when other powers walked through the plain. You do not need the full king list tonight. You need the feeling of a country that was already used to empire, already used to tribute, already used to the idea that a city on a river could claim to speak for a wider land. The kings of the Awan dynasty are among the earliest names the pages will give us for that country. We will not pretend we have a palace diary from every reign. The clay is broken. The languages change. The city is rebuilt on its own mound. What survives is the habit of kingship, a court that other courts have to take seriously. A treaty later between an Akkadian king named Naram-Sin and Elam, cut into stone and still photographed in museums. That treaty is the right picture for this hour. Two old states looking at each other across the lowland, already practicing the diplomacy that later Persian kings will inherit. When the later Persians make Susa one of their royal homes, they are not discovering a village. They are moving into a capital that had been a capital before them. Darius the Great, who comes much later in this film, will make Susa his favorite residence. That is also on the Livius page for the city. Keep it in the back of the room. We are not with Darius yet. We are only being told that the stage is old. Let the rivers sit with you for a while. The Des, the Karun, the Marun, the Shapur. The Carrhae, these are not names you have to keep in order. They are water on a hot plain. In the long months, the plateau above them is dry. In the lowland, the silt keeps arriving. Cities in this part of the world are not accidents. They sit where water and heat and trade can be made to agree. Susa sat there for so long that later empires did not replace it. They used it. Think about what that means for the film you are falling asleep to. The First Persian Empire, the one the Met dates from 550 to 330, will later be called the largest the ancient world had seen, extending from Anatolia and Egypt across Western Asia toward northern India and Central Asia. That sentence belongs to a later chapter. It is only here so you can feel the contrast. Before that largest empire, there was already a kingdom on the hot plain that knew how to be a capital, how to fight Mesopotamia, how to raise a ziggurat, how to keep potters and scribes and a royal quarter in the same city. The rise of Persia is not a creation from nothing. It is a new name walking into an old room. The Zagros still wall the plain from the plateau. Those mountains will matter for every empire in this film. They are a barrier and a road at once. West of them, the ground drops toward the Tigris and the Euphrates, toward Babylon, toward the cities that will later write Cyrus onto a clay cylinder. North and west of Elam, on the plateau behind the mountains, another people will come into the written record more slowly. The Medes. Their capital will be Ecbatana. That is the next chapter. Tonight we stay south in the heat with the older name. Elam's relationship with Mesopotamia was never simple. Sometimes Elam was the power that walked west. Sometimes the river cities walked east. The city expanded and contracted. Quarters were added. Quarters were burned. A night film does not need every campaign. It needs the rhythm. Take, be taken, rebuild the mound, cut a new inscription, keep the name. Because the Livius page for Elam is still a stub, we will not invent a founding year and dress it as a fact. Some later summaries, like a number around the start of the 3rd millennium or even earlier. The page I opened does not give a clean first year, and this film promised not to invent one. What it does give is the place and the rivers and the ziggurat and the second name, Susiana. That is enough to begin. Susa's age is firmer. People on the Acropolis in 5,000. Urban structures about 4,000. Those are excavation numbers, not later legends. You can let them sit without turning them into a story of firsts. Plenty of places in this part of the world are very old. Susa is one of the ones that stayed important long enough for Persian kings to want it. In the 4th millennium, the city is already looking west, towards Sumer and Akkad. The Uruk period is a Mesopotamian name, and it is useful here because it reminds us that Elam and the river cities were in the same world. Goods moved. Styles moved. Gods and pot shapes and administrative habits moved. When a later Persian king speaks in Babylon's language of heaven, he is using a skill this region had been practicing for a very long time. The cylinder of Cyrus, which we will reach in a later chapter, is not a sudden invention. It is an old diplomatic music played by a new performer. The ziggurat at Choghazanbil is the image to keep if the rest of the names slide away. A stepped brick mountain on the plain, raised by an Elamite ruler, still standing in photographs that cost nothing and owe no one an attribution because they are public and old. In a sleep film that is how a state should look, not a war movie. A pile of brick that has outlasted the court that ordered it. Around that brick, there would have been water management, fields, herds, and the ordinary work that never makes a king list. This film will come back to ordinary work whenever the pages allow it. Tribute is not only gold. Tribute is grain, labor, animals, and the quiet fact of being counted. Elam already knew how to count. You do not raise a ziggurat or keep a royal quarter without scribes and stores. The artisans' quarter further east is worth a slow minute. Makers, potters first in the early ages with their birds and goats. Later, metalworkers, builders, the people who turn a court into a visible thing. When Darius, much later, rebuilds Susa as a Persian residence, he will import craftsmen from across a much wider empire. Ionians, Babylonians, Egyptians, that is a later chapter. The habit of a city that makes things for a court begins here, on the Elamite plain. There is a temptation in a film about Persia to treat everything before Cyrus as prologue, a short breath before the real story. We are not going to do that. The brief for this night is the full imperial span, and the span does not make sense if Elam is a footnote. When the Achaemenids later list their lands, Elam is not a curiosity. It is a heartland. When the Parthians later take Elam in a chapter that is still hours away, they are taking the same south that has been a prize since before any Persian name. When the Sasanians rise in Fars, they are rising next to ruins that include this older memory. The land keeps its habits longer than any dynasty keeps its coins. If you have ever seen a map of later Iran and wondered why the southwest looks different from the plateau, this is why. The plain is hotter, the rivers are more generous, the cities are older. The plateau is higher, drier, better for horses, better for the kind of kingship that moves. Persia will eventually be both things at once, a plateau people, a lowland court, a mountain road between them. That double life starts as two countries looking at each other, Elam in the south, later Media in the west and north, then a smaller Persian kingdom in Anshan, still a vassal, still waiting. Anshan is not this chapter's work. It belongs to Cyrus and to the door that opens in 550. We mention it only so the map has a third point. South, the Elamite plain and Susa. Northwest, the Median highland and Ecbatana, which we will walk in the next chapter. Between and south of the Median world, a Persian house in a smaller kingdom, 3 rooms, 1 land. The Met, looking far ahead, will say that the Achaemenid Persian Empire was the largest the ancient world had seen. Formation began in 550, when King Astyages of Media, who dominated much of Iran and eastern Anatolia, was defeated by his southern neighbor Cyrus II, king of Persia, who reigned 559 to 530. That sentence is the door out of this chapter and the next. It is not the furniture of this hour. Tonight the furniture is older, a mound, a river, a pot with a goat on it, a ziggurat, a name, Elam, that later people will still know how to spell. There is a kindness in starting here if you are trying to sleep. No battle has to be won in the first minute. No paradox has to be solved. The first fact is geological and human at once. People lived on the Acropolis of Susa in 5000. They made a town by about 4000. They made a capital that could argue with Sumer. They made a holy mountain of brick. They were still there when later empires needed a winter residence and a name with weight. Let me say the rivers again more slowly. The Des, the Karun, the Marun, 3 streams on a hot alluvial plain, which is a scholar's way of saying that the land is built out of what the water carries. Year after year the silt arrives. Fields can be cut. Canals can be argued over. A city can sit in the same place for so long that the place becomes a mound, because each generation builds on the last generation's collapsed brick. That is what an acropolis is in this part of the world, not a Greek hill with a temple on it, a pile of lived time. The Shapur and the Carrhae belong to the same family of water. Susa sits between the Shapur and the Des. If you never look at a map, you can still feel the idea. A strip of land, water on more than one side, enough to drink, to water fields, to move goods, not so much that the city drowns. That is why the excavators found a town and not a camp. Ceramics of unsurpassed quality. Livius is willing to praise the pots, and a sleep film can praise them too. Birds, mountain goats, animal designs, these are not imperial slogans. They are the opposite, a maker looking at the living world and putting it on clay. Later reliefs at Persepolis will show lands bringing gifts to a king. These early pots show goats, hold both pictures. The empire will learn to turn animals and people into a procession. The older city began by looking at what walked in the hills. In the Uruk period, Susa is capital of Elam and sometimes a match for the towns of southern Iraq. That phrase, at times, is doing honest work. Elam is not always stronger. It is not always weaker. The relationship is a long argument. Treaties, raids, marriages later, deportations later, rebuildings always. When we reach Ashurbanipal in a later thickening, if the page will give him cleanly, we will say how badly Elam could be hurt. Tonight we do not need the worst night. We need the fact of endurance. A country that can be hurt and still leave a ziggurat standing is a country that later Persians will want. The royal city to the east, the artisans' quarter further east, the Acropolis with its deep layers. 3 parts, holy and old, royal, making, that is already a state. You do not need a later word like satrapy to understand it. You need a mound, a court, and a street of workshops. Choghazanbil will return in the pictures whenever this chapter is packaged. Public domain photographs, long holds, brick and sky, no generated temples, no fake sandstorms. The brief for this film is archival, museum photography, manuscripts, engravings, the Met, Wikimedia, the Library of Congress, licenses that owe no in-frame credit. That rule starts now in the oldest room. What should you remember if you are already drifting? 4 things, and then you can let them go. First, the land is not empty before Persia. The southwest is Elam. The capital is Susa. The country is also called Susiana. Second, Susa is deeply old. People on the Acropolis in 5,000. A town about 4,000. A capital in the 4th millennium that can face Sumer and Akkad. Third, the monument to keep is Choghazanbil, a ziggurat on the plain of the Des, the Karun, and the Marun. Fourth, when Persian kings later sit at Susa, they are sitting in someone else's long habit of power. Darius will love that city. That love is a later chapter. The habit is this one. North and west of all this, the Medes are about to come into focus. Their evidence, Livius will warn us, is unreliable. Archaeology that does not speak in full sentences. Assyrian references. A Greek researcher named Herodotus, writing in the 5th century about kings already dead. We will be honest about those holes. we will not fill them with noise. A tribe, a king, a capital at Ecbatana, which we call Hamadan. A last Median king named Astyages, dethroned in 550. That 550 is the Met's start date for the Achaemenid Empire, and Livius's date for the end of Astyages. It is the hinge of the next chapter, not the last noise of this one. Before that hinge, stay with the older south, heat, silt, brick, a pot with a goat, a treaty with an Akkadian name on it. A city that has already been important for thousands of nights before any man named Cyrus walks out of Anshan. If you are still awake, you can hold those 4 words and then let go of them. Elam, Susa, Choghazanbil. 5,000. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not yank you up. It will only climb from the plain into the Zagros, into a poorly lit court at Ecbatana, and wait there until a vassal from the south is ready to change the map. This chapter's last line is quieter. Before Persia, there was already a capital on a hot plain, and in 550 that older map will belong to someone new. But not yet. Not until we have sat with the Medes, and with the last king at Ecbatana, and with the door that Cyrus walks through. For now the room is only this, a mound between rivers, a kingdom called Elam, a city called Susa. Time, stacked in brick, high enough that later empires will choose to live on it rather than start again. If you drifted on the Elamite plain, you can come back here. The south is still there. Susa is still a mound between rivers. The ziggurat at Choghazanbil is still brick against a hot sky. We are climbing now, not into a battle. Into the Zagros, and onto the plateau behind them, into a country whose evidence Livius refuses to dress up. The Medes. In Old Persian they are Marda, a tribe ruled by a king in the west of what is now Iran. Their capital is Ecbatana, the city we call Hamadan. That is the short page. The long page begins with a warning, and a sleep film should keep the warning in the room. Media poses a problem to anyone who tries to describe this ancient empire. The evidence is unreliable. It consists of the archaeological record, several references in Assyrian and Babylonian cuneiform texts, the Persian inscription at Behistun, the histories of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, the Persian history of Ctesias of Cnidus, and a couple of chapters in the Bible. The trouble, Livius says, is that the archaeological record is unclear, that the Oriental texts offer not much information, that the Greek authors are unreliable, and that several biblical books appear to have been influenced by Herodotus. So we will not pretend we have a palace diary from Ecbatana. We will say what can be said, and we will let the gaps be quiet instead of filling them with noise. First the land, because the land is firmer than the kings. Although the boundaries of Media were never completely fixed, it is more or less the northwest of modern Iran. Its capital Ecbatana is modern Hamadan. Its western part is dominated by the Zagros Mountains and borders on Assyria. To the south are Elam and Persis, the 2 rooms you already know how to name. In the arid east, the Caspian Gate is the boundary with Parthia. Media is separated from the Caspian Sea and from Armenia by the Elburz Mountains. The country was, and is, dominated by an east-west route that was, in the Middle Ages, known as the Silk Road. Livius uses that later name, so we can use it as a pointer, not as a medieval travel film. The road connected Media to Babylonia, Assyria, Armenia, and the Mediterranean in the west, and to Parthia, Aria, Bactria, Sogdia, and China in the east. Another important road connected Ecbatana with the later capitals of Persis, Persepolis, and Pasargadae. Those cities do not exist yet in this chapter. The road does. A highland court sitting on the hinge between Mesopotamia and the Iranian East is already a kind of power, even before anyone carves a king of kings into a cliff. Media controlled that east-west trade. It was also rich in agricultural products. The valleys and plains in the Zagros are fertile. Media was well known for clover, which is still called medicago, for sheep, for goats, and for the horses of the Nicaean plain. The country could support a large population. It boasted many villages and a few cities. Ecbatana, Ragi, Gabi. The Greek author Polybius of Megalopolis later calls it the most powerful of all Asian countries, and it was generally recognized as one of the most important parts of the Seleucid and Parthian empires, which are still hours away in this film. Hold only the older fact: a fertile highland, horses, a gathering place on a long road. Ecbatana itself has an older name in the Iranian languages. Hagmatana, gathering place. That is a useful word for a sleep film, not a marble capital invented in one generation. A place where tribes and caravans and later courts came together because the road and the grass and the mountains agreed. Around that gathering place sits the Nicaean plain, the country of those horses. Later Persian kings will still want Nicaean horses. Tonight they are simply the reason a highland people can be taken seriously by the infantry empires to the west. A horse culture on a fertile plain, looking down toward Assyria, looking south toward Elam, looking east toward a salt desert, and a gate in the dry country. Now the early history, which Livius is willing to call poorly understood. Media is archaeologically difficult. Often, researchers have simply called those objects Median that were discovered under the stratum they had identified as Achaemenid. It would have helped if certain types of remains, house forms, ornaments, pottery, burial rites, recurred together across the whole area of Media. Until now, Livius says, that definition of a material culture has not been possible. So we will not walk you through a museum of Median pots and pretend they all speak one sentence. We will say that the ground is quieter than the Greek stories. Still, it is reasonably clear that in the first quarter of the first millennium, nomadic cattle herders speaking an Indo-Iranian language infiltrated the Zagros and settled among the native population. The language of the newcomers can be reconstructed from loan words, personal names, and place names. The tribal warriors are mentioned for the first time in the Assyrian annals as enemies of Shalmaneser III, who reigned from 858 to 824. The land of the Medes, written Kur Madare, included the Zagros, bordered on the Salt Desert, and continued as far as the edge of Mount Bikni, which is Mount Damavand, east of Tehran. Its inhabitants were divided into several smaller clans. The Assyrian kings were able to subdue several of them. They never conquered all of Media. That last sentence is the beginning of a state, if it is the beginning of anything. A people the great Western Empire can hurt and cannot finish. Livius thinks it likely that the Assyrians were themselves responsible for the unification of the Median tribes. The repeated attacks forced the various inhabitants of the Zagros and the country beyond to cooperate and develop more effective leadership. The Assyrians also wanted products from the east, like Bactrian lapis lazuli, and the east-west route through Media became increasingly important. Tribal chiefs along the road could make substantial profits if they were willing to give up a nomadic life and settle in more permanent residences. Trade may explain the rise of Ecbatana as the central town of Media. Trade may have been the trigger that started unification. Other towns may have grown as a response to the Assyrian market. Hasanlu, Ziwiai in the northwest, Tepe Nushi Jan appears to have been a fortified sanctuary. Another early settlement is Godin Tepe. If you are watching this on a quiet television, those mounds and later excavation photographs are the pictures. Public domain, long holds, no generated hill forts. No fake Median banners snapping in a wind that never blew for a camera. Was there an empire? If we are to believe Herodotus, Media was unified by a man named Darius, the first of 4 kings who were to rule a true empire that included large parts of Iran and eastern Anatolia. Their names sound convincingly Iranian. Adayaku and Uxata, Deoses and Cyaxares are mentioned in texts from the 8th century. Using the number of regnal years mentioned by the Greek researcher, and counting backward from the year in which the last Median leader, who is mentioned in the Babylonian Nabonidus Chronicle, lost his throne, we obtain a tidy list. Deoses 53 years, from 700 or 699 to 647 or 646. Freyorts 22 years, from 647 or 646 to 625 or 624. Cyaxares 40 years, from 625 or 624 to 585 or 584. Astyages 35 years, from 585 or 584 to 550 or 549. It looks like a dynasty. Livius will not let it sit as a dynasty. There are several problems. In the first place, Ctesias offers another list of kings. Secondly, there is something wrong with the chronology. According to Assyrian sources, the Dayaku and Uxata mentioned above lived around 715. Even worse, Dayaku lived near Lake Urmia, not in Ecbatana. Besides, the story of Deoses looks suspiciously like a myth or saga about the origins of civilization. Finally, Herodotus's figures are suspect. 53 plus 22 is 75. 40 plus 35 is 75. 150 years, split too neatly down the middle. There is no need to doubt the existence of the two last rulers, who are also mentioned in Babylonian texts. We may ask what kind of leaders they have been. One clue is a little list that Herodotus inserted in his histories. He says that Darius united the Medes and was ruler of the tribes which here follow: the Busi, the Sasanians, the Struchates, the Arsaces, the Budians, the Magians. But was Darius the only leader to unite several tribes? It is not a strange idea to interpret the various personal names we have as a sign of a fluid, still developing central leadership. Herodotus's list can be seen as an attempt to create order in a confused oral tradition about earlier leaders. His description of Median history probably projects back aspects of the later Achaemenid Empire upon a loose tribal federation. He took the stories told by his Persian informers about the early history of Iran a bit too literally, which does not mean that the leaders of tribal federations were not capable of exercising great political influence. That is the honest Median state as far as a cautious page will take us. Not a copy of Darius's later empire sitting in Ecbatana 100 years early. A highland federation forced together by Assyrian pressure and by the profits of a road capable of being dangerous, not yet a machine of satrapies and way stations. Now the name that the pages will give us with more confidence: Xerxes, in Persian Uvekashatara, in Akkadian Umakishta. Livius says he may have reigned from about 625 to about 585. The only continuous account of his reign is in the first book of Herodotus, who lived from about 480 to about 429. That is late. That is Greek. That is still the account we have. Herodotus writes that the Median leader Phraates was succeeded by his son Xerxes, grandson of Darius. This prince had a far greater military reputation than his father or grandfather. It was he who first organized the Asiatic armies by dividing them into separate units: spearmen, archers, cavalry. Previously, the different arms had all been mixed up in a mob. If you remember nothing else about Xerxes, remember the shape: a Median king in the late 7th century. A people in the Zagros who are no longer only a name on an Assyrian list. A court that other courts have to take seriously. An army that a Greek writer, a century and more later, wanted to credit with the invention of order. We will not build a war movie out of that sentence. We will not invent the fall of Nineveh in this chapter, because the page I am writing from tonight does not hand me a clean Median diary of that night, and this film has already refused to say 612 when it did not have 612 on the table. What we can say is the generation. Around 625 to around 585, a Median leader with an Akkadian name as well as a Persian one. A highland power that exists in Babylonian clay, not only in Greek storytelling. After Xerxes comes Astyages, the last king of Media, son of Xerxes. His Akkadian name is Ishtumegu. Livius says he was dethroned in 550. Most of what we are told about him sits in the second part of the first book of Herodotus, who lived about 100 years later. So again, we are listening through a long room. Astyages is real enough to appear in Akkadian as well as in Greek. The year 550 is real enough to put on the table. The details of his dreams, his cruelty, his downfall, those are the parts a night film can hold loosely, as stories people told about the end of a house, not as court minutes. In 585, according to a Livius page we opened earlier in this project, a Lydian princess named Arianes, sister of the man who would be Croesus, was old enough to be married to Astyages as part of a border treaty between Lydia and Media. That is a useful, quiet fact, and I am keeping it because it already sat on a source in this film. It means Media, in that generation, was a power that made marriage treaties with Lydia, the rich kingdom of Western Asia Minor, whose capital was Sardes. The Halys River was the idea of a border. The plateau and the Aegean world were already tied together by diplomacy and by fear long before a Persian army walked the royal road. Sit with what that does to the map you already have. South, Elam and Susa, a river capital older than any of these Median names. Northwest, a highland gathering place at Ecbatana, poorly lit by archaeology, better lit by later Greek storytelling than the clay really allows. West of the Halys, Lydia, rich, watching. South of Media, in Anshan, a Persian house that is still a vassal. The Met, looking ahead, will say that formation of the Achaemenid Empire began in 550, when King Astyages of Media, who dominated much of Iran and eastern Anatolia, was defeated by his southern neighbor Cyrus II, king of Persia, who reigned 559 to 530. That sentence is the next chapter's door. Tonight we only have to believe that there was a Media worth defeating. What kind of Media? Not, if we are careful, a carbon copy of the later Persian state. Livius is willing to say that Herodotus projected the Achaemenid Empire backward onto a loose tribal federation. Recent work, which we will meet again when we reach Cyrus, has even asked how large Median territory really was, or whether there was a Median empire in the grand sense at all. A night film can live with that uncertainty. We do not have to solve Media. We only have to know it was there, on the plateau, when the Assyrian order in the north was coming apart, and when a Persian house in the south was still a vassal. The horses stay in the room. The Nicaean plain stays. The clover stays. The east-west road stays. The gathering place stays. Those are not legends about deises judging in secret and inventing civilization. Those are the reasons a later Persian king will still want Ecbatana as a summer capital, cool in the mountains when Susa is too hot and Babylon is too old and Persepolis is for ceremony. Think about climate for a moment, because sleep films are allowed to be physical. The Elamite plain is heat and silt. The Zagros are a wall and a set of fertile valleys. Ecbatana sits high enough that later courts will go there when the lowland is unbearable. An empire that wants to be both south and north, both river and plateau will need more than one residence. Media is how that habit begins, not as a policy paper, as a place you ride to when the year turns. The Magians in Herodotus's tribal list are worth a slow breath, and then we will not overwork them. Later, under the Achaemenids, and much later under the Sasanians, priestly houses will matter to the legitimacy of kings. Tonight, they are one name among 6 Median tribes in a Greek list that may be an attempt to tidy a mess. We do not turn them into a church. We notice that the later Persian world will have a religious professional class with a Median flavor in the Greek imagination, and we leave it there until a better page makes us say more. Hasanlu Ziwiai Teep Nushi Jan Godin Teep, 4 sites, if you like ruins in the dark, a fortified sanctuary, early settlements answering an Assyrian market, mounds that excavators have argued over. They are the opposite of Persepolis, no stairway of nations, no glazed arches yet, just the archaeology of a highland that was becoming something under pressure from the west and profit from the east. Shalmaneser III, 858 to 824, is the first Assyrian king on the page to meet the Medes as enemies. That is the 8th century already leaning into the 9th, a first written scratch. From that scratch to 550 is a long time. 3 centuries of clans, of tribute paid and not paid, of chiefs settling along a road, of a gathering place becoming a capital. We do not have the years, we have the direction, from many names to fewer. From the land of the Medes as a scatter on an Assyrian campaign list to a last king with an Akkadian name who can be dethroned in a single year. 550, keep it. Livius on Astyages. The Met on the start of the Achaemenid Empire. The Nabonidus Chronicle, which Livius says mentions the last Median leader losing his throne. 3 kinds of writing pointing at one hinge. That is as close to a firm door as this poorly lit country will give us. Before we walk through that door, stay one more minute with the honest whole. We do not know how centralized Astyages really was. We do not know whether he commanded all the tribes Herodotus wanted him to command. We do not know the true size of the thing Cyrus takes. We know there was a Median overlord. We know the Persians of Anshan were vassals. We know the overlord falls in 550. We know the vassal does not remain a vassal. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let it go. Northwest Iran, Ecbatana, a gathering place. Horses on the Nisaean plain, a road running east and west. Assyrian pressure from 858 to 824 onward. A federation, not a tidy empire. Xerxes, about 625 to about 585, real enough for Akkadian as well as Greek. Astyages, last king, dethroned in 550. Herodotus's 4-king list, too neat to trust as a clock, useful as a story people told. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will say the vassal's name slowly. Cyrus, in Old Persian Kurush, king of Anshan first. Then in 550, something larger. This chapter's last line is quieter. On a plateau whose evidence is unreliable, a last Median king sat at a gathering place called Ecbatana, and in 550 that gathering place changed hands. If you drifted after the Medes, you can come back here. The plateau already knows how to be a kingdom. Ecbatana already has a court. The question in this hour is smaller than an empire and larger than a tribe. How does a vassal in the south become the man who takes the Median house, and then the Lydian house, and then Babylon? Livius calls him Cyrus. In Old Persian, the name is Kurush. In Hebrew, the name is Carrhae. He is the founder of the Achaemenid Empire. He was the son of Cambyses I, the king of the Persian kingdom called Anshan. During that father's reign, the Persians were vassals of the Median leader Xerxes. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Dan Nason, published on the 21st of February 2018, gives the same hinge in a quieter voice. Cyrus the Great was the founder of the Achaemenid Empire. He was the first Persian king of this house to take lands that already had kings and make them speak with one court. The later titles are large: King of Anshan, King of Persia, King of Media, King of Babylon, King of Sumer and Akkad, King of the four corners of the world. A sleep film does not need all of those titles at once. It needs the first one. King of Anshan, a small Persian kingdom in the south, a vassal. Anshan is not Persepolis. Persepolis has not been founded. Anshan is older. It sits in the land later called Fars, the land whose name will become the word Persian. Elam had already used that south. Susa had already been a capital when these Persian names were still local. So the first fact of Cyrus is not a miracle in a tent. It is a young kingdom sitting on ground that already knew palaces, tribute, and the habit of writing a king's name on a brick. If you are watching this on a quiet television, you can let the older pictures from the first chapter stay in the room. A ziggurat on a plain, a glazed brick, a museum photograph of Susa. Those images belong here too, because Cyrus does not invent the south. He inherits a south that has already been imperial. Livius is careful about the family, and so is this chapter. The father is Cambyses I, king of Anshan. The Persians in that generation owe loyalty to Astyages, the Median king. Later Greek writers liked a story in which Astyages dreams of a flood and a vine and tries to kill the child, and a herdsman saves him. Those stories are famous. They are also late. On the pages I hold tonight, I will not turn a dream into a birth certificate. I will say what the historical pages will carry. A Persian vassal king in Anshan, a Median overlord in Ecbatana, a son who will not remain a vassal. The date for his own kingship in Anshan sits near 559. That is the year this film uses for the start of his local reign. He is not yet king of kings. He is not yet the man in the park at Pasargadae. He is a southern king with a Median problem. What does a vassal court look like before it becomes an empire? It looks like a town that already knows harvest and horses. It looks like a family that has learned to send gifts north and keep its own names at home. It looks like a young man who has watched Median officials ride through Fars, and has understood that the difference between a tributary and a king is not blood. It is whether other men wait for your letter. Then the revolt. Here 2 good pages do not speak in one voice, and I will not force them to. Some accounts place the break with Astyages in 550. Others, including a reading of the Babylonian evidence, allow 554 or 553. A night film can live with that window. In the middle of the 6th century, the vassal in Anshan stops behaving like a vassal. The Median army comes south, or the Persian army goes north. Later writers say that Median units went over to Cyrus. That is possible. It is also the kind of story a winning house likes to tell. What we can say without cheating is the result. Astyages falls. Ecbatana, the Median capital, passes into Persian hands. The plateau has a new center of gravity, and it is no longer only Median. The fall of a capital is not only a battle, it is a set of keys, storehouses, archives, the lists of who owes what. The men who know how to collect on those lists. If Cyrus had burned Ecbatana and ridden home with horses, this would be a raid. He does not do that. He keeps the Median machine and puts his own name at the top of it. Median nobles remain in the story. Median dress remains in later palace art when Persepolis is finally cut. The new state is already learning the method that will make Babylon possible. You take the court. You leave the local names standing where they help you. You become more than a raider. Sit with that for a moment, because it is the whole later empire in a single habit. A tired viewer does not need a lecture on administration. You only need the picture. A Persian from Anshan sitting in a Median hall, listening to Median secretaries tell him how the plateau actually runs. To the west of the plateau sits Lydia. Croesus is king there. His capital is Sardes. His land looks at the Aegean. His wealth is the kind later people never stop talking about. Croesus has been watching the Median house because the Halys River had been a border between Lydia and the Medes. When the Medes fall, that border is no longer a conversation between 2 old courts. It is a conversation with a new Persian king. Livius and the Encyclopedia both put the Lydian War in this reign. The cautious date is about 547. I will not invent a day for the fall of Sardes if the page in front of me does not give me one. I will say the shape. Croesus crosses into the old Median sphere, or Cyrus marches west to meet him. There is a campaign across Anatolia. There is a siege of Sardes. The Lydian capital falls. The western window that later Darius will turn into the start of a royal road is now Persian. Later Greek memory filled this war with oracles and with a pyre and with a sudden rain. Croesus asks a Greek god what will happen if he marches. The god says he will destroy a great empire. He marches. The empire that falls is his own. Then there is a pyre and a recognition and a rain that saves him. Those scenes belong to Herodotus more than to a brick. This film will leave the pyre quiet. What it will keep is the geopolitical fact. In one generation, the Persian vassal of Anshan has taken the Median plateau and the Lydian west. The Aegean is no longer someone else's shore. Sardes matters for a reason that will not show its full weight until Darius. It is a capital that faces the sea. It sits at the western end of what will become a road of messengers and tribute. When Cyrus takes it, he is not only taking Croesus's gold, he is taking a window. Later Ionian cities, later Greek revolts, later the wars that schoolbooks never stop retelling, all sit in that window. Tonight we only need to know that the window is now Persian, and that the man who opened it came from Anshan, not from the Aegean. Then he turns to the thing every king of the plateau eventually has to face: Babylon. The Neo-Babylonian Empire is not a village. It is the heir of Assyria's wreck and of older Sumer and Akkad. It holds Mesopotamia. It holds the great cities. It has already taken Jerusalem in the generation before this one. Its last independent king in this story is Nabonidus. His son Belshazzar appears in later memory as the man in the city when the Persians come. The politics inside Babylon are not simple. Nabonidus spent long years in the west, at Haran and in Arabia, and the priests of Marduk in Babylon had reason to be unhappy with a king who seemed to prefer the moon god's sin. That unhappiness is not a novel. It is the kind of crack a careful invader can walk through. October 539 is the date this film will not move. In that month, Babylon falls to Cyrus. Livius treats the capture as the central deed in the surviving biography. The next chapter will stay inside that month and read the cylinder slowly. This chapter only needs the fact and the method. The Cyrus cylinder, later found in Babylon and now a museum object, speaks in the old language of that city. Marduk is angry with Nabonidus. Marduk takes Cyrus by the hand. The people of Babylon are not to be terrorized. Temples are to be restored. Displaced gods are to go home. Whether every line of that text is Cyrus's own voice or the voice of Babylonian scribes writing what a new king should say, a night film can leave open. The method is what matters. He does not announce himself only as a Persian conqueror. He announces himself as the man the city's own god wanted. That is the sentence to hold if you are still awake. 559, King of Anshan. 550, or perhaps 554, the Median house taken. About 547, Sardes. October 539, Babylon. In 20 years, a southern vassal has become the king of the largest state the Near East has seen. How large is a question later writers like to answer with a wave of the hand. From the Aegean window at Sardes to the Iranian east. From the Persian Gulf toward the high country of the Caucasus. Babylon and the river cities, the old Elamite south, the Median plateau, it is not yet Egypt. Egypt waits for the sun. It is already more land than any one Persian tribe had governed before. The cylinder also speaks of people sent back to their places and of temples put right. Later Jewish memory reads that policy as the end of the Babylonian exile, the return to Jerusalem, the chance to rebuild a house for their own God. Livius is careful here, and so is this chapter. The biblical book of Ezra places a decree of Cyrus at the start of that return. The chronology of the return is not as clean as a single afternoon. Some families go, some stay. The temple in Jerusalem is not finished in 539. A sleep film that promised honest dates will not pretend that one clay cylinder is a passport office. It will say that Persian policy in Babylon included restoration and return, and that later Jewish scripture remembered Cyrus as a shepherd and an anointed one. That memory is part of the afterlife of this reign. It is not a battlefield dispatch. There is a kindness in that policy, and there is also calculation. A restored temple is a quiet city. A returned God is a priesthood that owes the new king a favor. A people allowed to go home is a people that does not have to be garrisoned in the same way. Cyrus is not a modern humanitarian. He is a king who has learned that other people's sacred things are cheaper to honor than to smash. If what you want is a map that stays together after you leave the room. After Babylon, the map is almost too large for one man to ride. The Iranian East still has to be held. The old Elamite South is now inside the same house. Lydia is a satrapy in waiting. Egypt is still independent and will remain so until the next reign. Cyrus does not take the Nile. That is Cambyses. This chapter stays with the founder. Pasargadae is the place later knights will keep. A park, a tomb, a platform, a capital that is also a garden. World History Encyclopedia on the older pages of this film already placed the ceremonial later shift from Pasargadae to Persepolis in 515 under Darius. So in this chapter, the park is still the living center. The tomb that later Alexander is said to have honored is being set in the ground, or is about to be. I will not invent the building schedule. I will say the feeling. The first Persian imperial capital is not a fortress piled on a crag. It is a designed landscape. Water, trees, stone. A king who has taken 3 courts still wants a garden. If the pictures in this hour are public archives, let them be that tomb and that plain. A pale stone house with a gabled roof, standing alone. Later travelers will argue about restoration and about what the door once held. Tonight it is enough that the founder's name has a place you can still point to. How he governed is the quiet work under the conquests. The later Achaemenid satrapy is not fully born in 539, but the habit is already there. Local officials can stay, local law can stay, tribute moves inward. A Persian governor sits over a Babylonian city without demanding that the city stop being Babylonian. Median nobles are not all killed. Lydian wealth is not all melted. This is why the empire can grow faster than a purely extractive raid. It is also why later Greeks, who wanted a simpler villain, had trouble describing him. He is a conqueror. He is also a restorer. Both things can be true on the same clay. A sleep film can live in that doubleness. You do not have to resolve it. You can let it sit in the room like the 2 sides of a cylinder, one face toward Babylon's god, one face toward the plateau that sent the army. The people around him are less clear on the pages I hold than the cities he takes. There is a wife later named Cassandane in some traditions. There are sons. The one who matters for the next chapter is Cambyses II. There are daughters whose marriages will later be used to explain legitimacy when the house breaks in 522. I will not build a family tree from late stories and call it a tablet. The political fact is simpler. The founder has an heir. The heir already has Egypt in his sight. The east of the empire is the part Western schoolbooks skip, and a Persia film should not. The Iranian plateau does not end at Ecbatana. It runs toward Bactria, toward the lands that will later be satrapies with names a Greek writer struggles to spell. Cyrus has to be a king in those countries too, or the West is only a raid with a long supply line. I do not have, on the pages opened for this chapter, a clean year by year of every Eastern march, so I will not invent one. I will say that the house he leaves includes the East, that the later Behistun list of lands did not appear from nowhere, and that a founder who had only taken Babylon and Lydia would have left a very different map. The end of the reign is less clean than October 539. Livius and the Encyclopedia do not give one single death scene that a historian would swear to. Later writers send him east, against nomads, against a queen of the Massageti, against a campaign that goes wrong. In that telling he is defeated, and his body is treated as a trophy, and the lesson is that even the great king can reach too far. Other traditions give him a quieter death, at home, in the years after Babylon. I did not get a tablet that settles it, so this chapter will not film a step ambush it cannot cite. It will not film a peaceful bed it cannot cite either. It will say that Cyrus dies in the late 530s, that the tomb at Pasargadae becomes the place later kings visit, and that the son, Cambyses II, takes a house that already runs from the Aegean to the Iranian east, and from the Persian Gulf toward the Caucasus. The late 530s, that is as tight as a truthful film should cut it when the pages disagree. The founder is gone before the 6th century is old. The house is not gone. That is the difference between a raid and a dynasty. Sit with the speed, then let the speed go. In 559, he is a local king. In 550 or 554, he has Media. In 547, he has Lydia. In October 539, he has Babylon. Then he is gone, and the house is larger than any one Persian tribe had a right to expect. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let it go. Anshan, Ecbatana, Sardes, Babylon, a park in Pasargadae. A sun already looking at Egypt. A method that leaves other people's gods standing. A death the tablets will not settle. If you want the feeling in one image, use the garden, not a battlefield. A designed quiet. Water moving where someone decided water should move. Stone set where a tomb could be seen and not crowded. That is what the First Persian Empire looks like when it is not taking a city. It looks like a king who believes the world can be arranged. If you are not still awake, The next chapter will take you into Babylon in the month it changed hands, and stay there long enough for the cylinder to be read slowly, and for Nabonidus to be more than a name the priests disliked. This chapter's last line is quieter. A vassal from Anshan took the Median court, the Lydian shore, and the river capital, and he did it by leaving other people's gods standing. If you drifted after the park at Pasargadae, you can come back here. The vassal is no longer a vassal. Ecbatana has changed hands. A tribal name has become a residence on the Murgab. The new coalition can look west, toward a river called the Harleys, and it can look down toward an old city on a river that has been a capital longer than any Persian name. West first. The capital of Lydia is Sardes, in what is now western Turkey. Livius calls it one of the most important sites in that country. Herodotus, who mentions the city often and is the main source for its early history, says it was the capital of ancient Lydia, the kingdom founded by Gyges, who reigned about 680 to about 644. The city is older than that. There are finds that go back to the Bronze Age. Archaeologists have confirmed that Sardes rose to prominence in the mid-7th century, the age of Gyges. After the Cimmerians had raided Anatolia and destroyed the Phrygian Empire, Sardes became a more impressive town. The source of its wealth was the fertile plain north of the city, which allowed a large population to be fed. Another source was the Pactolus, a little river that contained gold dust. It is probably no coincidence, Livius says, that the world's first coins were minted in Sardes. If you are watching this on a quiet television, those are the pictures: a citadel, a gold river, a market. Later photographs of the Temple of Artemis, if they are free to use. No generated coins, no fake treasure rooms. The last king of independent Lydia is Croesus. Livius gives him as the fifth and last king of the Mermnad dynasty, perhaps 595 to 547, and says his reign may have lasted from 560 to 547. He was born about 595 as the son of Aliats, who ruled Lydia between about 600 and about 560, and of a woman from Carrhae. He had a sister Arienes, who was, in 585, old enough to be married to King Astyages of Media, as part of a border treaty between Lydia and Media. She must have been 2 or 3 years older than Croesus. Another sister was married to the tyrant of the Greek city Ephesus. There was a half-brother, Pantalon, son of Aliats and a Greek woman. Croesus served some time as governor of Adramyttium, the capital of Mysia and the Troad, the usual post for the intended heir. When Aliats died about 560, Pantalon seems to have revolted, and Croesus's stepmother tried to poison the new monarch. Eventually, Croesus was saved by his baker, and after much bloodshed, the 35-year-old man established himself as sole ruler of Lydia. That baker is the kind of small fact a sleep film can keep. Not a battle, a kitchen, a man who lives. According to Herodotus, the first city Croesus attacked was Ephesus. The Ephesians, when he laid siege to them, ran a rope from their walls to the temple of Artemis, putting the town, by means of this link, under the goddess's protection. The distance between the temple and the old town is about 1.5 kilometers. The story is strange, Livius says, because the tyrant of Ephesus, Pindarus, was the son of Croesus's sister. The regime change must have resulted in a change of policy. The conflict was ultimately settled peacefully, and Croesus rebuilt the temple of Artemis. He subsequently attacked all the Ionian and Aeolian cities in turn, on various pretexts, substantial or trivial, according to what ground of complaint he could find. He forced all Asiatic Greeks to pay him tribute. Only Miletus, which had been granted a special status by Alliates, retained some independence. Essentially, all Greeks in Asia Minor were subdued to Croesus. This included Pergamon, which had useful metal mines. The Greeks living on the islands were tied to the Lydian Empire by a treaty. He kept all the people west of the Halys in subjection: Lydians, Phrygians, Mysians, Mariandynians, Chalybians, Paphlagonians, Thracians, both Thynian and Bithynian, Carians, Ionians, Dorians, Aeolians, Pamphylians. When all these nations had been added and Sardes was at the height of her wealth, all Greek teachers of that epoch, one after another, paid visits to the capital. Among them, Herodotus says, were Aesopus, Solon, and Thales of Miletus. They returned home with stories about the fabulous wealth of Sardes, which the Lydian king also put on display in Delphi. He was not always lucky. He had 2 sons. One was mute, and therefore, in that court's thinking, unfit to rule. His other son, Aetes, was in Mysia when he died during a hunting accident. According to Herodotus, Croesus grieved for 2 years, until news from the east put an end to his mourning. In 550, the Median Empire, which was separated from Lydia by the river Halys, had been overthrown by a Persian named Cyrus, and Croesus wanted to benefit from this turmoil. He might, for example, conquer Cappadocia and Armenia, but Cyrus was a formidable foe, and therefore the Lydian allied himself to the pharaoh of Egypt, Arsaces. Croesus's envoys seem to have visited the newly founded oracle of Ammon in the desert. At the same time, the Babylonian king Nabonidus was looking for an ally against the Persians, and he must have sided with Croesus's coalition. Finally, after consulting the oracle of Delphi and leaving many presents, the Lydians asked and received support from the Spartans. The oracle of Delphi had politely declined to predict what was to happen. If you attack, you will destroy a mighty kingdom. Croesus must have known that this was not an answer. He reached the Halys, where Thales of Miletus showed his qualities as an engineer and was able to give the stream another course, so that the army did not have to waste time crossing the river. There was an ancient route from Sardes and Gordium to the capitals of Assyria and Elam, Nineveh and Susa, the royal road. It is likely that Croesus's army marched along this route to the east, and that Cyrus arrived from the west using the same road. At a place called Tyria, the 2 armies clashed. The battle was indecisive. Croesus decided to return home. It was late in the season. He believed Cyrus would not be able to pursue him because he would expose his southern flank to Babylonia. That is where the Livius page I opened tonight ends the campaign in mid-sentence, and I will not invent the next hour of the siege from memory. What I do have on the Sards page is the result. After about 547, the Persian king Cyrus the Great captured Sards and made it the western capital of his empire. From here the Persians ruled the Yawner, notorious pirates and clever salesmen, better known to us as the Greeks. World History Encyclopedia, in the Cyrus article by Dan Nason, published on the 21st of February 2018, is careful about the year. Cyrus conquered Lydia sometime between the fall of Ecbatana in 550 and the fall of Babylon in 539. The Nabonidus Chronicle states that Cyrus led a campaign west of the Tigris in 547. However, most scholars now agree that this campaign had a different target. Herodotus claims that it was Croesus, 560 to 547, who started the war. So we will not nail the Lydian War to 547 as if the chronicle had settled it. We will say after about 547 for the fall of Sards, because that is what Livius writes on the city page, and we will leave the exact harvest season slightly soft. The western capital of the new Persian world is now that Lydian city, looking out toward the Greek shore. The Greek cities of Asia, which had paid tribute to Croesus, learn a new overlord. We do not need the fire and the screaming. We need the fact. Lydia ends. Sards becomes Persian. The plateau now has a window on the Aegean and a gold river, and a citadel that later Ionian rebels will burn in the lower town and will not take. Then the older prize, Babylon. Livius says Nabonidus, whose Babylonian name is Nabunide, was the last king of Babylonia, and that he ruled from 556 to 539. His father is named Nabu-balasirkbai. His mother is Adad-gupi. His son is Belshazzar. In 556, he becomes king after a coup by that son, who dethrones Neriglissar or his son Labashi-Marduk. That is the court Cyrus is walking toward. An old city, a newish king. A son already powerful enough to make and unmake thrones. The deeds on the Livius stub are a quiet calendar, and a sleep film can live in a calendar. In 555, a campaign to Cilicia. Religious reforms. The Mesopotamian triads Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar, Moon, Sun, and Venus, as venerated in Haran, is propagated. Conflict with the Babylonian religious establishment. In 553, another campaign to Cilicia and Edom. In 549, Nabonidus is in Tama. In 547, Nabonidus is in Tama, death of his mother, Cyrus near Arbela. In 546, Nabonidus is in Tama. In 545, Nabonidus is in Tama. In 542, repairs to the temple of Shamash in Sippar. About 540, repairs to the ziggurat of Sit with those years in Tama. a Babylonian king away from Babylon, in an oasis far to the west, while the priests of Marduk in the old city grow cold toward him, and while a Persian coalition is taking Media and then Lydia. The city expected its king at the new year, the Akitu festival. A king who is in Tama cannot be in Esagila. That absence is not a footnote. It is the weather inside the walls when Cyrus arrives. Then 539, and Livius gives 2 days, which is more kindness than most knights get. On the 12th of October, Nabonidus is defeated by Cyrus near Opis. On the 29th of October, Cyrus enters Babylon. Nabonidus is arrested. That is the capture, as the cautious page will give it to us. Not a street-by-street diary. 2 dates. A battle near Opis, which is not far from where the later Parthian and Sasanian capital Ctesiphon will sit, hours from now in this film. Then 17 days, and the Persian king is inside the city, and the last Babylonian king is under arrest. In 522, the same stub says, the Babylonian usurpers Nindin-Tubail and Araka claim to be a son of Nabonidus. Keep that for a later chapter. The house of the last king still has enough magic in its name that rebels will wear it. World History Encyclopedia says Cyrus led campaigns against the most powerful kingdoms of the time, Media, Lydia, and Babylonia. Through those campaigns, he united much of the Middle East under Persian hegemony while keeping the local administration mostly intact. By guaranteeing some continuity, and so winning the loyalty of the elite, he laid the foundations for the Achaemenid Empire. The names on the doors change, the scribes often stay. The gods are not mocked in their own temples, at least not in the official story the new king wants cut into clay. The Cyrus cylinder is one of the sources listed on the Nabonidus page. I did not get a clean full text of that cylinder on this pass. The address I opened came back empty, so this film will not quote lines it did not read tonight. What we already have from earlier Livius pages in this project is the shape. A cuneiform tablet now in the British Museum. Cyrus presenting himself to his new subjects as the proper ruler of a very old place. If he were to rule Babylonia, he ought to act as a Babylonian king. In the official story, he is the one chosen by Marduk, the supreme god of the city. That is the method. Speak in the city's own language of heaven. Put your name on clay. Let the priests who hated the man in Tama nod. There is a problem inside the victory, and it is a quiet one. Babylon expected its king at the new year. Cyrus could not always be there either. So he appointed his son Cambyses as king of Babylon, so that a royal body would be present at the ceremonies. On the 27th of March 538, according to the Livius Cambyses page we already opened for this film, Cambyses, son of Cyrus, went to the temple. The text of the chronicle is broken. There are lacunas. It seems there was an incident because Cambyses was incorrectly dressed. He and his men were armed, and that was forbidden. The error was corrected. The statue of Nabu was brought to Esagila according to the ritual. The city went on. Cambyses's reign in Babylon lasted only 1 year. It is not known why he resigned or what forced him to. The festival incident may have played a role. We simply do not know. That sentence is worth leaving in a sleep film. The First Persian Empire is already large enough that a son can be king of Babylon for a year and then vanish from that title, and the clay does not trouble to explain it. Sit with the size of what now exists, but do not let the size become a shout. From Anshan and Pasargadae, Cyrus holds the Median highland and Ecbatana. He holds Lydia and Sardes in the west, after about 547. He holds Babylon from the 29th of October 539, the old urban heart of the lowland. Elam and Susa, the older southern kingdom from the first chapter, sit inside this same new reach, plausibly from the first years after 550. The Met, looking at the whole Achaemenid span from 550 to 330, will later call that empire the largest the ancient world had seen, extending from Anatolia and Egypt across Western Asia. Egypt is not Cyrus's conquest. Egypt belongs to the next chapter and to the sun. For tonight, it is enough to say that the map has become imperial and that the method is older than the map. Spare the old king when you can. Keep the local scribes. Speak in the city's own language of heaven. Put your name on a cylinder and let the priests nod. The end of Cyrus is not as clean as October. Livius, on the Cambyses page we already hold, says that according to Herodotus, Cyrus fell in a battle against the Massagetae in the last weeks of 530. The last cuneiform letter dated to his reign was written in November. Before the old king left, he had appointed Cambyses as successor. The first letter dated to the reign of Cambyses was written on the 31st of August 530. So there was a co-regency for some time. By the end of the year, Cambyses was in charge of the empire his father had created. World History Encyclopedia simply writes that Cyrus died in 530. We will not add a bowl of blood or a queen's revenge speech unless a page we open later puts those details in a way that can be labeled as story. Herodotus liked a finished scene. Clay likes a date. This film will prefer the date. Pasargadae keeps the tomb. Nason says Cyrus founded the city on the site of the battle, that it was a ceremonial capital, and that it was never meant to house a large population. The buildings sit spread across the Murgab plain, a stone citadel on a steep hill called Torli Tarkt, a residential palace, Palace P, a columned audience hall, Palace S, and the tombs later associated with Cyrus and with his son Cambyses. The tomb of Cyrus is thought to represent a Mesopotamian or Elamite ziggurat with an Urartian-style cellar on top. The other buildings carry influences from far away. Assyrian-style sculpture, Ionian masonry. Already, in the first Persian capital, the empire is borrowing the crafts of the people it is about to rule, and of the people it has just ruled. Pasargadae flourishes only a short time. Persepolis takes over that ceremonial role in 515. We are not in 515 yet. We are only being told that the founder built a park for kingship, took a gold city in the west, took an old city on a river in October, and in 530 the clay started using a different name. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line of years and then let them go. 559 King in Anshan, 550 Media Ecbatana, the Met's start date. After about 547, Sardes, Lydia ended, a western capital looking at the Greeks. 12th of October 539, Nabonidus defeated near Opis. 29th of October 539, Cyrus enters Babylon, Nabonidus arrested. 27th of March 538, the sun in the temple with the wrong clothes. 530, the last November tablet, the 1st August tablet in the sun's name, the founder dead. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will say the sun's name again. Cambyses II. He rules from 530 to 522. In 525, he takes Egypt. The empire that was already large becomes larger, and then the succession breaks. This chapter's last line is quieter. A vassal from Anshan walked out of Media, kept the old courts standing, took a gold city after about 547, put his name on Babylon on the 29th of October 539, and in 530 the clay started using a different name. If you drifted after Babylon, you can come back here. The founder is gone. The clay has already changed the name. In the last weeks of 530, according to Livius, the last tablet of Cyrus is dated November, and the first tablet of the sun is dated the 31st of August. There was a co-regency for a time. By the end of that year, the empire belongs to Cambyses. Livius calls him Cambyses, second king of the ancient Achaemenid Empire, and gives the reign as 530 to 522. In 525, the same page says he conquered Egypt. That is the whole of this chapter in one breath. A son inherits. He takes the last great kingdom his father never took. Then the house begins to break, and the break is the next chapter's work. Tonight we stay with the sun, and with the Nile, and with a festival that almost failed years before he was king of anything except a borrowed city. Cambyses was the oldest son of Cyrus the Great, the first king of the Achaemenid Empire, who reigned 559 to 530. Even the mother's name does not sit in one voice. The Greek researcher Herodotus of Halicarnassus calls her Cassandane. Ctesias of Cnidus states she was Ametes, the daughter of the last king of independent Media, Xerxes. Two mothers, one son, a night film can live with that. The clay cares about the father. The later writers care about whether the blood is Median as well as Persian. You already met this son once, in a quieter room. Cyrus's career had been dazzling. In 559, he became king of Persia. In 550, he subdued his overlord, Astyages the Mede. 3 years later, he conducted operations west of the Tigris. In 539, he added Babylonia to his empire. Babylonia was an ancient kingdom, and its king played an important role in the religious and cultural life of the ancient Near East. If Cyrus were to rule Babylonia, he ought to act as a Babylonian king. In his official propaganda, the Cyrus Cylinder, he did indeed present himself as the one chosen by the Babylonian supreme god Marduk. The great king was not in a position to be present when the Babylonians celebrated the Akitu festival. This was a problem because the last king of independent Babylonia, Nabonidus, had lost much credit by not attending the festival for several years. To prevent similar troubles, Cyrus appointed his son Cambyses as king of Babylon, and in this quality Cambyses was present during the ceremonies. A contemporary source, the Chronicle of Nabonidus, is where that morning still lives, even with holes in the clay. When on the fourth day, the 27th of March 538, Cambyses, son of Cyrus, went to the temple, there were priests of Nabu and a bull, and weaving by means of the handles, and the image of Nabu, and spears and leather quivers. The lacunas make it hard to understand what happened exactly. It seems there was an incident because Cambyses was incorrectly dressed. He and his men were armed, which was forbidden. Fortunately, the error was corrected, and the statue of Nabu was brought to the Esagila temple according to the ritual regulations. Keep that small scene. It is the first time the son is asked to act like a king in someone else's city, and already the ritual almost fails. Sheep offerings in front of Baal and the god Marbeti, a young man in the wrong clothes, a city that will forgive a costume if the statue still arrives. Cambyses's reign in Babylon lasted for only 1 year. It is not known why he resigned or what forced him to resign. The incident during the New Year's festival may have played a role. We simply do not know. It is possible that Cambyses was now made satrap of Bactria. In the next 2 generations, every crown prince served in that region. Livius calls that speculation, and so will this film. A possible Eastern apprenticeship. A title that vanishes. A son waiting for a father who is still alive. According to Herodotus, Cyrus fell in a battle against the Massagetae in the last weeks of 530. The last cuneiform letter dated to his reign was written in November. Before the old king left, he had appointed Cambyses as his successor. The first letter dated to the reign of Cambyses was written on the 31st of August 530. So there was a co-regency for some time. By the end of the year, Cambyses was in charge of the empire his father had created. Every Persian king needed to secure the support of the nobility. One of the means to achieve this was a dynastic marriage. Herodotus tells us that Cambyses married Phidimia, the daughter of Otanes. This Otanes may have been the brother of Cassandane, who was, still according to Herodotus, Cambyses's mother. If Herodotus is right, Cambyses's queen was also his cousin. However, Herodotus makes at least one mistake in his description of the family tree. He calls Otanes's father Pharnaspes instead of Thucra, so we must be skeptical. 2 other marriages were concluded with his sisters. One of them was, according to Ctesias, called Roxane. The other was called Atossa and was later to marry Cambyses' successor Darius. Herodotus thinks that these marriages are an example of Cambyses' madness. Marriages like these were not uncommon in the world of ancient Zoroastrianism. That is a useful correction to keep in a sleep film. The later Greek portrait likes a mad king. The religious world the king actually lived in does not need madness to explain a sister on the throne. The most important event during Cambyses' reign was the conquest of Egypt. This meant that the king was away from Persia for some time. The histories of Herodotus, our most important source, and the Persian Behistun inscription agree that Cambyses ordered, as a kind of safety measure, his brother to be executed. Herodotus calls this brother Smerdis. The Behistun inscription calls him Parthia, which is more or less the same name. The two sources disagree about the moment of the assassination. The Greek researcher dates it during the Egyptian campaign. The inscription states that it happened before Cambyses left Persia. The inscription, as Livius quotes it, is spare. A son of Cyrus, named Cambyses, one of our dynasty, was king here. That Cambyses had a brother, Smerdis by name, of the same mother and the same father as Cambyses. Afterwards, Cambyses slew this Smerdis. When Cambyses slew Smerdis, it was not known unto the people that Smerdis was slain. Thereupon Cambyses went to Egypt. Probably, Livius says, the inscription is correct. Herodotus has constructed a part of his Egyptian narrative as a catalogue of crimes, and may well have post-dated the fratricide. The colourful narrative of Ctesias of Cnidus about the killing can be ignored as a historical source. It is full of errors. For example, he calls Cambyses' victim Tanioxarchs and wants us to believe that bull's blood is a deadly poison. A night film can leave the bull's blood on the floor. The name Parthia is enough. A brother killed, and the people not told, and a king walking toward the Nile with that silence behind him. Egypt was prepared for war. Its pharaoh Arsaces, whose Egyptian name was Khnemeba Amos Senit, had enlisted Carian and Greek mercenaries and had allied himself with Polycrates of Samos, who owned a large navy. This could be a great help, because Marines could easily perform actions against the Persians when they were marching from Gaza to Pelusium, a vulnerable desert road along the coast. You already know Arsaces from an earlier room. When Croesus of Lydia heard that Cyrus had taken Media in 550, he looked for friends. One of them was this same pharaoh. So Egypt is not a surprise. It is the last of the old partnership that tried to freeze the world before Persia arrived. The gold king of Sardes is gone. The king in Babylon is gone. The man on the Nile is the last of that generation still standing, and even he will not be standing when the army arrives. Shortly before the war broke out, Polycrates switched sides. Herodotus writes that without the knowledge of the Sasanians, Polycrates sent an envoy to Cambyses, the son of Cyrus, who was gathering an army to attack Egypt, and asked him to send a messenger to him in Samos to ask for an armed force. When Cambyses heard this, he sent an envoy to the Samians and requested a naval force to join him in the war against Egypt. So Polycrates selected those of the citizens whom he most suspected of desiring to rise against him, and sent them away in 40 warships, charging Cambyses not to send them back. It is not clear whether these people ever joined Cambyses's Phoenician navy. In any case, Arsaces could not count on their support. A desert road from Gaza to Pelusium, and the sea beside it no longer a friend's sea. That is the approach. We happen to possess the autobiography of the admiral of the Egyptian fleet, Wejharisne. It is written on a small statue now in the Vatican museums in Rome. One element is curiously absent from this text. Wejharisne does not mention a naval battle. Herodotus does not mention fighting at sea either. It is possible that the Persian fleet never had to win a battle on water, because the water had already changed sides, or because the Egyptian ships never came out to meet them. The page I am holding tonight cuts off in the middle of that thought, and I will not invent a sea fight the admiral himself declined to record. Arsaces is gone by the time the march finishes. Livius, on a short page we opened earlier in this project, names the last Sate king, Psammetichus III, in Egyptian Anchkinra Psamtik III, pharaoh of the Sate dynasty, ruler of Egypt from 526 to 525, son of Arsaces, 1 year on the throne. That is all the stub gives us, and it is enough. A new, thin king in a very old country. A Persian army coming from the east along a coastal road that used to have a Samian navy beside it. World History Encyclopedia, in a Darius article we will use more fully in the next chapter, adds one useful body in that army. Darius, who is not yet king, is a spearman. The Greek word in that article is dorophoros. He accompanies Cambyses on the campaign to Egypt between 528 and 525. Remember him in the ranks. He will not stay in the ranks. I did not get a clean page on this pass for the battle at the eastern mouth of the Nile, street by street, or for every hour of the fall of Memphis. So this film will not invent a battle it cannot cite. Livius is plain, and that is the line we keep. In 525, Cambyses conquered Egypt. Psamtik's reign ends in that same year. The last independent Sate house ends. Egypt becomes a Persian possession. The Met can now write Egypt into the span of the empire without cheating. The largest empire the ancient world had seen, extending from Anatolia and Egypt across Western Asia, is no longer missing its southern word. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be old and still. A Sate portrait, a Nile map that is free to use, the small statue of Wejharisne in the Vatican if the photograph is public. Later museum bronzes of Apis, if they are public domain, held long enough to look at, not long enough to become a horror story. No generated temples, no fake sandstorms, no war movie charge across a desert I cannot source. The Greek tradition will later fill this conquest with cruelty. Herodotus, a century on, has Cambyses insult the gods of Egypt and wound the sacred bull and lose an army in the desert? Those stories are famous. They are also late, and they are told by a Greek who needed the Persian king to fail at being Egyptian, and who, Livius has already warned us, constructed part of his Egyptian narrative as a catalogue of crimes. On the pages opened for this chapter, I do not have those scenes confirmed in clay, so we leave them in the room as stories people told, not as minutes from Memphis. A sleep film can live with that. The tired viewer does not need a monster. The tired viewer needs the fact. In 525, the Nile has a Persian overlord. Xerxes, the admiral who did not mention a naval battle, will later serve the new court. That is the method you already know from Babylon. Keep the local elite when you can. Let an Egyptian admiral write his life on a statue and leave the sea fight out. Let the priests of the old city decide whether the new king is a blasphemer or a pharaoh with a foreign name. The official story will want the second. The Greek story will want the first. This film will stay between them with the year and with the last Sate king who had only 1 year to be a king at all. Sit with the size of the walk so far, but do not let the size become a shout. From Anshan and Pasargadae, the house holds the Median highland and Ecbatana. It holds Lydia and Sardes in the west. It holds Babylon, the old urban heart of the lowland. It holds Susa, the Elamite capital on the hot plain. In 525, it holds Egypt. The father took the plateau and the river cities and the gold capital of Lydia. The son takes the Nile. For a few years, the map looks complete, or as complete as an ancient map ever looks. It is not complete in the house. A brother is dead, and the people were not told. A king is far away, on the Nile, in a country that has its own gods and its own years. A palace at home has keys, and someone is holding them. The next chapter will name the custodian, and the magus, and the false brother, and the spearman who comes back from this same Egyptian road as a king. Tonight, we only open that door a little. The safety measure, if the inscription is right, was taken before the march. The silence traveled with the army. The silence also stayed behind. There is a kindness in not turning Cambyses into a madman for the sake of a louder hour. Herodotus wanted sister marriages to be insanity. They were not uncommon. Herodotus wanted the fratricide during the Egyptian campaign as one more crime in a catalogue. The inscription puts it earlier, as a grim piece of statecraft before the king left the plateau. Herodotus wanted a wounded bull and a lost army in the sand. The admiral of the Egyptian fleet did not even give us a battle at sea. The clay gives us a co-regency, a November tablet, an August tablet, a year in Babylon that ends without explanation, and a conquest in 525. That is already a life. It does not need a monster painted over it. Think about distance for a moment, because sleep films are allowed to be physical. From Pasargadae or Susa to the eastern mouth of the Nile is not a ride of a few nights. It is months. It is Gaza, and then a coastal desert road, and then Pelusium, and then the Delta, and then Memphis. Orders sent home take time. Rumors sent home take time. A brother killed in secret stays secret only as long as no one in the palace decides the secret is useful. The empire the father made is now large enough that the king can be in one world, Egypt, while another world, the plateau, begins to tell a different story about who is still alive. The Phoenician navy is in this chapter as a quiet fact. Cambyses does not only inherit horses and highland tribes, he inherits coasts. Tyre and the other harbors can put ships in the water for a king of kings. Polycrates of Samos can decide that 40 unwanted citizens in 40 warships are a gift to Persia and a solution at home. The Aegean, which became a Persian problem when Sardes fell after about 547, is already a Persian tool in 525. That double life of the sea, threat and instrument, will return under Darius and under Xerxes. Tonight it is only a Samian tyrant's gift and an Egyptian admiral's silence. Psamtik III, 526 to 525. Say the shortness again. A son of a long-reigning father. 1 year. The Sate dynasty ends not because it was nothing, but because it was late, and because the last alliance that might have held the East, Lydia and Babylon and Egypt, had already come apart in 550 and 547 and 539. Arsaces had time, Psamtik did not. That is how old countries end more often than they end in a single famous speech. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line of years and then let them go. 27th of March 538, the sun in the temple, armed, corrected, the statue still arriving. 1 year as king of Babylon, then the title gone, reason unknown. 31st of August 530, the first tablet in his own name. November, the last tablet in his father's. A brother named Parthia or Smerdis slain, and the people not told. 526 to 525, Psamtik III, last Sate pharaoh. 525, Egypt taken. 528 to 525, if the later Encyclopedia is right, a spearman named Darius in that army. 522, the reign ends. The how of that ending is the next chapter. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not yank you up with a palace fight in the first second. It will say the brother's name again, and the other name, Gormata, and it will let a cliff in 3 languages explain, from the winner's side, why the house of Cyrus could not even agree on who was still alive inside it. This chapter's last line is quieter. The sun took Egypt in 525, and he took it after making sure, if the inscription is believed, that a brother would not take the plateau while he was gone. The silence did not hold. If you drifted after the Nile, you can come back here. The sun is still, in the official story, king of an empire that now includes Egypt. A brother named Parthia or Smerdis is already dead, and the people were not told. The king is far from the plateau. The keys of the palace are in someone else's hands. This chapter is the year those keys change the map. Livius calls the next man Darius the Great. In Old Persian, the name is Dariavosh. king of ancient Persia. His reign lasted from 522 to 486. He seized power after killing King Gormata. He fought a civil war, described in the Behistun inscription. He was finally able to refound the Achaemenid Empire, which had been very loosely organized until then. That last clause is worth hearing twice. The thing Cyrus made was a coalition that had become an empire of tribute and captured capitals. The thing Darius will make is tighter. Tonight he is not yet that builder. Tonight he is a distant relative arriving late to a palace fight. When Darius became king in 522, Livius says, the Persian Empire was in great turmoil. It had been founded less than 30 years before by Cyrus the Great, who had defeated his Median overlord Astyages in 550 and had taken over his empire. 3 years later Cyrus had conquered Lydia, where the proverbially rich king Croesus had been his victim. In 539, it was the Babylonian king Nabonidus's turn to lose an empire. The Persian armies had also conquered large parts of Central Asia, but when Cyrus had ventured too much to the north, he had been defeated and killed by tribesmen in 530. He was buried at Pasargadae, the town he had once built on the site of his first victory. His son Cambyses had succeeded him. He had continued his father's policy of adding new countries and conquered Egypt in 525. According to Greek sources, like the histories of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, this king had lost his mind when he heard that his brother Smerdis, whom he believed to be dead, had revolted in 522. Cambyses wanted to rush back to Persia, but when he jumped into the saddle of his horse, the cap fell off the sheath of his sword, exposing the blade, which pierced his thigh. Cambyses died in Syria without children, leaving the army without commander and the empire to Smerdis or someone who resembled him. That is the Greek corridor story, a mad rush, a horse, a blade, a death on the road home. Livius says Herodotus's story is more or less identical to the official Persian propaganda. In the Behistun inscription, we read a more or less identical story, although it uses the real name of Smerdis, which is Parthia. The inscription, as Livius quotes it, is spare, and a sleep film can live in spare clay. Cambyses slew Parthia. When Cambyses slew him, it was not known unto the people that Parthia was slain. Thereupon Cambyses went to Egypt. When Cambyses had departed into Egypt, the people became hostile, and the lie multiplied in the land, even in Persia and Media, and in the other provinces. Afterwards, there was a certain man, a Magian, Gormata by name, who raised a rebellion. On the 14th day of the month Vixana, the 11th of March 522, did he rebel. He lied to the people, saying, I am Smerdis, the son of Cyrus, the brother of Cambyses. Then were all the people in revolt, and from Cambyses they went over unto him, both Persia and Media and the other provinces. He seized the kingdom. Afterwards, Cambyses died of natural causes, 2 deaths then, sitting in 2 voices. Herodotus wants a thigh wound in Syria, and a king who has lost his mind. The inscription wants natural causes. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Radu Christian, published on the 10th of April 2017, adds still more roads. Some historical sources say Cambyses took his own life as he was unable to defeat the impostor king and his supporters. Others tell us he fell during the marches through Syrian Ecbatana or through Damascus. He returned, that page says, 7 months later and could not take his throne back. A night film that promised not to pick a fake single line can hold the year and leave the wound soft. In 522, the son of Cyrus dies on the way home, or at home, or by his own hand, or of natural causes. He has no children. The empire he inherited is less than 30 years old. The man on the throne is called Parthia by those who believe him, and Gaumata by the man who will kill him. World History Encyclopedia gives the palace a custodian. Before leaving for Egypt, Cambyses named Parthias as custodian of the royal palace in his absence. Parthias saw this situation as an opportunity to gain power. He set up his own brother, Gaumata, as a false king under the name of Parthia or Smerdis, Cambyses's brother, becoming the new ruler in 522. That is one way to furnish the rooms. A keeper of keys. A brother of the keeper. A name borrowed from the dead. Livius will not let the other possibility leave the room, and neither will this film. Is it not likely, the page asks, that Parthia Smerdis was really Parthia Smerdis and not the Magian Gaumata? The possibility can certainly not be excluded that Darius did not kill a usurper, but a man who had a far better claim to the throne. For months, we are asked to accept Gaumata was not recognized as the fraud he was. To us this is hard to believe. In fact, it was not impossible. The ancients had no photos. It was difficult to identify a person with absolute security. We know about several impostors who were able to trick entire provinces. In the 1st century of our era, there were at least 3 false Neros in the eastern half of the Roman Empire. So the honest sentence, the one that does not pick a fight with the clay or with the later doubt, is this. In March 522, a man took the throne under the name of Cyrus's other son. In September 522, another man killed him. The winner said the dead man was a lie. The winner had a thinner claim. We do not sit in the palace. We sit with both stories, and we let a tired viewer keep the year. How the killing happened also sits in 2 rooms. According to Herodotus, courtiers of Smerdis or Parthia or Gaumata discovered the truth and started to conspire against the new king. The Greek researcher mentions 6 noblemen: Otanes, Gobrias, Intaphrens, Hydons, Megabyzus, Espathanes. They are undecided about the course they have to follow until Darius arrives in Susa, one of the capitals of the Persian Empire. The newcomer, who is a distant relative of Cambyses, his father Hystaspes and Cyrus, had the same great-grandfather, joins the 6. No guard dares to interfere when the 6 noblemen visit the royal palace, and in the end Darius kills the false king. After some debate, everyone accepts Darius as king. World History Encyclopedia tells the discovery through a woman. Phidimia, the daughter of Cambyses' uncle Otanes, found out that the ruler is not Cambyses' brother. Her father, after learning the truth, quickly assembled a group of conspirators, which included Hydans, Intafrens, Megabyzus, and Darius, who at the time was still the king's lancer. Gaumata was finally assassinated, leaving the Persian Empire without a leader. The conspirators had to decide the future of the empire. Otanes opted out, wanting only special privileges for his family. Oligarchy was suggested by Megabyzus. Darius voted for a monarchy. Being unable to settle the matter, they agreed on a contest. All of them would meet the next morning, each on his horse, and the first horse to neigh at sunrise would be named the new king. Herodotus tells us that Darius cheated. Supposedly, it was his servant, Obeas, who made the horse neigh by letting the animal smell his hand, which he had previously rubbed over the genitals of a mare. In any case, the horse's neigh, accompanied by lightning and thunder from a storm, convinced the others to accept Darius as the new king in 522. That last scene is a Greek story about how a new king is chosen. It is not a Babylonian tablet. This film will not ask you to believe the horse. It will ask you to believe the year and the names of the men in the room and the fact that a lancer became a king. In the Behistun inscription, Darius tells essentially the same killing, although he implies that he himself was the leader of the conspiracy. There was none who dared to act against Gaumata, the Magian, until I came. Then I prayed to Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda brought me help. On the 10th day of the month Bagayadish, the 29th of September 522, I with a few men slew that Gaumata, the Magian, and the chief men who were his followers. At the stronghold called Sikyovatish, in the district called Nisya in Media, I slew him. I dispossessed him of the kingdom. By the grace of Ahura Mazda, I became king. Ahura Mazda granted me the kingdom. Although there are differences, was the usurper killed in Susa or at Sikyovatish? The outline of the story is the same. Without a battle, but during a fight in a palace, Darius personally kills the usurper. The names of the conspirators are almost identical to those mentioned by Herodotus. The only difference is that Darius mentions Ardumanish instead of Aspathanes. 2 places, then, for 1 death. Susa, the old Elamite capital on the hot plain, favorite later residence of this same Darius. Or a stronghold in Media, in a district called Nisya, which is a name that should make you think of horses, even if it is not exactly the Nisaean plain of the last chapter. The winner's cliff says Media. The Greek researcher says Susa. A night film can leave the blood in both rooms. The date is firmer than the floor. The 29th of September 522. Who is this lancer before the cliff? World History Encyclopedia says Darius was born about 550, the oldest son of Hystaspes and Rhodagun. The Behistun inscription mentions that his father occupied the position of satrap, Persian governor, of Bactria and Persis during the reign of Cyrus the Great, 559 to 530, and of his son Cambyses, 530 to 522. During the reign of Cambyses, Darius held the position of spearman Doraphoros and accompanied the king in his campaign to Egypt between 528 and 525. So the man who kills the palace in September was in Egypt when the Nile changed hands. He has seen the desert road from Gaza. He has seen what a king of kings looks like far from home. He is about 28 years old if the birth year is right. He is of the Achaemenid clan, but not of Cyrus's direct line. Same great-grandfather, a cousinage, not a sonship. Livius will later say he refounded an empire that had been very loosely organized until then. That sentence is the next chapter's work. Tonight the kingdom is falling in pieces. Even though Gaumata was, in the official story, a false ruler, only a portion of satrapies recognized Darius as their king after his coronation in 522. Bactria, Arachosia. Others saw the false king's death as a chance for independence. Revolts broke out across many regions of the empire, including Persis, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylon, and Egypt. Only with the aid of his army and personal entourage did Darius manage to quell these conflicts. Those events are chronicled in great detail on the cliff, and they are the next chapter. Tonight we only open the door. The spearman from the Egyptian campaign is no longer a spearman. The house of Cyrus, 28 years old if you start it with the Met in 550, has passed through a corpse and a name that may not have been the right name, and has come out in the hands of a man who was not born to be the second Cyrus. He will tell that story himself, high on a cliff, Behistan, or Bisotan. Livius says that in antiquity, Bagastana, which means place where the gods dwell, was the name of a village and a remarkable, isolated rock along the road that connected the capitals of Babylonia and Media, Babylon and Ecbatana, modern Hamadan. Many travelers passed along this place, so it was the logical place for the Persian king Darius I, who reigned 522 to 486, to proclaim his military victories. He essentially copied an older relief at Sari Poli Zahab. The famous inscription was engraved on a cliff about 100 meters off the ground. Darius tells us how the supreme god Ahura chose him to dethrone a usurper named Gaumata, how he set out to quell several revolts, and how he defeated his foreign enemies. The monument consists of 4 parts, and a sleep film can walk them slowly, as if walking under the rock. A large relief, 5.5 by 3 meters, depicting King Darius, his bow carrier in Taphrens, and his lance carrier Gobrias. Darius overlooks 9 representatives of conquered peoples, their necks tied. A 10th figure, badly damaged, is lying under the king's feet. Above these 13 people is a representation of the supreme god Ahura Mazda. This relief is based on older monuments further along the road at Sai Poli Zahab, so even the picture of victory is borrowed. The new king stands in an older pose. Underneath is a panel with a cuneiform text in Old Persian, telling the story of the king's conquests. The text consists of 4 columns and an appendix, and has a total length of about 515 lines. Another panel telling more or less the same story in Babylonian. The appendix, column 5, is missing. A third panel with the same text in Elamite, the language of the administration of the Achaemenid Empire. This translation of the Persian text has a length of 650 lines. Again, the appendix is missing. 3 languages. The plateau, the river cities. The older Elamite south, the same south that had a capital at Susa before any Persian name. A man who was not the obvious heir explaining, in stone, why the empire is his, in every script that matters on that road. In the text, Darius describes how the god Ahura-Mazda chose him to dethrone the usurper Gormata in 522. After this event, King Darius set out to quell several revolts. This is also depicted above the text, where we see the god and the king, the slain usurper, and 7 men representing 7 rebellious people. While artists were making this monument, Darius defeated foreign enemies, 520 to 519. These victories were duly celebrated by a change in the initial design, adding 2 new figures to the right. When the carvings were completed, the ledge below the inscription was removed so that nobody could tamper with the inscriptions. This allowed the monument to survive and made it impossible for humans to read the texts. That last fact is the right quiet picture for the end of this chapter. A story cut so high that travelers on the Babylon to Ecbatana road could see a king and a god and a line of captives, and could not climb up to argue with the words. The cliff will also serve as a warning for future kings. World History Encyclopedia quotes the translation by Herbert Cushing. Says Darius the king, "O thou who shalt be king in the future, protect thyself strongly from deceit. Whatever man shall be a deceiver, him who deserves to be punished, punish. If thus thou shalt think, may my country be secure." Says Darius the king, "O thou who shalt be king in the future, whatever man shall be a deceiver or a wrongdoer, be not a friend to these. Punish them with severe punishment, deceit, the lie." In Old Persian, the word that haunts this inscription is the opposite of the truth the king claims to restore. A sleep film does not need a sermon about Zoroastrian dualism to feel the charge. The winner says the last king was a lie. The winner says the revolts were the lie multiplying in the land. The winner says he is the one Ahura-Mazda chose. Whether the dead man in September was a Magus or a son of Cyrus, the living man in October needs the country to believe in one story, cut in 3 languages, too high to edit. Sit with the calendar of this 1 year, because a year is easier to hold than a theology. 11th of March 522. A man rebels under the name of Parthia, son of Cyrus, brother of Cambyses. Persia and Media and the other provinces go over to him. Sometime in the months after that, Cambyses dies. Naturally, says the cliff. Of a thigh wound in Syria, says Herodotus, by his own hand, say some later sources. On the marches through Syrian Ecbatana or Damascus, say others. 7 months after the revolt, says the Encyclopedia, he has returned and cannot take the throne. 29th of September 522. Darius with a few men kills Gaumata at Sikeovatish in Nisya in Media, or if you follow Herodotus, in a palace at Susa. The lancer is king, then the map comes apart. Persis, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt. Only some satrapies, Bactria, Arachosia, recognize the new name. That civil year is the next chapter. Tonight we only leave you under the rock. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be the cliff. Public domain photographs of Behistan, the small figures of captives, the damaged body under a king's foot. The 3 scripts which you cannot read from the road, and which this film will not pretend you can. No generated assassination, no fake horse at sunrise, no war movie music under a thigh wound. The dates are enough. March. September. A house less than 30 years old, already unable to agree on who was still alive inside it. There is a kindness in leaving the horse contest labeled as a story. There is a kindness in leaving the thigh wound labeled as a story. There is a kindness in leaving open the chance that the dead man was the brother he claimed to be. A thorough film is not a film that picks the loudest version. It is a film that tells you which room each version lives in. The cliff is the winner's room. Herodotus is a Greek room, a century later, furnished with a catalogue of crimes and a sunrise trick. The clay tablets of 530, the ones that changed from Cyrus to Cambyses between August and November, are not here to help us in 522. The handover this time is a fight. Think about what the First Persian Empire has already taught us about succession. Cyrus appointed Cambyses before he left for the northeast, and the tablets overlap. A co-regency, a clean enough change of date formula. Cambyses appointed no such overlap we can see. He appointed, if the Encyclopedia is right, a custodian. He killed, if the inscription is right, a brother, and told no one. Distance did the rest. Egypt is far. Rumors are faster than armies coming home. A name, Parthia, was still magic enough in March that Persia and Media went over to it. That is how young the house is. The founder's other son, or the idea of the founder's other son, can still take the country without a battle. Darius cannot take it that way. He takes a stronghold or a palace with a few men. Then he has to take it again, province by province, which is tomorrow's work. Then he has to explain, in Old Persian and Elamite and Akkadian, why the explanation is true. Then he has to cut the ledge off so no one can climb up and change the explanation. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let it go. Born about 550, a son of Hystaspes, a spearman in Egypt. 11th of March 522, a man called Parthia or a man called Gaumata takes the kingdom. Cambyses dead the same year, the how unfixed. 29th of September 522, Darius kills him at Sikaiovotish or at Susa. Then a cliff on the road from Babylon to Ecbatana, 100 meters up, 3 languages, the ledge kicked away. 522 to 486, the long rain that will build the roads and the stairways the rest of this film keeps returning to. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not yank you up with a battle list in the first second. It will stay with the civil year, with the lands that broke, with the god who is said to have chosen a lancer, and with the slow work of nailing a shaken coalition back into something that can be called an empire again. This chapter's last line is quieter. In March, a name that may have been true took the house of Cyrus. In September, a lancer killed that name, and then he cut the story so high on a rock that the road could see it and no one could correct it. If you drifted under the cliff, you can come back here. The lancer is king. The ledge below the inscription has not yet been kicked away. The country he claims is coming apart in pieces, and this chapter is the year he nails it back together. Livius says it plainly. Darius was now king, but his kingdom was falling in pieces, and civil war broke out. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Radu Christian published on the 10th of April 2017, names the pieces. Even though Gaumata was, in the official story, a false ruler, only a portion of satrapies recognized Darius as their king after his coronation in 522. Bactria, Arachosia. Others saw the false king's death as a chance for independence. Revolts broke out across many regions of the empire, including Persis, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylon, and Egypt. Only with the aid of his army and personal entourage did Darius manage to quell these conflicts. That list is the map of this hour, not a foreign war, the house itself. Persis, which is the Persian heartland, the south of the plateau, the country of Anshan and Pasogadi. Media, the gathering place he has just taken by killing a man in a Median stronghold, or in Susa, depending on which room you believe. Parthia, the northeast that will one day grow its own kings. Assyria. Babylon, the old river capital Cyrus, entered on the 29th of October 539. Egypt, the prize Cambyses took in 525, not even 3 years cold. If those names all leave at once, there is no empire. There is a lancer with a story and a few loyal satrapies in the Far East. The Behistun inscription is where the civil year still lives, cut in Old Persian, in Elamite, and in Akkadian, high above the road from Babylon to Ecbatana. Darius tells us how the supreme god Ahura-Mazda chose him to dethrone a usurper named Gaumata, how he set out to quell several revolts, and how he defeated his foreign enemies. The relief shows him overlooking 9 representatives of conquered peoples, their necks tied. A 10th figure, badly damaged, lies under the king's feet. While artists were making the monument, Darius defeated foreign enemies in 520 and 519. Those victories were added to the design, 2 new figures on the right. The stone was still soft enough to include the next war. A night film does not need every rebel's father's name. It needs the feeling of a year in which the lie, as the king calls it, multiplied in the land, and a small group of men rode from fire to fire. Livius says that before we discuss the first regnal year, we must discuss how Darius was able to create unity among the Persians. The answer, as far as the pages will carry it, is not a speech. It is marriages, companions, and a claim that the God of truth chose him. His father is Hystaspes. In Old Persian, Vishtaspa. During the reign of Cyrus and of Cambyses, Hystaspes occupied the position of satrap of Bactria and of Persis. That is the official story on the cliff. A son of a governor, not a son of Cyrus. Same great-grandfather, Achaemenid blood, but a side stream. To make that side stream into the main river, Darius marries into the house he has just seized. World History, Encyclopedia, and the Livius pages, we already agree on the shape of those marriages, even when they do not list every name in the same order. He marries Arsaces, daughter of Cyrus, who had been wife to her brother Cambyses. He marries another daughter of Cyrus. He marries a daughter of Parthia. He marries Phidimia, the daughter of Otanes, who had been wife to Cambyses, and then, in the official story, to the false king. The women of the founder's house become the argument that the lancer is not a thief. A sleep film can leave the bedrooms dark. The political fact is enough. The new king ties himself to Cyrus by marriage because he cannot tie himself by fatherhood. The 6 companions stay close: Otanes, Gobrias, Intaphrens, Hydans, Megabyzus, and the 6th, Ardumanish on the cliff, Espathines in Herodotus. These are not a parliament. They are the men who walked into a palace or a stronghold and came out with a kingdom. Later Persian memory will treat their families as a special class. Tonight, they are simply the reason a distant cousin can hold Persis long enough to ride on media. Then the riding. The inscription is a catalogue of lies put down. A man in Elam, a man in Babylon who claims to be a son of Nabonidus, the last independent king, the man Cyrus arrested on the 29th of October 539. Another man in Babylon. A man in Media who claims the Median name. Men in Persis itself, which is the worst kind of fire, a fire in the hearth. Parthia, Armenia, the East. Egypt going its own way. The precise sequence sits on the cliff in a language most travelers could not read, and I will not pretend I am reciting a day-by-day staff map. I did not open line by line tonight. The shape is what a tired viewer needs. Every old room of this film produces a pretender. Elam remembers Elam. Babylon remembers Nabonidus. Media remembers being more than a province. Persis remembers that Darius was not the obvious heir. The method is the same in each room. A loyal commander, a battle, a captured liar, a name added to the relief. Babylon is worth a slower minute because you already know that city. In 539, it opened to Cyrus. In 538, a son in the wrong clothes almost spoiled the new year. In 522, it decides the new name on the tablets is not enough. Livius, on the Nabonidus page, we already hold, said that in 522, the Babylonian usurpers Nindin-Tubal and Araka claimed to be a son of Nabonidus. 2 men or 2 attempts wearing the last native king's name. That is how young Persian rule still is in the river cities. 14 years after the arrest, a rebel only needs to say he is the old king's son, and a city that has been a capital since before any Persian was born will listen. Darius takes Babylon back. The inscription says so. The relief adds a Babylonian among the captives. The city that taught Cyrus how to speak in Marduk's voice has to be taught again that the voice now belongs to a different man. We do not need a filmed siege. We need the fact. The prize of October 539 is not a permanent gift. It has to be held. Media has to be held too, which is an irony the cliff does not pause to enjoy. Darius says he killed Gormata in a Median district called Nisya. Then Media revolts anyway under a man who claims a Median royal name. The gathering place does not become loyal just because a killing happened on its soil. The Highland Federation we sat with in Chapter 2 has not forgotten how to grow a leader. Darius puts that fire out as well. Ecbatana remains a capital. The summer court remains. The Nicaean horses remain. The loyalty is now a loyalty to a man who was not born in that court. Persis is the wound that would have ended him. If the Persian heartland will not have a cousin, there is no Achaemenid empire to refound. The inscription insists that Persis too produced a lyre and that the lyre was put down. Believe the cliff or doubt it, the political meaning is the same. Darius cannot be king of lands if he is not king at home. The park at Pasargadae, the tomb of Cyrus, the tribes Herodotus listed, the Pasargadae and the Mariphae and the Maspii, all of that has to nod. The marriages to Cyrus's daughters are part of that nod. The companions are part of it. The army is the rest. Egypt's revolt sits at the edge of this chapter like a door we will not walk through tonight. Cambyses took it in 525. In 522, it sees a chance. The pages I hold do not give me a full Egyptian campaign diary for this civil year, and I will not invent one. It is enough to say that the newest prize was also among the names that broke, and that holding the Nile will be a problem for more than one later king. Artaxerxes I will have to repress an Egyptian insurrection supported by Athens. Artaxerxes III will have to take Egypt back in 343. The pattern begins here. Egypt is never quite a satrapy like the others. It is a country that remembers being a country. How long did the nailing take? The cliff gives victories that continue into 520 and 519, because those were added to the monument while the stone was still being cut. So the civil year is a name of convenience. The worst of the breaking is 522 and 521. The tidying runs into the next years. A man who seized a palace in September cannot sit still in October. He rides. His generals ride. The companions become field commanders. In Tafrens, the bow carrier on the relief, Gobrias, the lance carrier. The picture on the cliff is also a staff list. Livius says Darius was finally able to refound the Achaemenid Empire, which had been very loosely organized until then. That sentence is the hinge from civil war to statecraft, and we should not rush it. What does loosely organized mean after the chapters you have already heard? It means what Cyrus actually made: a coalition of tribes. Subject countries probably ruled by vassal kings called satraps, local scribes left in place, a park instead of a hive, a cylinder in Babylon's voice, a sun parked on a borrowed throne for 1 new year, tribute running inward when it ran. No single machine that could survive a dead king and a rumor. When Cambyses went to Egypt, the lie multiplied because there was no institution thick enough to hold the center in his absence. A custodian of the palace is not a constitution. A murdered brother, if the inscription is right, is not a succession law. The federation that walked out of Media in 550 was still, in 522, a federation that could walk away. Refounding, then, is not a metaphor. It is the work of turning a coalition into something that can outlast a rumor. The first tool is the story itself. 3 languages on a cliff. The god Ahura-Mazda as the one who chooses. The lie as the name of every revolt. A warning to future kings to protect themselves strongly from deceit. If the country can be taught that rebellion is not politics, but cosmic fraud, then the next pretender starts at a disadvantage. Whether you believe the theology or not, you can see the use. Cyrus spoke in Marduk's voice in Babylon. Darius speaks in Ahura-Mazda's voice to the whole map, and he cuts it so high that the road from Babylon to Ecbatana cannot help but see a king standing on a body. The second tool is the men. Satraps who owe their seats to him, not to Cyrus. Companions whose families will remember that they made a king. An army that has just learned, province by province, that this particular lancer wins. The third tool is marriage, already named. The founder's blood in the next generation, even if it was not in this one. Xerxes, who will take the throne in 486, will be a son of Darius and of Atasa, daughter of Cyrus. That child is how the side stream becomes the main river. We are not in 486 yet. We are only being told that the civil year is also a wedding year, and that the weddings are statecraft. The fourth tool is still being built, and it belongs as much to the next chapter as to this one. Provinces with clearer edges, tribute assessed, not merely demanded when a king rides by, a road that can move orders faster than rumors, a ceremonial terrace where the lands walk up in stone and see themselves as parts. Those are the institutions of a refounded empire. Tonight they are only a need. The civil year shows the need. A loosely organized house almost died of a name. Sit with the size of the shock, then let the shock go quiet. In 550, a vassal took Media. In the years after that he took Lydia and Babylon and a list of eastern lands. In 530, the tablets changed smoothly enough, a co-regency, August and November. In 525, the Nile was added. In March 522, a name, Parthia, was enough to take Persia and Media and the other provinces without a battle. In September, a few men killed that name. Then the provinces that had accepted a brother's ghost refused a cousin's hand. That is how thin the First Empire still was. 28 years from the Met's start date to a civil war that had to be fought in the heartland, in the highland, in the river cities, in the northeast, and in Egypt. Darius wins. The pages agree on that even when they disagree on the dead man's identity. He wins because he has an army, because he has companions, because some eastern satrapies stayed loyal, and because he does not stop. The cliff is not modest about this. Ahura Mazda brought me help. I slew, I dispossessed, I became king. A sleep film can leave the god in the relief and still say the human part. A small group of Persian nobles decided the house of Cyrus would continue under a different grandson of a common ancestor, and then they spent a year proving it with horses and ropes. The ropes are on the relief. 9 men, necks tied. A 10th underfoot. Later travelers will photograph those small figures. Public domain, long holds, no generated gore. The idea is enough. The lands that left are now a procession of captives under a king and a god. That is the official end of the civil year. The unofficial end is quieter. Local elites who backed the wrong name are dead or replaced. Local elites who switched in time are still at their desks. The method of Cyrus, keep the scribes, survives the method of Darius, punish the lie. Both methods are now in the same state. There is a temptation to make this chapter a triumph. We will not. A refounded empire is an empire that had to be refounded. That sentence should sit in the room until you sleep. The first design almost failed. The second design is a response to that failure. When we reach the royal road and the satrapies and Persepolis in the next chapter, those things will look like confidence. They are also scar tissue. You build a road so that the next rumor cannot outrun the king. You count the provinces so that tribute does not depend on a personal visit. You cut a terrace so that the lands can see themselves as a single audience. You marry the founder's daughter so that the next king is not a cousin with a thin story. Livius says that when Darius died, the Persian Empire had reached its largest extent. He was succeeded by his son Xerxes. Those sentences belong to the far end of a long reign, 522 to 486, 36 years. The civil war is only the first of them. There will be India. There will be Thrace. There will be a landing in mainland Greece that this film will not let become a second Greece documentary. There will be Susa rebuilt as a favorite residence on the old Elamite mound you already know. There will be a terrace at Persepolis, founded by this same king, taking over ceremony from Pasargadae in 515. All of that is later. Tonight the empire is not at its largest. Tonight it is at its most breakable, and a man who was a spearman in Egypt is holding it together with marriages, companions, a god, and a year of putting down names. If you are watching this on a quiet television, stay with 2 pictures and let the rest blur. First, the cliff in progress. Scaffolding, if you can imagine it without a generated image. Artists cutting captives while messengers still arrive with new names to add. A monument that is also a newspaper. 522 on the main panels. 520 and 519 squeezed in on the right. Second, a road. Not yet the royal road as a finished institution. Just the road from Babylon to Ecbatana that runs under Behistun. Every courier, every caravan, every frightened satrap riding to see the new king passes a rock where a man stands on a body and a god hovers, and 3 scripts say the same claim. You do not need to read cuneiform to receive the message. The picture is the message. The king is the one who is not lying down. Think about sleep and distance again. From Susa to Babylon is a journey. From Babylon to Ecbatana is a journey. From Persis to Parthia is a journey. From any of those to Egypt is a season. A loosely organized empire is an empire in which those journeys are the government. If the king is on one road, the other roads are rumors. Darius spends 522 and 521 turning journeys into victories. Then he will spend the rest of his life turning victories into a system that needs fewer journeys. That is what refounding means in this film, not a new dynasty name. A thicker center, Ahura Mazda. We should say the name slowly once and not turn it into a lecture. The supreme god on the relief, the one who, Darius says, chose him and granted him the kingdom. Later Sasanian kings will tie Zoroastrianism to the state in a harder way. Tonight the god is already political. He is how a cousin explains a coup. He is how rebellion becomes deceit. He is how a warning can be addressed to future kings as if the rock were a letter. O thou who shalt be king in the future, protect thyself strongly from deceit. That line is for Xerxes, who is not yet king. It is also for us. The First Empire has already learned that the danger is inside the house. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let it go. 29th of September 522, a lancer becomes king. Then Persis, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, all the old rooms of this film try to leave. Bactria and Arachosia stay. A year and more of putting down names, marriages into Cyrus's house. A cliff that grows while the wars are still being fought. A coalition forced to become a state because a coalition almost died of a rumor. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not yank you up with a foreign campaign. It will stay inside the rebuilt house. Satrapies, tribute, the road from Sardes to Susa and Persepolis, a terrace in the south after 515 where the lands will walk up in stone. Institutions, not a battle cry. The scar becoming a system. This chapter's last line is quieter. In 522, the empire Cyrus made came apart in every old room it had taken, and a man who was not the founder's son put it back with a god, a year of writing, and a story cut too high to correct. What he put back was not the same house. It was tighter. It had to be. The loose house had already failed. If you drifted after the civil year, you can come back here. The lancer is still king. The cliff is still being cut. The lands that tried to leave have been brought home, or enough of them have been brought home that a man can sit still long enough to build. This chapter is not a battle. It is how a shaken coalition becomes a state you can ride across. Livius says Darius was finally able to refound the Achaemenid Empire, which had been very loosely organized until then. The last chapter left that sentence as a hinge. Tonight we walk through the rooms on the other side of it. A road, a set of residences, a terrace in the south, tribute that can be counted. Messages that do not have to wait for a king to carry them himself. Start with the road, because the road is how the scar becomes a system. According to the Greek researcher Herodotus of Halicarnassus, writing in the 5th century, there was a royal road that connected the capital of Lydia, Sardes, with the capitals of the Achaemenid Empire, Susa, and Persepolis. From cuneiform texts, other such roads are known, so we are not talking about one magic track. We are talking about a habit of roads, of which the Sardes to Susa line is the one a Greek could describe in stages. Herodotus, as Livius quotes him, is almost soothing if you let him be. As regards this road, the truth is as follows. Everywhere there are royal stations with excellent resting places, and the whole road runs through country which is inhabited and safe. Through Lydia and Phrygia there extend 20 stages, amounting to 520 kilometers. After Phrygia succeeds the river Halys, at which there is a gate which one must needs pass through in order to cross the river, and a strong guard post is established there. Then after crossing over into Cappadocia, it is by this way 28 stages, being 572 kilometers, to the borders of Cilicia. On the borders of the Cilicians, you will pass through 2 sets of gates and guard posts. Then after passing through these, it is 3 stages, amounting to 85 kilometers, to journey through Cilicia. The boundary of Cilicia and Armenia is a navigable river called Euphrates. In Armenia, the number of stages with resting places is 15 and 310 kilometers, and there is a guard post on the way. Then from Armenia, when one enters the land of Macedon, there are 34 stages, amounting to 753 kilometers. Through this land flow 4 navigable rivers which cannot be crossed but by ferries, first the Tigris, then a second and third both called Zabatas, though they are not the same river. The fourth is called Gins. Passing thence into the Sicyan land, there are 11 stages, 234 kilometers, to the river Chospes, which is also a navigable stream, and upon this is built the city of Susa. The number of these stages amounts in all to 111. If the royal road has been rightly measured, the number of kilometers from Sardes to the palace of Memnon is 2,500. So if one travels 30 kilometers each day, some 90 days are spent on the journey. 90 days, hold that. From the gold city Cyrus took after about 547 to the old Elamite mound Darius loves, a courier on an ordinary horse is 3 months on the road. A king cannot govern a map that large if every order takes a season, so the Persians did not leave the road ordinary. Livius says this road must be very old. If the Persians had built it and had taken the shortest route, they would have chosen a different track. From Susa to Babylon, along the Euphrates to the capital of Cilicia, Tarsus, and from there to Lydia. That was not only shorter, it had the additional advantage of passing along the sea, where it was possible to trade goods. The route along the Tigris, however, led through the heartland of ancient Assyria. Important towns like Arbela and Opis were situated on the road. It is likely, therefore, that the road was planned and organized by the Assyrian kings to connect their capital Nineveh with Susa. The Assyrians traded with Kanesh in modern Turkey in the first quarter of the second millennium. The names of several trading centers and stations are known and suggest that the route from Assyria to the west was already well organized. This road was still in existence in the Persian age, so the royal road is not a Persian invention from nothing. It is an older spine, reused, thickened, given royal stations, and a Persian name for the changing of horses. A traveler who went from Nineveh, which was destroyed by the Medes and Babylonians in 612, to the west, crossed the Tigris near a town that was known as Amida in the Roman age and today as Diyarbakir. Further west, he crossed the Euphrates near Melitene. It is probable that the ruins of the guardhouse mentioned by Herodotus are to be found near Achaemenids. The border between Cilicia and Cappadocia was in the Antitaurus. The last town in Cilicia, and probably the place of the two sets of gates and guard posts, was at Comana, a holy place dedicated to Marenio, a warrior goddess the Greeks identified with Artemis. The route continued across the central plains of modern Turkey. The exact course is not known, but it is likely that it passed along the capital of the former Hittite Empire, Hattusa. The Halys was crossed near modern Ankara, which may well have been a guard post, and the next stop was Gordium, the capital of another kingdom that had disappeared in the Persian age, Phrygia. The road has been excavated at this site and was 6 meters wide. Crossing the Phrygian plain and passing through Pessinus, a famous sanctuary of Cybele, and Decimium, famous for its marble, the royal road reached Sardes, 6 meters wide at Gordium, inhabited country, gates at the rivers, guard posts, excellent resting places. That is not a warpath, that is a state made visible as a line. At Persepolis, many tablets were found that refer to the system of horse changing on the royal road. It was called Peradazish. From these tablets, we know a lot about the continuation of the road from Susa through the formidable Persian gate to Persepolis, 23 stages and a distance of 552 kilometers, and about other main roads in the Achaemenid Empire. No less important was the road that connected Babylon and Ecbatana, which crossed the royal road near Opis and continued to the holy city of Zoroastrianism, Ragi. This road continued to the Far East and was later known as the Silk Road. Herodotus describes the Peradazish in words Livius is happy to call laudatory. There is nothing mortal which accomplishes a journey with more speed than these messengers, so skillfully has this been invented by the Persians. For they say that according to the number of days of which the entire journey consists, so many horses and men are set at intervals, each man and horse appointed for a day's journey. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor darkness of night prevents them from accomplishing the task proposed to them with the very utmost speed. The first one rides and delivers the message with which he is charged to the second, and the second to the third, and after that it goes through them handed from one to the other, as in the torch race among the Greeks, which they perform for Hephaestus. This kind of running of their horses the Persians call Angarian. To the Greeks, this was most impressive. There is a story by Diodorus of Sicily that between Susa and Persepolis, even greater communication speeds were reached. Although some of the Persians were distant a 30 days' journey, they all received the order on that very day, thanks to the skillful arrangement of the posts. Livius's page cuts off in the middle of that sentence, and I will not invent the rest of Diodorus. The claim is already large enough. A 30-day road turned into a same-day order. Believe the exact hour or not, believe the intention. The civil year taught Darius that rumors outrun kings. The road is how he answers that lesson. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be maps that are free to use, a 6-meter roadbed if a photograph exists, a river gate, a later engraving of Sardes or Susa. No generated gallop, no fake courier with a streaming cape. The stages are enough. 111, 90 days on an ordinary horse, much less if the horses are waiting. The road does not end at Susa. It continues through the Persian gate to Persepolis, and Persepolis is the other half of this chapter. Livius says the old Persian name is Parsa. The modern name is Takhti Jamshid. It is the Greek name of one of the capitals of the ancient Achaemenid Empire, founded by King Darius the Great, who reigned 522 to 486. There were satellite sites, Nakshi Rustam, Takhti Rustam, although there are some indications that the site was already a government center under Cyrus the Great, who reigned 559 to 530, and his son Cambyses II, who reigned 530 to 522. There are no archaeological traces of this older phase. However this may be, it seems as if Darius invented Persepolis as the splendid seat of the government of the Achaemenid Empire and as its center for receptions and festivals. The wealth of Persia was to be visible in every aspect of its construction. Persepolis was a showcase. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 19th of November 2019, gives the same hinge in other words. Construction began between 518 and 515 under Darius, who wanted a fresh start for Persian government administration and moved the capital from Pasargadae, the capital established by Cyrus. The city was located in a remote region in the mountains, making travel there difficult in the rainy season of the Persian winter. So the administration of the Achaemenid Empire was also overseen from Ecbatana, Babylon, and Susa. Persepolis was a spring and summer royal residence and seems to have been intended as a ceremonial center where representatives of subject states came to pay respects to the king. A scholar named A.T. Olmsted, as that page quotes him, suggests a motive that fits the last two chapters. Pasargadae spoke too eloquently of the supplanted dynasty, and Darius sought a new site for his capital. 25 miles down the winding gorge of the river that watered the Pasargadae plain, a rock-cut road led into another and broader plain. Through it flowed a yet larger river to irrigate the fertile soil, until the stream disappeared in the great salt lake of southwestern Persia. On that cleared plain, known today as the Marv Dasht, Darius raised an enormous platform. Livius gives the first building phase as perhaps 518 to 490, or, on his color key, 515 to 490. Darius's men leveled the ground and created a terrace of 450 by 300 meters, on which stood a large building, the treasury in the southeast, and an audience hall. In the treasury were stored the booty of the conquered tribes and states and the annual tribute of the king's loyal subjects. Many people were employed to keep the gold and silver shining. From the fortification tablets, it is known that in 467, no less than 1,348 people were employed in the treasury. 1,348 people in 467 just to keep the tribute shining. That is not a metaphor, that is a workforce. A ceremonial city is also a warehouse. The lands walk up the stair in stone, and their gifts walk into a building that needs a small town of polishers. The square audience hall at the heart of the terrace is usually called the Apadana. Its eastern stairs are famous for the representation of the people of the empire. The decoration of the northern stairs is similar and of lesser quality. The hall could contain hundreds, probably thousands, of people at the same time. It was the largest and probably the most beautiful of the buildings at Persepolis. The 72 columns which supported the roof were 25 meters high. 13 can still be seen. The founding inscription reads, "Darius the Great King, King of Kings, King of Countries, son of Hystaspes, and Achaemenid, built this palace." During this first building phase, a complex system of water channels and drainage was cut into the rocky terrace. A city that is also a festival needs water as much as it needs stairs. World History Encyclopedia adds sizes that help a tired viewer feel the platform. A terrace 1,345,488 square feet, which is 125,000 square meters and 20 meters tall. A hypostyle hall 200 feet long, with 72 columns some 19 meters high, supporting a roof of cedar from Lebanon. The columns were topped by sculptures of animals symbolizing the king's authority, the bull, the lion. At the four corners of the palace were 4 towers. Outside, on the walls of the platform beneath the Apadana, bas-reliefs depicted the various people of the 23 subject nations arriving with gifts. These reliefs are so precise in their detail that the nationalities represented are easily identified. 23 nations on a wall. That is the civil year turned into decoration. The same lands that produced lyres in 522 now walk up in limestone, forever arriving, forever paying respects. A sleep film can live on those stairs for a long time. Public domain photographs, gift bearers, a lamb. Cloth vessels, no generated gold, long holds, a new still every so often, not a cut every heartbeat. The city's remote location, the Encyclopedia says, kept it a secret from the outside world, and it became the safest city in the Persian Empire for storing art, artifacts, archives, and keeping the royal treasury. The Greeks had no idea the city existed until it was sacked and plundered by Alexander in 330, who burned it and carried off its vast treasures. We are not in 330 yet. We are only being told why a ceremonial capital can also be a vault. Far from the Aegean, far from the roads a Greek historian usually walked. Herodotus, Livius noted on the Susa page, did not know of another capital than Susa. He wrote a lot about the Achaemenid Empire and still missed the Terrace. That is how remote it was. The second building phase, between 490 and 480, consists of buildings started by Darius, but completed in the first years of the reign of his son Xerxes, who will rule 486 to 465. Persepolis is mostly the work of that son. He tells us in an inscription, "When my father Darius went away from the throne, I became king on his throne by the grace of Ahura-Mazda. After I became king, I finished what had been done by my father, and I added other works. The Apadana was finished. A small palace was added to the south of it, usually called Darius's palace, although he probably did not live to see the building finished. The ancient Persian name was Tassara, Winter Palace. To the north of the Apadana, the Gate of All Nations, also known as Xerxes's Gate, was built, guarded by a pair of large bulls in the west and Lamachus in the east. Walls were constructed on the northern ridge. In front of the Gate of All Nations was a monumental double-ramped stairway, designed in such a way that one could only proceed slowly and with dignity. That last design is the right picture for a sleep film. Stairs that will not let you run, you arrive as a land, not as a raid. Above the Lamachus, Xerxes cut a text. A great god is Ahura-Mazda, who created this earth, who created yonder sky, who created man, who created happiness for man, who made Xerxes king, one king of many, one lord of many. I am Xerxes, the great king, king of kings, king of countries containing many kinds of men, king in this great earth far and wide, son of King Darius, an Achaemenian. By the favor of Ahura-Mazda, I built this gateway of all nations. I built many other beautiful things in Persia. I built them and my father built them. In the next decade, 480 to 470, Xerxes's own palace was built between the treasury and the Apadana. The Persian name was Hadish, dwelling place. It was twice as large as the palace of Darius. The western part of the treasury was reconstructed and became known as the Queen's Quarters. The women lived in their own rooms around a spacious courtyard. In these years, the treasury, probably not big enough to store the booty of Xerxes's wars, was enlarged to the north. Many buildings on the southern edge of the platform may have been storehouses. Later still, under Artaxerxes I, who will reign 465 to 424, the palace of Artaxerxes and the Hall of 100 Columns were added. That throne hall was Persepolis's second largest building, 70 by 70 meters. At a certain moment, its function was changed, and it became a storeroom, probably because the treasury was again too small. In about 450, the complex was more or less finished, and there was probably no building activity for almost a century. Then Artaxerxes III, 358 to 338, added a hall of 32 columns, a corridor, and tombs. The corridor connected the Gate of All Nations with the Hall of 100 Columns. We can imagine, Livius says, how delegations from the subject countries passed through this corridor to bring their tribute. His successors may have begun a large gate. That gate was still unfinished when Alexander captured Persepolis in the first weeks of 330. An unfinished gate is a later chapter's picture. Tonight the terrace is still rising. Susa is the other residence that belongs in this hour, because Darius did not live only on a ceremonial platform. Livius has already told us that Susa is one of the oldest cities in the world, and that Darius built one of his residences there. An inscription in the palace, known as DSF, describes how he built it. Susa was clearly his favorite palace. Herodotus, who wrote a lot about the empire, did not know of another capital. We can catch a glimpse of the city's beauty in some of the scenes of the biblical book of Esther, the story of which is situated in Susa at the court of King Ahasuerus, who is Xerxes. A big fire during the reign of Artaxerxes I, 465 to 424, destroyed much of the buildings from this age. An inscription records reconstruction works from that king and his son Darius II. Artaxerxes II, 404 to 358, built a second audience hall on the opposite bank of the river. So the empire does not have one capital. It has a climate and a calendar of courts. Susa on the old Elamite plain, favorite of Darius, the palace Herodotus could imagine. Babylon, the old river prestige, the new year, the scribes. Ecbatana, the Median gathering place, cool in the mountains, sitting on the east-west road. Persepolis, remote, ceremonial, a vault and a festival, hard to reach in the winter rain. Pasargadae still there as a park and a tomb, speaking, as Olmsted said, a little too eloquently of the supplanted dynasty. A king of kings who wants to be present in all the old rooms does not pick one. He moves. The road is how he moves. The Ardashir is how his voice moves when he cannot. Satrapies are the last institution this chapter has to name, and I will name them without inventing a full list. I did not read line by line tonight. The empire is already too large for one palace to shout across. So it is divided into provinces with governors who owe tax, troops, and loyalty to the center, and who otherwise keep local customs standing. That is the method Cyrus used in Babylon, written now across a wider floor. The names on the doors can stay local. The tribute travels inward. The civil year showed what happens when those governors decide the center is a rumor. The refounded empire is an attempt to make the center thicker than a rumor. A satrap can still be dangerous. A satrap now sits on a road that can carry a replacement. 23 nations on the Apadana stair, if the Encyclopedia's count is the one we keep. Herodotus will later give his own list of tribute districts. Those lists do not have to match for a night film. The idea matches. The world is counted. The world walks up. The world is stored in a treasury that needs 1,348 people in 467 just to keep the metal bright. Limestone and mud brick were the main building materials. After natural rock had been leveled and the depressions filled in, tunnels for sewage were dug underground through the rock, and the platform began to rise. A large elevated cistern was carved at the eastern foot of the mountain, behind the platform to catch rainwater. The complex was partly cut out of the mountain later, called Carrhae, the Mountain of Mercy. To create the level terrace, large depressions were filled with soil and heavy rocks fastened together with metal clips. Around 515, construction of the broad stairways began. The dual entrance was designed so the steps would be climbed slowly. 515. Earlier in this film, on the Cyrus page, Dan Nason said Persepolis took over the ceremonial role from Pasargadae in 515. The Encyclopedia says construction began between 518 and 515. Livius's first phase may run 518 to 490, or 515 to 490. The cautious sentence is the same one we have used before. Darius founds the Terrace. By about 515, the ceremonies have a new home. The Park of Cyrus remains a tomb and a memory. The stairways of Persepolis become the place where the lands walk up in stone. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let it go. A road from Sardes to Susa, 111 stages, 2,500 kilometers, 90 ordinary days, much faster if the horses wait. A road that is older than Persia, Assyrian in its bones, Persian in its stations, Ardashir, Angarian, neither snow nor rain nor heat nor darkness. Susa, the favorite palace, on a mound people have used since 5000. Ecbatana for the cool, Babylon for the old prestige, Persepolis for the festival and the vault. A terrace 450 by 300 meters, begun about 518 or 515. An Apadana with 72 columns, 23 nations on a stair, 1,348 people in the treasury in 467 stairs you cannot run up. An unfinished gate waiting, far from tonight, in the first weeks of 330. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not yank you up with a war cry at Thermopylae. It will stay with the sun, Xerxes. Accession between the 17th of November and the 1st of December 486. Babylon first, then the Greek shore, then the terrace that is still being cut. The war that made Greece famous will pass through the room like weather. The house of Darius will still be standing when it has passed. This chapter's last line is quieter. A man who was not the obvious heir cut his claim into a cliff, then laid a road across an older road, then raised a terrace where the lands could see themselves arriving, slowly, with gifts, as if the civil year had never happened. It had happened, that is why the road was there. If you drifted after the terrace, you can come back here. The father is gone. The road still runs from Sardes to Susa. The Apadana is not finished. The gate of all nations is not finished. A son takes a house that is large, taxed, connected by stations, and already looking at the Greek shore. His name is Xerxes. Livius gives the accession as a window, not a parade day. Between the 17th of November and the 1st of December 486. His father is Darius I, the Great. His mother is Atasa, daughter of Cyrus. That parentage is the civil year's long harvest. A lancer married the founder's daughter so that the next king would not be a cousin with a thin story. Xerxes is that next king, Achaemenid by the father, Achaemenid by the mother in the older line. The side stream has become the main river. His wife is Amstress. His sons include Darius, Artaxerxes, Hystaspes, and Achaemenids. His daughter Amates will marry Megabyzus, which is a name you have already heard among the companions of 522. The house is thickening. It is also already a thicket of brothers who will matter when this king dies. The first work is not Greece. It is the older cities coming apart. In 484, Livius says, he suppresses the revolts of Shamash-Sheriba and Baal-Shimani in Babylonia and a rebellion in Egypt. That is the sentence a Persia film has to say before Thermopylae. The plateau's problem is not a handful of city-states. It is Babylon and the Nile again. You already know this pattern. In 522, Babylon produced men who claimed to be sons of Nabonidus. Darius took the city back. In 484, it produces two more names, Shamash-Sheriba, Baal-Shimani. The river capital has not forgotten how to grow a native claim. Egypt, taken in 525, broken in 522, is restless again. The newest prize is also the most habitual prize to lose. Xerxes spends the first full years of the reign doing what his father did in the civil year, holding the rooms that matter more than the Aegean. A sleep film can live in that correction for a while. School memory wants 480 first. The stub wants 484 first. We will follow the stub. In 481, he is in Sardes. That western capital from Cyrus's war with Croesus is still the window on the Aegean. The royal road ends there or begins there, depending on which way you are facing. 111 stages from the palace Herodotus, called the Palace of Memnon. If you are a king of kings gathering a continental army, Sardes is where the gathering becomes visible to the Greek shore. Guard posts, stations, a citadel, a gold river that no longer belongs to a Lydian. This chapter has a danger, and I will name it so the film does not fall into it. The danger is that a Persia documentary becomes a Greece documentary wearing a Persia title. Thermopylae, Salamis, a handful of city-states. A war movie voice. Your own ancient Greece film already told that night from the other side. This night stays with the plateau, the king who leaves Susa, the supply lines, the fact of a continental state trying to discipline a shoreline it already thinks it owns. The fact that he keeps one eye on Babylon even while he is in the west. Livius will let us name the beats of 480 without turning them into a second film. Victories at Thermopylae and Artemisium. The sack of Athens. A setback at Salamis, that is the year in 4 strokes. A narrow pass that later people will never stop retelling. A sea fight off a northern cape. A city entered and burned. A sea fight in a strait that does not belong to a plateau king, the way the royal road does. I did not get a clean battle diary on the pages opened for this chapter, so you will not hear me invent a spear count or a speech in a narrow pass or a number of ships I did not read. The Greek wars happen in this reign. They matter, they do not get to steal the next many hours. From the Persian side, the shape is simpler than the later paintings. The western satrapies include the old Lydian land and the Greek cities of Asia. Those cities have revolted before. The mainland cities across the water have helped them. Darius already looked west. A landing on the European shore already happened in his last years, and this film has refused to turn that landing into a marathon sequel. The son inherits the unfinished argument. A king who has just inherited Behistun and Persepolis cannot treat the Aegean as a small fire. He gathers what a continental empire gathers, men from many satrapies, grain, ships from the Phoenician and Egyptian coasts, a road of supply behind the army. Then he walks into a world of islands, narrow waters, and city-states that do not fight the way a satrapy fights. Some of that campaign succeeds. Athens is entered, temples are burned, some of it does not. The sea does not belong to a plateau king the way the Paradasish does. The later Greek writers will make this the center of world history. For an empire that still holds Egypt, Babylon, Susa, Ecbatana, and the Iranian East, it is a wound and a lesson, not the end of the map. In 480 and 479, he is back in Sardes, Livius says, probably to keep an eye on unquiet Babylon. That parenthesis is the most Persian sentence in the stub. He is not lingering on the European shore to write a memoir of a strait. He is in the western capital because the river city behind him cannot be trusted, and because Sardes is where a king of kings can face both directions. The Halys is still a gate on the road. The Euphrates is still a ferry. Babylon is still a name that can grow a rebel. In 479, his general Mardonius is defeated at Plataea. Mardonius is a name from the father's generation, a man left to finish what the king will not stay to finish. The land fight that later Greeks pair with Salamis happens after the king has already gone back to the road. That too is a Persian fact. The King of Kings is not a city-state general who dies in the front rank. He is a climate of courts. When the western weather turns, he returns to the stations. On his return from the west, Livius says, Xerxes captures Babylon again, and even there the page puts a question mark. So we will keep the question mark. The West is loud. Babylon is the thing he cannot stop watching. If he took it again, it is because 484 was not the last time the river remembered how to say no. If he did not, the question mark is still useful. It tells you where the stub thinks his mind was. Then the Terrace, which does not wait for the war to be famous. Livius lists what this reign finishes and starts at Persepolis, completion of the palace of Darius, the north stairs of the Apadana, the gate and stairs of all nations, the palace of Xerxes, the building later nicknamed the harem, southern buildings, the Tripolin. You already walked those rooms in the last chapter because the terrace is a two-reign object. Darius leveled the ground. Xerxes made it look like a capital. He says so himself in an inscription we have already heard. When my father Darius went away from the throne, I became king on his throne by the grace of Ahura-Mazda. After I became king, I finished what had been done by my father, and I added other works. The gate of all nations is his, guarded by a pair of large bulls in the west and Lamachus in the east. In front of it, a monumental double-ramped stairway, designed so that one could only proceed slowly and with dignity. Above the Lamachus, he cuts a text that is a theology and a caption at once. A great God is Ahura-Mazda, who created this earth, who created yonder sky, who created man, who created happiness for man, who made Xerxes king, one king of many, one lord of many. I am Xerxes, the great king, king of kings, king of countries containing many kinds of men. By the favor of Ahura-Mazda, I built this gateway of all nations. I built many other beautiful things in Persia. I built them and my father built them. That last pair of sentences is the right quiet boast for a sleep film. I built them and my father built them, not a lone genius. A house continuing a terrace. His own palace, the Hadish, the dwelling place, is twice as large as the palace of Darius. The treasury is enlarged to the north, probably not big enough to store the booty of his wars. Storehouses multiply on the southern edge. The women live in rooms around a courtyard in the reconstructed Western Treasury, the so-called Queen's Quarters. A ceremonial city is also a household. Amestris is not a footnote if the terrace has a courtyard for her world. There is an inscription among his Persepolis texts that later scholars call the Deva inscription XPH. The Livius stub lists it. I did not get a clean full translation on this pass, so I will not invent what the Devas did or did not do. I will only say that this king, like his father, cut religious language into stone, and that later readers have argued over what that language meant for cults he did not like. A night film can leave the argument in the museum and keep the fact. He wrote on the Terrace about gods. Livius even notes a date from the biblical book of Esther, the 8th of March 473, as the date of Esther and Mordecai saving the Jews, according to that book. The story of Esther is situated in Susa, at the court of King Ahasuerus, who is Xerxes. That is a literary date sitting on a history page. This film will not turn it into court minutes. It will only say that later Jewish memory placed a rescue in this reign, in the favorite palace on the old Elamite mound, and that Herodotus, who wrote a lot about this empire, knew Susa and did not know Persepolis. 2 rooms. A Greek historian in one, a biblical novella in the same one, a terrace the Greeks had not yet heard of, still being cut in the mountains. The sources for this king are louder than the sources for many later ones, and that is a problem as well as a gift. Aeschylus the Persians, Diodorus, Book 11, Herodotus, Book 7 to 9. Esther, the inscriptions at Persepolis, Susa, Van, Ecbatana, Ganj name, a vase from Halicarnassus. The Greek voices want a tragedy about hybris and a strait. The inscriptions want a king of many kinds of men who finished his father's beautiful things. This film will live closer to the inscriptions and will let the tragedy pass through like weather. The end is not a peaceful night in the park at Pasargadae. Livius says he was murdered between the 4th and the 8th of August 465. I will not give you a corridor scene I did not cite. Later writers have palace intrigue, a commander, a bedroom. On the page I fully hold tonight, I have a window of 4 days in late summer, and a successor named Artaxerxes I, called Macrochaea Longimanus, the long hand. The terrace is not finished. The hall of 100 columns is still in the future. The house is about 70 years old if you start it in 550, and already a king has died by violence inside it. Cyrus died far to the northeast in the Greek story, and the clay simply changed the date formula. Cambyses died on the road, or of natural causes, or by his own hand. Darius died after a long reign, and the son took the throne between 2 November days and a December day. Xerxes is the first great king in this film whose end is written as a murder with a date. Sit with what this reign actually did to the map once the Greek weather has passed. The empire did not vanish because a shoreline fight went badly. Egypt was held, then had to be held again, and will have to be held again later. Babylon was held, then had to be held again, perhaps twice. Sardes remained the western capital. Susa remained the palace a Greek could imagine. Persepolis became, more than it had been, the ceremonial face of the house. The royal road still ran. The Paradasish still changed horses. The 23 nations on the Apadana stair were not chiseled away after Plataea. They stayed. The land still walked up slowly. That is the sentence a sleep film has to protect. If you remember the Greek wars from school, you can let them pass through the room. The house of Darius is still standing. The dates still run. The son who finished the gate of all nations was not a footnote to a strait. He was king of kings for 21 years, from late 486 to August 465, and most of those years were not 480. Think about climate and courts again, because this king lives in the system his father built. When he needs the West, he is in Sardes. When he needs to watch Babylon, he is still in Sardes, because Sardes is on the road that can face the river. When he needs to be the son who finished the Terrace, he is at Persepolis, cutting bulls and lamashes and a gate that will outlast the war. When later memory wants a harem story, it puts him at Susa. A king of kings is a moving season. The murder in August 465 happens inside that moving season, not on a battlefield the Greeks would have recognized. Achaemenids, one of the sons, is a name to keep in the back of the room. Later, he will be associated with Egypt as a governor, in the usual way crown sons are associated with difficult provinces. Artaxerxes will take the throne. Another Darius, the eldest son, will not. That is already the shape of the next civil thicket. This house produces extra sons the way it produces extra palaces. The long afternoon after 465 is a hallway of half-brothers and Babylonian wives. We are not there yet. We are only being told that August 465 opens that hallway. There is a kindness in not giving Xerxes a Mad King speech, just as there was a kindness in not giving one to Cambyses. Aeschylus wanted a ghost and a lament. Herodotus wanted a king who whipped the sea. The stub wants 484, 481, 480, 479, 473, 465, and a list of buildings. We will stay with the stub. Revolts first, then Sardes, then a Western war that later people will never stop retelling, then Sardes again because Babylon, then a Terrace that outlives the war, then a murder in late summer. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still. The gate of all nations, public domain, a lamashu in low sun, the north stairs of the Apadana, a map of the Aegean that you do not stay on for long, a later engraving of Sardes, no generated crossing of the Hellespont, no fake burning Acropolis, no war movie score, the brief is sleep, the voice is calm, the war is weather. If you are still awake, hold this and let go of it. 17th of November to the 1st of December 486, a new name, son of Darius and of Arsaces. 484, Babylon and Egypt, the older fires. 481, Sardes. 480, a pass, a cape, a sacked city, a strait. 480 and 479, Sardes again, watching Babylon. 479, Mardonius at Parthia, the king already on the road home. A question mark over a second taking of Babylon. 8th of March 473, a literary rescue at Susa, the gate of all nations, the Haddish, The North Stairs, 4th to 8th of August 465, murdered, Artaxerxes I next. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will move through the later Achaemenids without asking you to memorize every short reign. Artaxerxes of the Long Hand, a civil war of half-brothers, a possible peace with Athens. Greek cities coming to the King of Kings with their hands out. A long afternoon in which the First Persian Empire does not rot in silence after Salamis. It runs, fights, builds, and is still a continental state when much later a smaller kingdom walks the same road. This chapter's last line is quieter. The war that made Greece famous did not unmake Persia. It only taught the plateau that the sea has a mind of its own, and that Babylon, even after 484, was still the room a king watched from Sardes. If you drifted after Xerxes, you can come back here. The murder sits in a narrow window, and a night film should not pretend it was a single trumpet blast. Livius says the king was killed between the 4th and the 8th of August in the year 465. 4 days or fewer. The clay does not give us the hour. The terrace at Persepolis was still being cut. The gate of all nations was still a new idea in stone. The royal road still ran from the old Lydian window at Sardes towards Susa and the ceremonial city in the south. The satrapies still owed tax and men. The house did not end because one king died in late summer. It changed the name on the clay and it went on. That is the first fact of the long afternoon. The Greek war had been loud. Babylon and Egypt had already been louder. A murder in the palace is a closed room. The road does not stop for a closed room. The next name is Artaxerxes. Livius calls him Artaxerxes I and gives him 2 Greek nicknames that mean the same thing. Macrochaea, Longimanus, long hand. Later writers liked the image of a king whose right hand was longer than his left, or whose reach was longer than other men's. This film will not settle a piece of Greek gossip about a body. It will keep the name, because the name is how the pages find him, and it will keep the dates, because the dates are the work. He takes the throne in that same August window between the 4th and the 8th in 465. He will hold it until the winter of 424 and 423. That is almost 40 years. A tired viewer does not need a battle in every one of them. A tired viewer needs the feeling of a court that has outlived the Greek war and is now a family thicket as much as it is an empire. His first wife is Damaspia. Their son is Xerxes II. He also has Babylonian wives, and this is how the next civil war becomes possible before anyone has decided to fight it. Ulagine, a Babylonian lady, is the mother of Sogdianus. Andia, another Babylonian lady, is the mother of Bagapius and of Parasates. Parasates will later marry the man who wins. Cosmartidine, also Babylonian, is the mother of Ochus, who will be Darius II, called Nothus, and of Arsaces. You do not need to memorize the wives, you need the room. A Persian king, several Babylonian households, sons who do not all share one mother. A terrace that keeps growing while the bloodline splits. Sit with that room for a moment, because it is quieter than a war, and it explains more. Babylon has been inside this house since October 539, when Cyrus took the city, and the clay began to speak his name as if the gods had handed him the land. A century later, the court is not visiting Babylon. Babylon is living inside the court. The mothers of the next civil war are Babylonian ladies. The man who will win that war will be called, by Greeks, a bastard, because his mother was not the first wife. The empire that later schoolrooms treat as a Persian costume drama is, in these years, a mixed household with more than one language in the corridors. His deeds, on the Livius page, are fewer than a loud film would like, and I will not pad them. He represses an insurrection in Egypt that had been supported by Athens. Egypt is already the prize that will not stay still. Cambyses took it in 525. It will slip. It will be taken back. In this reign, it is a revolt with an Athenian friend, and the King of Kings puts it down. Hold the pattern. The Nile is never only a southern province. It is the test of whether the house still has a long hand. In 449 or 448, there is the Peace of Callias, and Livius himself puts a question mark on the name. If that peace is real, Persia and Athens agree on the limits of their spheres of influence. A night film can live with a question mark. After Parthia, the story in Greek schoolrooms likes to send Persia home forever. The page does not. A sphere of influence is a quiet phrase. It means the King of Kings still has a western edge, and Athens still has to admit that the edge is there. It may have been a real treaty. It may have been a later name for a pause. Livius will not let us be more certain than the evidence. Neither will this chapter. In 440 or 439, there is a Persian intervention in the Sasanian War. Livius cites Diodorus, World History, Book 12, Chapter 27, Line 5 for that. You do not need the Greek war's local argument. You need the method. Persia does not have to land another army on the far shore to matter. A letter, a subsidy, a satrap's promise, a refusal can end or tilt a war among cities that still tell themselves they are free. In 431, the Achaemenian War breaks out. The long Greek war later folded into the Peloponnesian War. Both Athens and Sparta ask for Persian support. That is the quiet fact of the long afternoon, and it deserves to sit longer than a sentence. The cities that later people will treat as the opposite of Persia come to the King of Kings with their hands out. They need ships, or they need gold, or they need the other city not to have gold. The royal road, which Darius laid so that orders and tribute could move, now also moves the politics of a shoreline the plateau never quite owned. If you remember only one irony from this reign, remember that. Parthia did not send Persia home. It sent Greek ambassadors east. He dies between the 24th of December 424 and the 10th of January 423. Midwinter, what follows is not a tidy handover. Livius says he is succeeded by a civil war between Sogdianus, Xerxes II, and Darius II, called Nothus, 3 names from those mixed households, the first wife's son, a Babylonian lady's son, another Babylonian lady's son. The Terrace does not wait for them to finish. Livius gives this reign the Hall of 100 Columns, the palace of Artaxerxes I, and the garrison quarters. If you are watching this on a quiet television, those are the pictures, public domain photographs of a forest of columns. A pale platform against a mountain, no generated palace, no fake gold. Kings die in winter. The stair keeps being cut. Darius II is the winner. Livius has only a stub for him, and a truthful film will say so twice if it has to, because a stub is information. He ruled from 423 to 404. His father is Artaxerxes I. His mother is Cosmartidine, a lady from Babylon, and that is why the Greeks call him Nothus, bastard. His wife is his half-sister Arsaces. Livius believes Tomb 1 at Naksh-i-Rustam is his final resting place. That is almost the whole stub. I will not invent a campaign list to make a thin page look thick. What the stub still gives us is enough for a night room. The man who holds the empire after the civil war is the son of a Babylonian mother, married to a half-sister from the same tangled court, and later people will walk past a tomb in the cliff and say, "This one is his." 19 years, 423 to 404. The royal road still runs, the satrapies still send silver, Greek cities still need Persian money more than they need another speech about freedom. Arsaces has sons, one of them will be king. One of them will try to be king and die on a field whose name later Greek soldiers will never stop repeating. Arsaces is the continuous person across these 2 reigns, daughter of Artaxerxes I and Andia, wife of Darius II, mother of Artaxerxes II and of Cyrus the Younger. A night film that only follows kings will miss her. A night film that follows the house will not. The Livius page on the younger son says she had great plans for the boy. Great plans, in a court like this, are how the next break is born. The next firmly dated reign is Artaxerxes II, called Nemen. Livius is still a stub here for the man himself. Father, Darius II. Mother, Arsaces. First wife, Statira. He rules from 404 to 358, 46 years if those 2 numbers are right. One of the longest Achaemenid reigns. A stub king on a long throne. I will not fill those 46 years with stories I did not read. I will fill the hole that this film left on purpose until it had a real page. The revolt of the younger brother, the field called Canaxa, the year 401, Livius has a real page for that brother, Cyrus. In Old Persian, Kurush, the same name as the founder, which is not a small thing to give a second son. Persian prince. The dates on that page are 424 or 423 to 401. He revolted against his brother, King Artaxerxes II. He was defeated and killed at Canaxa. He was born, Livius says, perhaps in Susa, in 424 or 423, as the second son of King Darius II and his wife Arsaces. He was the younger brother of Artaxerxes II. His mother had great plans for the boy. That is the sentence that should sit in the room before any army moves. A Babylonian household, a favorite younger son. A name that already belongs to the man who took Babylon in October 539. Great plans. In a court like this, great plans are how houses break. Think about the name for a moment, then let it go. Carrhae. The founder had been a vassal's son in Anshan, then the man who took Media, then Lydia, then Babylon. A century and a half later, a second Carrhae is born, perhaps in Susa, into a house that already owns those places. He does not have to invent an empire. He only has to take it from his brother. That is a smaller ambition on a map, and a larger one inside a family. I did not get, on the pages I fully hold, a clean day by day of his years as a Western satrap, or a numbered list of the Greek hired men who walked with him, or a spear count for the field. So you will not hear those numbers, you will hear what the page will carry: a prince born at the start of his father's reign, a mother who wanted more for him than a second place. A revolt against the older brother who had the throne, a defeat. A death, the year 401, the place is Cunaxa. Cunaxa is not Thermopylae. It is not a story about a shoreline the plateau never quite owned. It is a story about the house fighting itself on its own ground, not far from the river cities that have been the prize since the October of 539. The King of Kings meets his brother. The brother dies. The king remains. That is the hinge. Later Greek writers will make the hired men the heroes, and they will walk those men home through 100 pages of mountains and snow. That is a Greek book about Greek soldiers. This film will not steal it. The Persian fact is simpler, and it is enough. In 401, the younger Cyrus is dead. Artaxerxes II is still king. He will still be king in 358. Sit with that length. 404 to 358. He takes the throne the year after his father dies. 3 years later he kills, or his men kill, the brother his mother loved best. Then he has more than 40 years left. 40 years of a continental state that Greek city politics still has to court. 40 years in which Egypt can slip and the road can still run. 40 years in which Persepolis is not a ruin and Susa is not a memory, and a letter from the great king can still end a war on the far side of the water. I will not invent the rest of those years from a stub. I will not give you a Cadusian campaign I did not read in full. I will not give you a palace poisoning I cannot cite. I will not count the Greek hired men, because the page I opened did not count them for me. The honest picture is already strange enough. The most famous afternoon in this reign, for later readers, is a Greek march. The longest fact in this reign, for a sleep film about Persia, is that the king who survived his brother also survived into old age, and the empire survived with him. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still and old. The cliff tombs at Naksh-i Rustam, if the photograph is free to use. a later engraving of a Persian court, a map that only shows the river and the road, the hall of 100 columns held long enough to count a few of them, then let go. No generated battle, no fake Greek square, no tuxedo, hold the tomb. Hold the name Kurush on a second sun. Hold the year 401, then let the hired men walk out of the frame. What did a satrapy still feel like in these years? We can say only what the older pages already forced into this film. A province with a governor who owes tax, troops, and loyalty to the center, and who otherwise keeps local customs standing. That was Darius's method written across a wider floor. In the long afternoon, the method is still the method. The names on the doors can stay local. The tribute travels inward. The road is how the inward travel happens. When a second son wants the whole house, he does not need to invent a new kind of state. He needs the Western satrapies and hired men and a mother with great plans. He still loses. Egypt, in this same long afternoon, is the other unfinished sentence. It will be the work of the next chapter to take the Nile back in 343. Tonight it is enough to know that the prize of 525 is not a settled possession. A revolt with Athenian help has already been put down in the reign of the long-handed king. Later it will slip again. An empire can be old and still have to reconquer its own south. That is not decay as a speech. That is maintenance. Houses that last 2 centuries spend most of their time on maintenance. If you are still awake, the afternoon is no longer a hallway. 465, a murder and a long-handed king. Egypt put down. A possible peace with Athens with a question mark. A Persian hand in a Samian war. Greek cities asking for money in 431. A winter death in 424 or 423. A civil war of half-brothers. 423 to 404, Darius II, the Babylonian mother's son, a stub king with a tomb in the cliff. Arsaces across the middle of the story. 404 to 358, Artaxerxes II. 401, the younger Cyrus dead at Cunaxa. Then a long, poorly documented piece of a king who simply remains. If you are not still awake, the names can wait. The feeling should not. The First Persian Empire did not rot in silence after Salamis. It ran, fought, built, lost parts of Egypt, survived a brother killing a brother in 401, and was still a continental state when the next Arsaces took the throne in 358 and began the last reconquest of the Nile. The next chapter will take that reconquest slowly. Bagoas, mentor of Rhodes, a letter that ends a Greek war in 355. A natural death in late summer 338 against a poisoning story that a Babylonian tablet will not support. An unfinished gate at Persepolis, then the last Darius and the Macedonian road. This chapter's last line is quieter. In 401, the second Cyrus died on his own family's ground, and the older brother kept the throne for another 43 years, which is not the story the Greek marchers came to tell, and is the story this house actually lived. If you drifted after Cunaxa, You can come back here. The younger Cyrus is dead. The year was 401. The older brother, Artaxerxes II, called Neman, is still king. Livius gives that long reign as 404 to 358, 46 years if those two numbers are right. One of the longest Achaemenid reigns, a stub king on a long throne. This chapter will not invent the missing middle of those 46 years. It will start when the name changes again, and it will walk the house to the unfinished gate. In 358, the next Artaxerxes takes the throne. Livius calls him Artaxerxes III, Ochus. He is the son of Artaxerxes II and Statira. His accession sits in February or the first half of March 358, not a parade day, a window. The long afternoon is not over. It is entering its last hard season. Sit with how old the house is, before any letter is sent and before any Nile is retaken. If you start with the Met in 550, the First Persian Empire is already 208 years old in 358. Cyrus has been a tomb at Pasargadae for generations. Darius's Terrace has been receiving the lands in stone since the ceremonies moved there by 515. Xerxes has been dead since August 465. The long-handed king has been dead since the winter of 424 and 423. Darius II, the Babylonian mother's son, has been in a cliff tomb since 404. The second Cyrus has been dead on his own family's ground since 401. And still the clay takes a new name, and still the road runs, and still a letter from the great king can end a war on the far side of the water. 3 years later, the western shoreline still has to listen. In 355, Athens accepts defeat in the social war after it has received a letter from the great king. Sit with that letter. It is more than a century after Plataea. It is more than a century after Salamis. It is 75 years after Greek cities asked Artaxerxes I for money at the start of the Achaemenian War. Greek schoolrooms will still treat those sea and shore fights as the end of Persian power. The page does not. A letter is enough this late to end a Greek war. The King of Kings does not have to land another army on the far side of the water. He has to be the man whose word still tilts the money and the courage of cities that call themselves free. That is the first fact of this last stretch. The house is old. The house can still write a letter that matters. The second fact is the Nile. Egypt has been the prize that will not stay still since Cambyses took it in 525. Artaxerxes I put down a revolt there that Athens had supported. In the long years after, the province slipped. I did not get, on the pages I fully hold, a clean year for every Egyptian breakaway in the 4th century, so I will not invent a list of rebel pharaohs. I will not give you a Sate revival I cannot date. I will say what Livius will carry. In 343, Artaxerxes III invades and reconquers Egypt. 12 years after the letter. 15 years after he took the throne. the last Achaemenid reconquest of the Nile that I can date on a page. Livius names 2 men who rise in that campaign. Bagoas, mentor of Rhodes, I will not turn them into a novel. I will not give Bagoas a later poisoning I did not confirm on a tablet. I will not give Mentor a biography I did not read. I will say only what the page says. In the last Achaemenid reconquest of the Nile, those 2 names rise. A late empire still has the tools of a late empire, a court man, a hired general from the Greek world, the Nile taken back. Hold the pattern across the whole First Empire, because this is the last time the pattern works. Cyrus never took Egypt. Egypt was the missing word when he died. Croesus of Lydia had looked for friends after Media fell in 550, and one of them, Livius said then, was the pharaoh Arsaces. So Egypt was on the map of alliances before it was on the map of provinces. Cambyses took it in 525. Psamtik III, last Sate pharaoh, ruled from 526 to 525. 1 year, then the Nile had a Persian overlord, and the Met could write Egypt into the span of the empire without cheating. Then it slipped, and had to be held, and had to be retaken. A revolt with Athenian help was put down under Artaxerxes I. Later it slipped again. In 343, the house is 207 years old if you start it with the Met in 550. It can still take a country back. That is not the walk of a corpse. That is maintenance on a continental scale. Maintenance is the right word for the long afternoon, and it is the right word for these last years. Houses that last 2 centuries spend most of their time on maintenance. Satrapies that owe tax, troops, and loyalty, and otherwise keep local custom standing. A road that carries the inward travel of tribute, a terrace that still receives new stone, a letter that ends someone else's war, a reconquest of a South that will not stay still. None of that is a founding. All of it is how a founding lasts. His death sits in a narrow window the way Xerxes' murder did. Between the 26th of August and the 25th of September 338. Late summer again. Livius says natural causes. Diodorus has a poisoning story. A Babylonian tablet, BM 71537, contradicts that story. So we do not do the poison, we do the tablet. The king dies in late summer 338. A night film that promised honest dates will always prefer a piece of clay to a later Greek corridor tale. If you remember only one method from this chapter, remember that. When a tablet and a later writer disagree, the tablet keeps the room. His successor is Artaxerxes IV, called Arsaces, 2 years. I do not have a full deed list for those 2 years on the pages I opened, so they stay as a corridor. The name changes. The terrace does not. The road does not. Egypt, newly retaken, is still a possession. Then the last name in the house is Darius III, called Codomanus. Livius gives Darius III the years 336 to 330. His father is Astanes. His mother is Sisygambis. His brother is Oxyathas. He is not, on the pages I hold, a son of the previous king in the clean way a sleep film might want. The line has already been a thicket since the Babylonian wives of Artaxerxes I, Damaspia and Xerxes II, Elagine and Sogdianus, Andia and Parasates, Cosmatidine and Ochus, who became Darius II, a civil war of half-brothers in the winter of 424 and 423. The Last Achaemenid is a man from inside the wider family, put on a throne that still looks, from the outside, like the throne of Cyrus. He is the man Alexander overthrows. That overthrow is the next chapter's work. This chapter's work is to say what the house still was in the years just before the Macedonian road arrived. It was still building. Livius gives Artaxerxes III a palace, a tomb, the hall of 32 columns, an army road, and an unfinished gate. Read those 5 things again slowly. A palace, a place to live as a king, a tomb, a place to lie as a king, a hall of columns, a place to receive, an army road, a way to move men across the ceremonial city. An unfinished gate, a doorway they did not live to finish. The ceremonial Terrace Darius founded after 522, the Terrace that had already taken the ceremonies from Pasargadae by 515, is still receiving new stone in the 330s. Xerxes had finished his father's palace, cut the north stairs of the Apadana, built the gate and stairs of all nations, built his own palace. The building later nicknamed the harem, southern buildings, the Tripylon. Artaxerxes I had added the Hall of 100 Columns, his own palace, the garrison quarters. Artaxerxes III adds a palace, a tomb, a smaller hall, an army road, a gate. They were not packing the treasure and waiting for the end. They were cutting stone. An unfinished gate is the right picture for the end of a 220-year house, not a collapse in one afternoon, a doorway that still has work left in it. If you are watching this on a quiet television, that is the still to hold. Public domain museum photography of Persepolis, a gate, pale stone, a mountain behind it, no generated torch. No fake Macedonian cavalry in the foreground. The gate is enough. What else was the house besides a terrace? It was still a system of satrapies, a province with a governor who owes tax, troops, and loyalty to the center, and who otherwise keeps local custom standing. That method is older than this last Darius. It is how Babylon kept its scribes after October 539. It is how the royal road made sense, a line of way stations from Sardes to Susa and Persepolis, so that orders and tribute did not have to wait for a king to ride them himself. Livius on that road page said that according to Herodotus of Halicarnassus, writing in the 5th century, the road connected the capital of Lydia, Sardes, with the capitals of the Achaemenid Empire, Susa and Persepolis. From cuneiform texts, other such roads are known. In 336 that road still runs. The western window at Sardes is still a western window. Egypt, newly retaken in 343, is again a Persian possession. The plateau, the old Elamite south, the river cities, the Iranian east, are still inside one claim. It was also a house that had already survived its own worst nights. A murder in August 465. A civil war of half-brothers in the winter of 424 and 423. A brother killing a brother at Canaxa in 401. A long reign that Livius could only stub. None of those nights ended the empire. The thing that ends it will not be another brother. It will be a smaller kingdom that has been training for the road. World History Encyclopedia in the Alexander article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 14th of November 2013, is honest about the father of that smaller kingdom. Philip II of Macedon reigned from 359 to 336. Diodorus, as quoted there, says Philip built Macedonia into the greatest power in Europe, projected the overthrow of the Persian Empire, landed forces in Asia, and was interrupted by fate. He left a military establishment of such size that Alexander could overthrow the Persian Empire without requiring the assistance of allies. Sit with that quotation, because it changes the temperature of this chapter. The end of the Achaemenids does not begin as a miracle in a boy's tent. It begins as a European kingdom that has been preparing for a generation to walk the same road Darius built. Philip is already projecting the overthrow while Artaxerxes III is still reconquering Egypt. He has already landed forces in Asia before he dies. Fate interrupts him. The son inherits the interruption. Philip dies in 336. That is the same year Livius gives for the start of Darius III, 2 accessions, one on each side of the water. The Persian house gets its last king. The Macedonian house gets the son who will walk the road. I will not invent a letter between them. I will not invent a first insult. I will not invent a demand for earth and water I did not read on a page opened for this chapter. I will only let the 2 years sit next to each other. 336. A new great king, a new king in Macedon, the unfinished gate still unfinished. Sysigambis, the mother, will matter to later writers who like a meeting between a captured royal family and a young conqueror. I did not open in this pass a page that would let me stage that meeting as a sourced scene, so it stays out of this chapter. The name is enough. The last king had a mother named Sysigambis and a brother named Oxyathas and a house that was still a house. I will not make Darius III a coward to please a later Greek writer, and I will not make him a hidden hero to please a later Persian one. The pages I hold give a father, a mother, a brother, a reign of 6 years, and an empire that still had an unfinished gate when the Macedonian army arrived. That is a person-shaped space. It is not a novel. If you have been half asleep since Xerxes, here is the afternoon in one slow line, so the last years are not a blur. 465 to 424 or 423, Artaxerxes I, the long hand. Egypt put down. A possible piece of Callias with a question mark Livius himself keeps on the name. A Persian Hand in the Samian War, Diodorus Book 12, Chapter 27, Line 5. Both Athens and Sparta asking for money in 431. Then a winter death and a civil war of half-brothers. 423 to 404, Darius II, the Babylonian mother's son, called Nothus, a stub king with a tomb Livius believes is tomb 1 at Naksh-I Rustam. Arsaces across the middle of the story, daughter, wife, mother, a woman with great plans for a second son. 404 to 358, Artaxerxes II. 401, the younger Cyrus, Kurush, dead at Cunaxa. Then a long, poorly documented piece of a king who simply remains. 358 to 338, Artaxerxes III. 355, a letter that ends a Greek war. 343, Egypt taken back. Late summer 338, a natural death. Against a poisoning story, a tablet will not support. Then Arsaces 2 years, 336 to 330, Darius III, an unfinished gate. Then the next chapter. The Met still dates the whole Achaemenid span from 550 to 330. We are now inside the last 6 years of that span. 214 years if you start with Cyrus taking Media. A long time for a person, a short time for a land that already had Susa before any of these names. Elam was old when Anshan was a vassal kingdom. The Medes had already made a capital at Ecbatana. The first Persian Empire is a layer on older layers. The last Achaemenids are a layer on that layer. The unfinished gate is a layer that does not get to finish. If you are watching this on a quiet television, keep the pictures still. The terrace, the hall of columns, the unfinished gate, a later engraving of a Persian king if it is free to use. A map that only shows Egypt returning to the house in 343, then a road running west from Sardes, then a small European kingdom on the far side of the water. No generated battles, no loud score. The Last Achaemenids are not a war movie. They are a long building project that does not know it is last. If you are still awake, hold 358, 355, 343, 338, 336. A new Ochus, a letter, the Nile, a tablet against a rumor, 2 kings in 1 year, 1 in Persis, 1 in Macedon. Then let the names soften, the feeling should not. The first Persian Empire did not rot in silence after Salamis. It ran for another century and a half. It took Egypt back when it was already old. It was still cutting stone when the smaller kingdoms started walking. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not shout. It will only say that in 330 the ceremonial Terrace met a fire, and that in 323 the man who overthrew the house died in Babylon, of unknown causes, without clearly naming a successor. This chapter's last line is quieter. They were still building a gate at Persepolis when the last Achaemenid took the throne, and the gate was still unfinished when the first empire ended. If you drifted after the unfinished gate, you can come back here. The last Achaemenid has a name, Darius III, called Codomanus. Livius gives him the years 336 to 330. His father is Astanes. His mother is Sisygambis. His brother is Oxyathas. On the other side of the water, in the same year 336, a smaller kingdom gets a new king. World History Encyclopedia, in the Alexander article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 14th of November 2013, gives that man the dates this chapter will not decorate. Alexander III of Macedon, born the 21st of July 356, died the 10th or the 11th of June 323, reigned 336 to 323, son of Philip II of Macedon, who reigned 359 to 336. 20 years old when he takes the throne, if those years are right, born in 356, king in 336. The first Persian Empire on the Met's clock has already been running for 214 years. The boy is not walking into an empty land. He is walking toward a road that Darius I laid so that orders and tribute could move without a king riding them himself. He is walking toward satrapies that have been paying and revolting and paying again since Cyrus took Media in 550. He is walking toward a terrace that is still receiving new stone. He is walking toward an unfinished gate. The same encyclopedia page is honest about the father, and a sleep film should be honest about the father, because otherwise this chapter becomes a miracle story, and miracle stories yank tired people awake. Diodorus, as quoted there, says Philip built Macedonia into the greatest power in Europe, projected the overthrow of the Persian Empire, landed forces in Asia, and was interrupted by fate. He left a military establishment of such size that Alexander could overthrow the Persian Empire without requiring the assistance of allies. So the end of the Achaemenids does not begin in a tent. It begins in a generation. Philip reigns from 359 to 336. That reign sits beside the last Achaemenid afternoon like a second clock, while Artaxerxes II is still on his long stub throne. Philip is already a young king in Europe. While Artaxerxes III is taking Egypt back in 343, Philip is already building the instrument. While a Babylonian tablet is recording a natural death in late summer 338, Philip is already projecting an overthrow. He lands forces in Asia. Fate interrupts him. The son inherits the interruption and the instrument and the road. 2 accessions in 1 year, 336. A new great king in the house of Cyrus, a new king in Macedon. I will not invent a letter between them. I will not invent a first insult. I will not invent a demand for earth and water I did not read on a page opened for this chapter. I will only let the 2 years sit next to each other. The unfinished gate is still unfinished. The European kingdom has already put men on the Asian shore. I did not get a clean page on this pass for the exact day of a river battle in the northwest, or for the exact day of a meeting in the open that later people never stop naming. So this chapter will not invent those days. It will not give you a spear count. It will not give you a named field, as if a named field were more honest than a year. The Encyclopedia is plain about the result. He overthrew the Persian Empire. The Met dates that end to 330. A night film that promised honest dates can live on a result and a year. It does not need a battle diary it cannot cite. What we can say without cheating is the shape of the walk. He crosses into Asia. He takes the coastal cities, so the Persian navy has fewer harbors. That is a method, not a set piece. Sit with the method because it is quieter than a charge and it explains more. A continental empire has a fleet when its coasts still belong to it. The Phoenician cities, the old Lydian window at Sardes, the harbors that had sent ships west in Xerxes' years, these are how a plateau king touches the sea. Strip the harbors and the sea becomes someone else's problem. The royal road still runs inland. The road cannot replace a coast. He takes Egypt. That sentence should land slowly because this film has been living with Egypt since chapter 5. Cambyses took it in 525. Psamtik III, last Sate pharaoh, ruled from 526 to 525. 1 year. Then the Nile had a Persian overlord, and the Met could write Egypt into the span of the empire without cheating. Then it slipped, and was held and slipped. Artaxerxes I put down a revolt there that Athens had supported. Artaxerxes III took it back in 343, only 7 years before Philip died. Now, in the late 330s, the Nile changes hands again. The last Sate house is a memory. The last Achaemenid reconquest is a memory. Egypt learns another overlord. The prize that made the first empire complete is the prize the last Achaemenid cannot keep. He meets the last Achaemenid great king, another Darius, in the open. I will not invent the name of the field if the page I hold for this pass did not give me a date I can stand on. I will say the result. The great king does not keep the empire. The Met's span closes. 550 to 330, 220 years. What does it mean that a span closes? It does not mean the land is empty. It does not mean Susa forgets how to be a city. It does not mean Babylon forgets the clay. It does not mean Ecbatana stops sitting in the Median upland. It means the claim that made those places speak as one house is over. The satrapies no longer owe one king of kings. The royal road no longer carries one man's orders. The Terrace no longer receives the lands in stone for a living dynasty. The unfinished gate will stay unfinished. Persepolis is taken. The same Alexander Page says modern historians have generally taken a more critical approach than earlier accounts, and it names the destruction of Persepolis as one of the acts now criticized. We do not need a filmed torch for that. We need the fact. The ceremonial terrace Darius founded, the stairways, the reliefs of the lands walking up in stone, the gate of all nations, the hall of 100 columns, the palace of Xerxes, the palace of Artaxerxes I, the hall of 32 columns, the army road, the unfinished gate, meet a fire in the year the first empire ends. Sit in that list for a moment, because a fire is louder than a terrace, and this film has been living on the terrace for hours. If you are watching this on a quiet television, do not watch a fire. Watch the stone that was there before the fire. Public domain museum photography. A stair, gift bearers. A gate, pale stone against a mountain. Hold the still long enough that the later burning is only a sentence, not a spectacle. A sleep film does not need a spectacle. A sleep film needs the terrace to have been real. Pasargadae, the park of Cyrus, is still there. The tomb of the founder is still there. The man from Macedon is said to have honored it. I will keep that as a said, because I did not open, in this pass, a page that would let me stage the visit as a sourced scene. The house that lived on the terrace does not get the same courtesy. The park of the founder can be honored. The ceremonial city of the dynasty can burn. Both things can be true in the same year. A conqueror can bow at one door and light another. A night film can live with that contradiction without turning it into a moral speech. In 330, the Achaemenid state is over. That is the sentence the Met will let us carry, and it is the sentence this chapter exists to say slowly. Over, not wounded, not reduced to a satrapy. Over, the clay will take other names. The land will not stop being the land. The empire that made those places speak as one house is gone. I will not give you a character study of Darius the third I did not read. I will not make him a coward to please a later Greek writer, and I will not make him a hidden hero to please a later Persian one. The pages I hold give a father, a mother, a brother, a reign of 6 years, and an empire that still had an unfinished gate when the Macedonian army arrived. That is a person-shaped space. It is not a novel. Sisygambis, the mother, will matter to later writers who like a meeting between a captured royal family and a young conqueror. I did not open in this pass a page that would let me stage that meeting as a sourced scene, so it stays out. The name is enough. The last king had a mother and a brother named Oxyathas, and a house that was still a house when the smaller kingdoms started walking. What happens next is not a Persian recovery. Not yet. That recovery will take 2 more layers, a Greek one and a Parthian one, and then a Persian house from Fars in 224. Tonight we only walk the wreck as far as the wrecker's own death. In 323, Alexander dies in Babylon of unknown causes without clearly naming a successor. The Encyclopedia is willing to leave the cause unknown. So is this film. A sleep narration that promised not to invent will not pick a fever or a cup or a river swim to make the death tidier than the page. He dies in Babylon. The 10th or the 11th of June, 323. Sit with that city, because this film has been in Babylon before. October 539. Cyrus takes the city. The clay begins to speak his name as if the gods had handed him the land. The 27th of March 538. The young Cambyses goes into a Babylonian temple so that a royal body will be present at the new year. Livius says he was dressed incorrectly. He and his men were armed, and that was forbidden. The error was corrected. The statue of Nabu went to Esagila. Later Achaemenids could not stop watching Babylon, even when they were watching Greece. Xerxes, Livius said, was probably in Sardes in 480 and 479 to keep an eye on unquiet Babylon. The river capital is not a backdrop. It is one of the rooms the First Empire never left. He dies there, unknown causes, no clear successor. The city that learned a Persian date formula now holds the body of the man who ended the Persian date formula. A night film can let that sit without a speech. The Encyclopedia says the empire he built was divided among the Diadochi, his successors. The Hellenistic period, on that page, runs from 323 to 31. Greek language, Greek cities, Greek courts now sit on the same Iranian ground that Elam and Media and Cyrus had already made imperial. That is the next chapter's weather. This chapter only opens the door. The generals are already watching one another. The body is not even settled. The map is about to be cut. Sit with the speed, then let the speed go, because a tired viewer deserves the clock more than the legend. Cyrus takes Media in 550, Babylon in October 539. Cambyses takes Egypt in 525. The house breaks in 522. Darius refounds it, cuts Behistun in 3 languages, lays a road from Sardes towards Susa and Persepolis, founds a Terrace. By 515, the ceremonies have a new home. He dies in 486. Xerxes exceeds between the 17th of November and the 1st of December 486. In 484, he suppresses Babylonian revolts and an Egyptian rebellion. In 480, there are victories at Thermopylae and Artemisium, a sack of Athens, a setback at Salamis. In 479, Mardonius is defeated at Plataea. Between the 4th and the 8th of August 465, Xerxes is murdered. The long afternoon runs. Artaxerxes I, 465 to the winter of 424 and 423. A civil war of half-brothers. Darius II, 423 to 404, a stub king, a Babylonian mother's son, a tomb in the cliff. Artaxerxes II, 404 to 358. In 401, the younger Cyrus dies at Cunaxa. Artaxerxes III, 358 to 338. In 355, a letter ends a Greek war. In 343, Egypt is taken back. Late summer 338, a natural death, against a poisoning story a tablet will not support. Arsaces, 2 years, 336, 2 new kings. 330, Persepolis and the end of the Achaemenids. 323, the conqueror dead in the old river capital, the generals already watching one another. 220 years if you start with the Met. A long time for a person. A short time for a land that already had Susa before any of these names. Elam was old when Anshan was a vassal kingdom. The Medes had already made a capital at Ecbatana. The first Persian empire is a layer on older layers. Alexander is a layer that does not get to stay. He is born in 356, becomes king in 336, and in 330 the first Persian empire is gone. He is 26, or about that, when the Met span closes. He has 7 years left to live, and those 7 years belong to other films, other marches, other rivers. This film stays on Iranian ground. The first empire has ended. The ground has not. There is a temptation in a chapter named for a famous young man to let him steal the night. Your own ancient Greece film already had to live with that temptation. This night does not give him the next 7 hours. He is the closing instrument of one layer. He is not the hero of the plateau. The plateau will grow more kings. They will not be his. What did the first empire leave if we are not allowed to walk with him past 323? It left a way of running a very large land. Satrapies, a royal road. A king of kings who could speak in another city's language of heaven, as Cyrus did in Babylon in October 539. It left a ceremonial terrace whose reliefs later knights would still be looking at, even after a fire. It left a cliff at Behistun, 3 languages, Old Persian and Elamite and Akkadian, a man who was not the obvious heir explaining why the empire was his. It left the habit of keeping local names on doors while tribute traveled inward. It left Egypt as a prize that had to be taken and retaken and would be taken again by later houses. It left a Western problem that never quite became a Western ending. The sea had a mind of its own. The plateau kept the rest. It also left a method later people would copy without always knowing they were copying. Seleucus will keep satrapies. The Parthians will reach backward for the title King of Kings. The title Livius, says Cyrus, had ordered his subjects to use. Ardashir's family will refuse to treat the ruins of Persepolis as someone else's to give away. The first empire dies in 330. The idea of it does not. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures should be still and old. A public domain photograph of the Terrace. A later engraving of a Macedonian king, if it is free to use, held only long enough to name him, not long enough to become a biography. A map with 2 dates, 330 and 323. The tomb at Pasargadae, if the photograph is free, because the park remains when the terrace burns. No generated fire, no fake companion cavalry. No loud score. The year is enough. The unfinished gate is enough. I will not give you a speech at a river. I will not give you a knot cut in a temple. I will not give you a list of cities from a march I did not read as a diary. I will not give you a number of companions. I will not give you a horse's name. Those are other nights. This night has one job: close the Met span without turning the closer into the subject. If you are still awake, hold 356, 336, 330, 323. A birth in Macedon, 2 accessions in 1 year, a terrace on fire. A death in Babylon, unknown causes, no clear successor. Then let the famous name soften. The next name that matters on Iranian ground will be Greek, and then it will be Parnian, and then it will be Persian again. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will stay on the plateau while Greek kings try to hold it. Seleucus. Satrapies with Greek coins. A door in the northeast in the 240s. The ground remembering how to grow its own kings. This chapter's last line is quieter. The First Persian Empire lasted from 550 to 330, and it did not fall to a revolt from inside the Terrace. It fell to a smaller kingdom that had been training for the road, and the man who walked that road died in Babylon 7 years later, leaving a map that other men would cut. If you drifted after the fire on the Terrace, you can come back here. The First Persian Empire is over. The Met closed it in 330. In 323, in Babylon, the man who took the map died without leaving a name the clay could agree on. World History Encyclopedia, in the Alexander article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 14th of November 2013, says the empire he built was divided among the Diadochi, his successors. The Hellenistic period, on that page, runs from 323 to 31. Greek language, Greek cities, Greek courts, now sit on the same Iranian ground that Elam and Media and Cyrus had already made imperial. This chapter stays on that ground. It will not become a film about every Greek war in Syria. It will not walk you to Actium. The non-goals of this night still hold. We are here because a Macedonian dynasty tried to be Persia from a Western center, and because the plateau did not intend to stay a satrapy forever. World History Encyclopedia, in the Seleucid Empire article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 22nd of October 2019, is 1 page for this stretch. The Parthia article by Patrick Scott Smith, published on the 22nd of July 2019, is another. The Ardashir article later names the same state as the Seleucid Empire, 312 to 63, 3 pages, 1 shape. After the wreck is cut, 1 general keeps the middle. His name is Seleucus. Later he is called Nicator, the victor. After Alexander's death, the generals divide the conquered territories. Seleucus takes Mesopotamia and other districts that had been central to Persia. He creates the Seleucid Empire. The starting year on the Ardashir page is 312. That is the year this film will use for the new house, because that is the year sitting on a page we already opened. I will not invent a coronation scene I did not read. 312 is enough. A general becomes a king on Iranian and Mesopotamian ground, and the coins begin to speak Greek. How he governs is the quiet fact that matters more than any single battle. He keeps Greek infrastructure. He keeps Greek administrators. He plants cities the way a man plants nails. Seleucia on the Tigris, Antioch in the west, names that tell you where the court thinks the center is. He also keeps the older Persian habit of satrapies, districts headed by governors beholden to a central king. That is not a small borrowing. That is the method Cyrus used in Babylon, and Darius wrote across a wider floor, now wearing a Macedonian face. Parthia, southeast of the Caspian, becomes one of those satrapies. So does Media. So do lands whose older names you already know from the first hours of this film. The language of the court shifts. The land does not stop being the land. Sit with that for a while, because a tired viewer can miss it if the voice goes too fast. Susa is still a city. Babylon is still a memory and a prize. Ecbatana still has the cool of the mountains. The terrace at Persepolis is already burned, and already a ruin, and already a piece of ground someone has to hold. The park at Pasargadae still has the first tomb. A Greek king can mint a coin in his own image and still need a satrap in the northeast who understands horses and tribute and the distance from any Western palace. The names on the doors become Greek. The scribes often stay. Continuity, again. This land has always understood continuity better than fire. Seleucus, for a time, holds the eastern half of Alexander's wreck. His heirs hold less and less of it easily. The reason sits in geography more than in character. The Seleucid house is pulled west, towards Syria, toward the other Greek houses that came out of the same wreck, toward Egypt, which is now someone else's Macedonian prize, toward the rising power of Rome on the far side of the Mediterranean. The further they lean west, the looser the east becomes. A king who is fighting in Syria cannot also be riding the plateau. A court that thinks in Antioch does not hear a northeastern satrapy until the satrapy has already learned to live without the letter. That is not collapse, not yet. It is a tilt. The first Persian Empire had many capitals so that the king could follow the weather and the work. Pasargadae, Persepolis, Susa, Ecbatana, Babylon. The Seleucid house has capitals too, and more the important ones face the Mediterranean. Iranian ground becomes the back of the map. The back of a map is where satraps start to feel like kings. Livius, on the place page for Parthia, gives the older name of that back room. The old Persian name is Parthava. It was a satrapy of the Achaemenid Empire, the northeast of modern Iran, also known as Khorasan. The borders were the Kopit Dag in the north, today the line between Iran and Turkmenistan, and the Dashti Kavia Desert. Grass, mountains, a desert edge. A country that had already learned how to be far from any Western court. Under the Achaemenids, it sent tribute and men. Under Alexander, it was taken with the rest. Under the Seleucids, it is a satrapy again, which is another way of saying it is expected to wait. It does not wait forever. Two good pages do not start the next hinge in one voice, and I will not force them to. Livius, on the short Arsaces page this film already used, gives Arsaces the first as a Parnian king, reigned 247 to 211, founder of the Arsacid dynasty and the Parthian Empire. After the fall of the Achaemenid Empire, that page says, the satrapy of Parthia was governed by the Seleucid kings, a Macedonian dynasty. World History Encyclopedia's Parthia page. and the Sasanian Empire page by Alonso Constenla Cervantes, published on the 17th of May 2013, give the larger clock. The Parthian Empire runs from 247 BC to 224 AD. The same Sasanian page says that by 155 BC, the Parthians had conquered all of the Iranian territories of the Seleucid Empire. The Livius Empire page, opened later in this project, tells a thicker origin. After the Achaemenids, Parthia is a Seleucid satrapy. In 245, while the Seleucids are busy with the Laodicean War in the west, a satrap named Andragoras revolts from the young king Seleucus II Corlinicus. In that confusion, the Parni, a nomad tribe from the Central Asian steppe, overrun Parthia. In 238, they add the district called Astavine. 3 years later, a Parnian leader named Mithradates seizes the rest of Parthia. A Seleucid counterstroke ends in disaster. Hyrcania is also taken. On that page, the first king is Mithradates' brother, Arsaces I, and his capital is Hecatompylos. A night film can hold both tellings without cheating. 247 is the year this project already used for the start of the Arsacid house, and it sits on Livius and on the Encyclopedia. 245 to 238 is the messy door on the Empire page. Andragoras, a Greek or Macedonian satrap, tries to leave first. The Parni come in through the opening. The land is still northeastern Iran. The people are still Parni becoming Parthians. The first court is still far from Babylon. The Seleucids are busy elsewhere. That last sentence is the one to keep if the names blur. The West was loud. The East used the noise. The early Arsacid kings do not yet throw the Seleucids off the plateau. Livius names Arsaces I, Arsaces II, Phraorpaetus, and Phraates I, and says they recognized the Seleucid king as their superior, especially after Antiochus III, called the Great, reconquered the lost eastern territories between 209 and 204. They pay tribute. They are also recognized as the lawful rulers in Parthia. That is a vassal kingdom learning how to wait. Cyrus had been a vassal in Anshan once. The rhyme is not a prophecy. It is only the same land teaching the same lesson. A small house on the edge of a larger one can last long enough to become the larger one if the larger one keeps looking the other way. After 188, when Antiochus is dead, a new phase starts. The great expander is Mithradates I. Here the pages split by a few years, and I will not pick a favorite. The Mithradates stub on Livius says Arsaces VI, Mithradates I the Great, 165 to 132. The Empire page says Mithradates the Great, 171 to 138. Same man, same work, different counting. A sleep film can live with a 6-year disagreement. It cannot live with a fake single year invented to make the story neater. He covers his rear first. He attacks the eastern kingdom of Bactria. Then he turns west and takes Media, one of the most important parts of the Seleucid Empire. Media, the Highland, Ecbatana. The country chapter 2 of this film spent a whole hour making real. If you are still carrying that chapter, the name should land softly. The land that once held the Persians as vassals, the land Cyrus took in 550, is now taken again, not by a Greek king and not by a Persian from Fars, but by a house that began as Parni in the northeast. After Media, Babylonia lies almost unguarded. In July 141, he captures the Seleucid capital, Seleucia. In October, he reaches Uruk in the south of Babylonia. Demetrius II Nicator tries to take it back, is defeated, and is captured. 2 years later, Elam is added. If you still have chapter 1 in the room, that last name should land even more softly. The old Elamite south, Susiana. The plain of the ziggurat, Susa, which was already old when Cyrus was young. Now Parthian. World History Encyclopedia. In the earlier telling this film used before the Livius dates were this thick, gave a nearby line of the same advance. Mithradates takes Media in 151. He takes Seleucia around 144. He takes Babylon in 141. He takes Susa after beating off a Seleucid counterstroke in 138. Those years and the Livius years are close enough to be the same weather. I will not flatten them into one false calendar. I will say what both pages agree on. In the middle of the 2nd century before our era, the Greek hold on the Iranian plateau ends in earnest. Seleucia falls, Babylon falls. Susa falls, a Seleucid king is captured, Elam is added. The house that planted Greek cities like nails watches the nails come out. The Seleucid state will limp on in the west until 63. Pompey, on a later Livius line, conquers what is left of them in that year. On Iranian ground, the Seleucid century is already becoming a memory by the 1410s. 63 is another country's ending. This chapter stays with the plateau long enough to feel the Greek layer lift. How the new rulers keep what they have taken is the part a survey film likes to skip, and the part a 9-hour film cannot. The elite of Media, Babylonia, and Elam is Greek. Livius says the new rulers have to adapt if they want the rule to last. Cities keep their ancient rights. Civil administration stays more or less undisturbed. Coin legends are written in the Greek alphabet. That practice continues into the 2nd century AD, even when knowledge of the language is in decline and nobody knows how to read or write the Greek characters. Hold that picture. Money that still wears Greek letters after the letters have become decoration. A conquest that keeps the previous conquest's handwriting because handwriting is how cities trust a king. They also reach backward for Persian kingship. Courtiers speak Persian and use the Pahlavi script. The royal court travels from capital to capital. The Arsacid kings want to be called King of Kings. The title Livius says Cyrus had ordered his subjects to use in the 6th century. The title is apt, the page says, because the Parthian monarch rules his own empire plus some 18 vassal kings. Hatra, the port of Charax, The ancient kingdom of Armenia. A king of kings over kings, not a Darius sending satraps down a single road. That difference will matter for the rest of this film. The Achaemenid house, after Darius I, was a centralized argument. Satrapies, yes. Local custom, yes. But a royal road, a treasury, a terrace where the lands walked up in one stone sentence. The Seleucid house tried to keep that argument and move its center west. The Parthian house will not try to be Darius. It will be a confederacy with a crown, loose joints, horse lords, cities on the rivers, a court that can move. That looseness is how it will survive 3 Roman captures of Ctesiphon. It is also how, in 224, a Persian vassal from Fars will find the center too weak to hold. We are not at 224. We are not yet at Carrhae. Tonight we are only watching Greek kings lose the plateau they thought they had inherited from Alexander. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still and mixed. A Seleucid coin if the photograph is public domain. A later view of the Tigris. A map of the northeast, grass and the Kopit Dag, no generated riders. The ruin of Persepolis, already a century and more into being a ruin, held long enough to remember that the terrace outlasts the men who burn it and the men who inherit the burning. No tuxedo, no fake phalanx, long holds, anew still every so often. There is a temptation to treat this whole century as a hallway between Alexander and the Parthian bow. This film will not do that, even though the first draft did. 100 years of Greek rule on Iranian ground is not a pause. It is a layer. Cities are founded. Administrators write in a new language. Local elites learn to be bilingual. The old Iranian families learn what a Macedonian court wants to hear. The Parni learn, from the edge, how a satrapy works when the king is far away. Without this layer, there is no Parthian empire as Livius describes it, because the Parthians have to govern Greeks in Seleucia and Babylon and Susa. They keep the letters on the coins for that reason. They keep the city rights for that reason. They become king of kings in a world that already knows what that title used to mean. Seleucus Nicator does not live to see the letters become decoration. His heirs do not all live to see Seleucia fall. The house is busy dying westward while it is still living eastward. That is the shape. A dynasty with too many frontiers, and the most famous ones in the wrong direction. I do not have, on the pages opened for this chapter, a full reign-by-reign diary of every Seleucid king who tried to walk back east. Antiochus III between 209 and 204 is the one Livius gives us as a real reconquest. Tribute returns. The Arsaces bow for a time, then Antiochus dies, and after 188 the waiting ends. That is enough. A truthful sleep film would rather leave a dozen Syrian wars unnamed than invent them from a school memory. What the tired viewer needs is not the Syrian wars. What the tired viewer needs is the feeling of a borrowed empire. Alexander took a map he did not have time to become native to. His generals cut the map. Seleucus kept the middle and the east, and then the middle pulled him west, and then the east grew a king of its own. By 155, if the Sasanian Empire page is right, the Iranian Seleucid lands are gone. By July 141, if Livius is right, Seleucia is gone. By 63, the Seleucid name itself is gone in the west. 3 endings at 3 speeds. The plateau's ending comes first. If you are still awake, hold a short line and then let the extra Greek names go. 323, the wreck divided. 312, Seleucus, a Macedonian house on Iranian and Mesopotamian ground. Satrapies kept, Greek cities planted, Parthia a satrapy in the northeast. 247, Arsaces, or 245, Andragoras, and then the Parni. 209 to 204, Antiochus III takes the east back for a while. After 188, the waiting ends. Mithradates, 171 to 138, or 165 to 132. Media, July 141, Seleucia, Babylon, Elam, Susa. 155, on another page, the Iranian Seleucid territories gone. 63, the last Seleucid remnant taken by Pompey, far from this night's concern. If you are not still awake, keep only the feeling. For a century and more, Greek kings sat on Iranian ground, and then the ground remembered how to grow its own kings again. This chapter's last line is quieter. The men who inherited Alexander's east kept the satrapies and lost the plateau, and the door they left open in the northeast would stay open until 224. The next room is grass, and a Parnian king, and a court at Hecatompylos that does not yet know it will one day face Rome on a steppe east of Haran. We will walk into that room slowly. We will not sprint from 247 to 53 as if 400 years were a corridor. The first draft did that. This film is not allowed to do that anymore. Tonight it is enough to let the Greek coins fade. They were a layer, they were not the last layer. Under them the older names are still in the ground. Elam, Media, Parthava, Persis, the Ziggurat, the Highland, the Desert Edge, the Terrace. A land that has already been Elamite, Median, Persian, Macedonian, and is about to be Parthian, will one day be Persian again. That last change is centuries from here. The tired viewer does not need it yet. The tired viewer needs the sound of a Western court growing quieter in the east, and the sound of horses in a satrapy that has stopped waiting for a letter from Antioch. And if even that is more than you can hold this. In 330, the First Persian Empire ended. In 312, a Greek house tried to sit in its chair. In 247, the chair began to move northeast. By the middle of the 2nd century, the chair was no longer Greek at all. That is the close of the Seleucid century on Iranian ground. That is the last line before the Parni take the floor and keep it. If you drifted after the Greek kings, you can come back here. Alexander's body is not even settled before the map is cut. Seleucus has taken Mesopotamia and other districts once central to Persia. He keeps Greek infrastructure and Greek administrators. He also keeps the older Persian habit of satrapies, districts headed by governors beholden to a central king. Parthia, southeast of the Caspian, becomes one of those satrapies. That is the quiet fact the last chapter left on the table. The names on the coins become Greek. The land does not stop being the land. Tonight the land starts growing its own kings again. Livius has a short page, and it is enough to begin. Arsaces I, Parnian king, reigned 247 to 211, founder of the Arsacid dynasty and the Parthian Empire. After the fall of the Achaemenid Empire, the satrapy of Parthia in northeastern Iran was governed by the Seleucid kings, a Macedonian dynasty. That sentence is doing more work than it looks. The Achaemenids are gone. The land still has the old satrapy name. A Macedonian house is trying to be Persia from a Syrian center. The northeast is far from that center. Distance, in this film, has always been a kind of training. Elam learned it, the Medes learned it, Anshan learned it, tonight the Parni learn it. Livius, on the place page for Parthia, says the old Persian name is Parthava. It was a satrapy of the Achaemenid Empire, the northeast of modern Iran, also known as Khorasan. The borders were the Kopit Dag in the north, today the line between Iran and Turkmenistan, and the dashed Kavia Desert. That is the country, not yet the empire. Grass, mountains, a desert edge. A satrapy that had already learned how to be far from any Western court. In Achaemenid years, that distance was a fact of administration. A letter from Susa or Persepolis took time. A tribute caravan took time. A king did not ride there every season. In Seleucid years, that same distance becomes a door. World History Encyclopedia, in the Sasanian Empire article by Alonso Constenla Cervantes, published on the 17th of May 2013, gives the larger clock. The Parthian Empire runs from 247 before Christ to 224 after Christ. Almost 5 centuries if you hold both ends, longer than the First Persian Empire. The Met dated the Achaemenids from 550 to 330, 220 years. The Arsaces, on this clock, run almost twice that. Enduring, Livius will later say. Enduring is the right word. It is not the same as neat. The same encyclopedia page says that by 155 before Christ, the Parthians had conquered all of the Iranian territories of the Seleucid Empire. So the cautious way to hold this chapter is simple. In 247, a Parnian king takes a northeastern satrapy out of easy Seleucid reach. Over the next century, that house eats its way west across the plateau. By the middle of the 2nd century, the Greek hold on Iranian land is mostly gone. The Seleucid name will limp on in the west until 63 before Christ. That is another country's ending. This chapter stays with the plateau. 2 good Livius pages do not start the story in one voice, so I will not force them to. The older Arsaces page gives a reign of 247 to 211, founder of the dynasty. The Parthian Empire page tells a thicker origin. After the Achaemenids, Parthia is a Seleucid satrapy. In 245, while the Seleucids are busy with the Laodicean War in the west, a satrap named Andragoras revolts from the young king Seleucus II, called Corlinicus. In that confusion, the Parni, a nomad tribe from the Central Asian steppe, overrun Parthia. In 238, they add the district called Astavine. 3 years later, a Parnian leader named Tiridates seizes the rest of Parthia. A Seleucid counterstroke ends in disaster. Hyrcania is also taken. On this page, the first king is Tiridates' brother, Arsaces I, and his capital is Hecatompylos. A night film can hold both without cheating. 247 is the year this project already used for the start of the Arsacid house. 245 to 238 is the messy door on the empire page. The land is still northeastern Iran. The people are still Parni becoming Parthians. The first court is still far from Babylon. If you remember only one picture from this opening, remember a satrapy that was already far from Antioch, a Greek governor who thought the distance was his chance, and a nomad people who thought the same distance was theirs. Andragoras is worth one slow look because he is a type this film has met before. A satrap far from the center, a young king busy with a western war, a chance, he takes it, then someone else takes it from him. The Parni do not need Andragoras to have been a hero. They need the confusion he made. A revolt in 245, a nomad overrun, a district added in 238. The rest of Parthia seized 3 years later, a Seleucid counterstroke that ends badly. Hyrcania taken as well. That is not a parade, that is a door opening in pieces. The people later called Parthians do not begin as a palace culture in Ctesiphon. Ctesiphon is not yet their room. They begin as the Parni, a nomadic group from east of the Caspian, moving into a land that already had an older name, Parthia. The land had been a satrapy. The people arriving are not the old satrapy's clerks. They are a steppe people learning a country that already has borders, a desert edge, a mountain wall, and a Greek name for its towns. Arsaces gives the dynasty its name. Later kings will call themselves Arsacids after him. Later Roman writers will treat the whole state as one long enemy with one long bow. For a night film, it is enough to know that a small northeastern kingship becomes, over generations, the power that sits between Rome and the Iranian east. The bow will come. The river cities will come. The winter capital on the Tigris will come. Tonight is only the grass. Hecatompylos is the first capital on that thicker page. The name is Greek, 100 gates. A Greek name for an Iranian city in a land that has just slipped out of a Greek dynasty's easy reach. That is the layering this whole film is made of. Elamite ground, Median ground, Persian ground, Macedonian names. A Parnian court sitting in a city whose name still sounds like the last layer. If you are watching this on a quiet television, you do not need a generated city. You need the feeling of a Greek name left standing on a door that no longer opens for a Greek king. The early kings do not yet throw the Seleucids off. Livius names Arsaces I, Arsaces II, Phraorpaetus, and Phraates I, and says they recognized the Seleucid king as their superior, especially after Antiochus III, called the Great, reconquered the lost eastern territories between 209 and 204. They pay tribute. They are also recognized as the lawful rulers in Parthia, that is a vassal kingdom learning how to wait, sit with the waiting. It is not a heroic posture, it is a method. A small house on the grass does not have to win the first war. It has to remain the lawful name in Parthia while a larger Greek king is strong, and it has to still be there when that larger king is dead. Tribute is how you remain. Recognition is what you buy with tribute. The Achaemenids had collected tribute. Lydia learned to send it after Sardes fell. Babylon sent it after October 539. Now a Parnian house pays it and keeps the door. The arrow of tribute has reversed, the way it will reverse again in the 5th century after Christ, when a Sasanian court pays the Hephthalites. Paying is not always dying. Sometimes paying is how a name stays on a country. Antiochus III is the name that makes the waiting make sense. Between 209 and 204, he reconquers the lost eastern territories. A Seleucid king can still do that this late. The Greek house is not a ghost in 209. It can still ride east and make a Parnian king bow. Then, in 188, Antiochus is dead. The waiting ends. That is the hinge this chapter has to leave on the table for the next one. A vassal kingdom that has paid tribute to a Seleucid reconquest does not stay a vassal once the reconqueror is gone. The plateau has seen this pattern before. Median vassals, Persian vassals, a satrap named Andragoras, a Parnian king. Distance is a kind of training, death is a kind of permission. I did not get a clean year-by-year diary of every early Arsacid king on the pages opened for this chapter. So you will not hear a fake king list. You will not hear me invent a battle for Arsaces II, or a reform for Phraorpaetus, or a campaign diary for Phraates, the first beyond the tribute years. Those names are on the page as a sequence of men who recognized a superior and remained lawful in Parthia. That is enough. A hallway of invented deeds would be louder and less true. How that state will eventually run is the quiet fact that will matter when it falls, and it belongs in this chapter as a seed, not as a full government lecture. The Ardashir article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 24th of January 2020, looks back on the Parthian method from the other end. The Parthians had seen the weakness of a fully centralized government and of a centralized army sent from one point, as in the Achaemenid and Seleucid cases. So they decentralized both. Satraps had more autonomy. They could field armies for defense without waiting on the king. For a long time that worked. The empire could bend. It could absorb a raid in one province without emptying another. It could keep local houses standing. The the way Cyrus had once kept Babylonian scribes standing. It also meant that Parthia was never quite the same thing as Darius's Persia. There was a king of kings. There were great families. There were cities on the rivers, and horse lords on the grass, and a court that could move. Trade could run the long east-west lines that later people would call a Silk Road, though we do not need that later name tonight as a travel story. What we need is the feeling of a state that is strong in cavalry, loose in its joints, and very hard for a later Roman infantry column to pin. Livius will later say the loose ties were the keys to its survival. In the 2nd century after Christ, the most important capital, Ctesiphon, is captured 3 times by the Romans, 116, 165, 198. The empire survives because there are other centers. That is a later chapter's set of dates. It starts here, in the decision not to be a single palace shouting across a plateau. A Parnian king in Hecatompylos does not yet have Ctesiphon. He has the idea that a kingdom can live far from a Syrian court. The later Confederacy is that idea written across Media and Babylonia and Elam. The same looseness is also why much later a vassal in Fars can become too loud to ignore. You already know that ending if you have stayed with this film. 224, Ardashir, a Persian house back on the ruins. Tonight that is only a shadow at the far end of 5 centuries. In 247, it only looks like a door. World History Encyclopedia, in the Parthia article by Patrick Scott Smith, published on the 22nd of July 2019, is the other page under this stretch. It gives the same start, 247, and the same long span to 224. It is the page that will later walk Mithradates west, Media in 151, Seleucia around 144, Babylon in 141, Susa after 138. Livius, on the Empire page, will give July 141 for the capture of Seleucia, and October for Uruk, and a captured Demetrius, and Elam 2 years later. Those dates are the next chapter. Tonight they are only the promise inside the door. A northeastern kingship does not stay northeastern. If you still have chapter 1 in the room, the last of those later dates should already feel like a return. Elam Susiana, the plain of the ziggurat, the old south that was imperial before Persia had a name. When a Parnian house eventually takes Elam, the film will have walked in a circle without leaving the land. That is not tonight. Tonight is only the grass and the desert edge and a Greek named city with 100 gates and a tribute paid to a man called the Great who will not live forever. What should a tired viewer hold if the names are already softening? A country called Parthia, mountains on one side, desert on the other. A Greek satrap who revolts in 245 because the king is busy in the west. A nomad people from east of the Caspian who walk through that confusion. A district called Astavine in 238. A brother named Arsaces, or a king named Arsaces, depending on which good page you follow. A capital whose name is still Greek, tribute to Antiochus between 209 and 204, a death in 188, a house that has learned to wait, a later empire that will last until 224. That is not a founding myth. That is a door and a method and a clock. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still. A map of the Kopet Dag and the desert edge. A later engraving of northeastern hills, if it is free to use. A coin with Greek letters, because Livius will later say the new rulers keep Greek legends on the money. A horse, if a museum relief is public domain, held long enough to look at and not long enough to become a charge. No generated step, no fake nomad camp, no tuxedo, grass and a door are enough. There is a temptation in a chapter about a founding to make the founder larger than the door. We will not do that. Arsaces is a name and a reign window, 247 to 211 on one page, a brother of Mithradates on another. The important fact is not his face. I do not have a face. I do not have a speech. I do not have a childhood. The important fact is that Iranian ground, after a century of Greek kings, remembers how to grow a king who is not Greek. The Seleucids still have a name in the West. On the plateau, that name is already loosening. The Greek layer was real. It planted cities. It put letters on coins. It taught the elite of Media and Babylonia, and Elam, a language the later Parthians will have to keep using if they want those elites to stay. Livius will say that plainly when the government chapter comes. Tonight the Greek layer is simply the weather the Parni walk into. They do not erase it. They outlast the part of it that thought the Northeast would stay a satrapy forever. If you are still awake, hold 247 to 224 for the Parthian span, and 247 to 211 for Arsaces on the Livius page, and 245 to 238 for the messy door, and 209 to 204 for the tribute years, and 188 for the death that ends the waiting, and 155 for the year the Iranian Seleucid lands are gone. Then let the Greek coins fade. They were a layer. They were not the last layer. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will take you west with Mithradates, to Media, to Seleucia in July 141, to Uruk in October, to a captured Seleucid king, to Elam. The door becomes an empire. The empire learns how to govern Greeks and keep Persian speech at court. The title King of Kings comes back. The title Livius says Cyrus had ordered his subjects to use. A nomad door grows a confederacy with a crown. This chapter's last line is quieter. A Parnian king in the northeast took a satrapy in 247, and from that small door an Iranian empire lasted until 224, which is longer than the first Persian empire, and looser, and harder for a Roman column to pin, and easier, much later, for a vassal in Fars to push over. If you drifted after the grass and the many gates, you can come back here. The first Arsacid court is still northeastern. The name is still Arsaces. The tribute, for a time, still goes west to a Seleucid king. After 188, that larger king is dead, and the waiting ends. The man who opens the door westward is Mithradates. Livius gives him as Arsaces the sixth, Mithradates the first, called the Great. One page on Livius gives his reign as 165 to 132. The Parthian Empire page on the same site gives Mithradates the Great as 171 to 138. Same man, same work, different counting. A night film that promised honest dates will not flatten those two windows into one false year. 6 years of disagreement is still the same weather. A northeastern king turns around, covers his rear, and then walks into the older names of this film. He covers his rear first. That order matters, and it is the order Livius gives. He attacks the eastern kingdom of Bactria. Bactria is not a side note. It is the land farther east, the other settled power on the shoulder of the steppe, a country that had already learned Greek kings and older Iranian habits of its own. A house that runs west without watching Bactria is a raid. A house that makes the east quiet first can afford to be gone a long time. Mithradates makes the east quiet first. Then he turns toward the plateau that this film has been living in since the first hour. Media, the highland, Ecbatana. Chapter 2 of this night spent a long time making that country real. The Medes, Astyages, the mountain capital. The overlord Cyrus rose against in 550. Under the Seleucids, Media was one of the most important parts of the Macedonian East, a satrapy with cities and horses, and a memory of having once been the center. Mithradates takes it. World History Encyclopedia, in the earlier line this project already used, gave that taking as 151. Livius puts Media after Bactria and before Babylonia in the same reign. I will not invent a battle day I did not read. I will say what both pages force us to say. In the middle of the 2nd century before our era, the highland changes hands again. Not to a Greek king, not yet to a Persian from Fars, to a house that began as Parni in the northeast. If you are still carrying the first chapters, the name should land softly. Elam was first, then the Medes, then Cyrus took the Medes. Then Alexander took what Cyrus had made. Then Seleucus sat down in the chair. Now the chair in Ecbatana belongs to an Arsacid. The land does not become empty between these names. It learns them one after another, and the stones of the mountain capital outlast the men who claim them. After Media, Livius says, Babylonia lies almost unguarded. That sentence is geography, not insult. Once the highland is gone, the road down toward the rivers is open. The Seleucid house is still a name, and still a court, and still capable of sending a king east. It is no longer a house that can be everywhere. Antioch is far. The Tigris is near to anyone coming down from Media. In July 141, he captures the Seleucid capital, Seleucia. Livius is plain about the month. July 141. Seleucia on the Tigris, the city Seleucus planted like a nail, the Greek heart of the Mesopotamian East, falls to a king whose first capital had been Hecatompylos, a place of many gates on the northeastern roads. If you are watching this on a quiet television, that is the still to hold, not a generated siege, a river city, a later engraving if it is free to use. The fact that a Greek capital can be taken in a summer month and still remain in its streets a Greek city. Because that is what happens next, and it is more important than the fall. In October of the same year, he reaches Uruk in the south of Babylonia, July at Seleucia, October at Uruk. One campaign season, or the same year's work, carrying a northeastern house all the way down the old urban spine of the lowland. Uruk is older than any name in this film, older than Elam's later kings, older than Cyrus. A night film does not need to unpack that whole depth. It only needs you to feel that the newest Iranian empire has walked into one of the oldest rooms on earth and has to decide how to sit down. Demetrius, the second Nikator, tries to take it back. He is a Seleucid king with a Greek title that means victor, which is a hard title to wear on the day you lose. He is defeated. He is captured. Livius gives that capture as part of the same unfolding. A Macedonian house that once made the Arsaces pay tribute now cannot even retrieve its own king from the men who used to pay. 2 years later, Elam is added, the old Elamite south, Susiana, the plain of the ziggurat. Susa, which was already a capital when Anshan was a smaller kingdom, which Darius used as a living city, which Alexander took with the rest, is now Parthian. World History Encyclopedia told a nearby version of the same advance, and I will let both clocks sit in the room rather than pretend they are one. Mithradates takes Media in 151. He takes Seleucia around 144. He takes Babylon in 141. He takes Susa after beating off a Seleucid counterstroke in 138. The Sasanian Empire page on the same encyclopedia said that by 155, the Parthians had conquered all of the Iranian territories of the Seleucid Empire. Those years and the Livius years are the same weather. Media. The Greek capital on the Tigris, Babylon, Susa, Elam, a captured king, the Greek hold on the plateau ending in earnest in the middle of the 2nd century. How do you keep a thing like that? This is the part the first draft skipped, and the part a long film cannot skip. Taking Seleucia is a summer. Governing Seleucia is a generation. The elite of Media, Babylonia, and Elam is Greek. Livius says the new rulers have to adapt if they want the rule to last. Cities keep their ancient rights. Civil administration stays more or less undisturbed. Coin legends are written in the Greek alphabet. That practice continues into the 2nd century of our era, even when knowledge of the language is in decline and nobody knows how to read or write the Greek characters. Hold that picture until it becomes quiet enough to sleep on. Money that still wears Greek letters after the letters have become decoration. A conquest that keeps the previous conquest's handwriting because handwriting is how cities trust a king. The Parni did not arrive with a terrace of gift bearers and a royal road already cut. They arrived with horses and a court that could move. To hold Babylon and Seleucia and Susa, they have to become something they were not in Hecatompylos. They have to let a Greek city remain a Greek city. They have to let scribes keep writing. They have to put a language they may not speak on the silver, because the silver has to be believed in markets that learned their letters under Seleucus. They also reach backward for Persian kingship, which is the other half of the same decision. Courtiers speak Persian and use the Pahlavi script. The royal court travels from capital to capital. The Arsacid kings want to be called King of Kings. The title Livius says Cyrus had ordered his subjects to use in the 6th century. The title is apt, the page says, because the Parthian monarch rules his own empire plus some 18 vassal kings. Hatra, the port of Charax, the ancient kingdom of Armenia, a king of kings over kings. Not a Darius sending satraps down a single road. A confederacy with a crown. That difference is the hinge of the next 4 centuries, and it is born in this expansion. If you take Media and Babylon and Elam in 20 years, you cannot staff them the way Darius staffed a satrapy list at Behistun. You do not have that machine. You have great families, you have cities with rights, you have horse lords who expect to keep an army, you have a title that sounds Achaemenid and a practice that is not. The Achaemenid house made the lands walk up one stair in one stone sentence. The Parthian house will let the lands remain many, and will call the man at the center King of Kings, because he is, in fact, a king standing over other kings. The empire is not very centralized. Several languages, several nations, several economic systems. Livius says the loose ties were the keys to its survival. Later, in the 2nd century of our era, the most important capital, Ctesiphon, will be captured 3 times by the Romans. 116, 165, 198. The empire will survive those captures because there are other centers. That fact belongs fully to a later chapter. It begins here in the choice not to make Seleucia the only heart. A moving court, many towns, Nisa, Hecatompylos, Ecbatana once Media is theirs, Seleucia and then Ctesiphon once the rivers are theirs, Susa, Ragi. A state that can lose a city and not lose itself. The same looseness is also why expansion stops. After Mesopotamia and Iran, the state is a conglomerate of kingdoms, provinces, marks, and city-states. Local potentates matter. The king has to respect their privileges. Several noble families have a vote in the royal council. The Surian clan has the right to crown the Parthian king. Every aristocrat is allowed and expected to keep an army of his own. When the throne has a strong man on it, that design is a way to cover a map too wide for one garrison. When the throne has a weak man on it, those divisions become the door a vassal walks through. You already know from the spine of this film who walks through it. In 224, a Persian from Fars. We are not there. We are in the years when the design is still a success. Ctesiphon enters the story as a winter residence and then as a western capital. Livius says the Parthian name is Tispun. It sits on the Tigris, near the older town of Opis, not far from where the Diyala joins the river. After 129, it was a winter residence. Later kings poured the spoils of western campaigns into it. At its height, Livius gives the city as about 30 square kilometers. Imperial Rome, on that same comparison, is 13.7. The number is only there so the size can sit in the room. This is not a camp of horse archers who refuse cities. This is a house that learned cities, kept their rights, and then built a river capital large enough to make Roman armies treat it as the prize. Trade is the other quiet income. Tribute is one royal stream, toll is another. Livius says Parthia controls the Silk Road, the route from the Mediterranean to China. I use that phrase because Livius uses it. I will not turn this chapter into a travel film. I will only say that a state sitting across Iran and Mesopotamia sits across the long east-west line, and that tolls on that line can feed a court even when a king is too weak to squeeze every vassal. Cities flourish. Livius names them: Ctesiphon, Seleucia, Ecbatana, Ragi, Hecatompylos, Nisa, Susa. If the first chapter of this film was Elam and Susa on the hot plain, it is worth letting Susa's name return here without a drumroll. The old lowland city is still a city. It has only changed the language of the overlord, and even that language, on the coins, is still Greek. The Seleucid house does not vanish on the day Seleucia falls. It limps on in the west until 63, when Pompey conquers what is left. That is another country's ending, and this chapter will not follow it to the last Syrian room. On Iranian ground, the Greek layer has already lifted. What remains of that layer is useful: letters on coins, city rights, administrators who know how to tax a river district. The Parthians keep those tools. They do not keep the obedience of the plateau to Antioch. By the time a Roman general looks east and sees an empire worth invading, the empire he sees is not Seleucid. It is this one. I do not have, on the pages opened for this chapter, a full reign-by-reign diary of every Arsacid between Mithradates and the treaty on the Euphrates. Frats, other Mithradates, other Arsaces names stacked on the first name. A truthful sleep film would rather leave those kings as a weather system than invent a personality for each from a stub. The work of this hour is the taking and the method of the keeping. Bactria first, then Media, then the rivers, then Elam. Then a confederacy that calls itself King of Kings and means it. If you are watching this on a quiet television, let the pictures stay mixed and still. A Parthian coin with Greek letters, a map of the Tigris, the ruin of Persepolis, already a ruin for 2 centuries by the time Mithradates is in Media, held long enough to remember that the Terrace is now someone else's problem and someone else's symbol. No generated cataphracts, no fake silk caravan, long holds, a new still every so often. The tired viewer does not need to see a horse to understand a cavalry empire. The tired viewer needs to feel a map getting wider without becoming a single city. There is a temptation to rush from July 141 to the year 53, because 53 is the famous year, the year a Roman triumvir walks east and does not walk back. That rush is how the first draft made 400 years into a hallway. We will not do that. Between Seleucia and Carrhae there are still treaties, and Armenia, and a border drawn on the Euphrates, and generations of kings who are not Mithradates, and not yet the men who face Crassus. Those rooms get their own hour. Tonight the hour belongs to the expansion and to the choice that came with it. Take the Greek cities and keep their handwriting. Take the old Iranian title and do not rebuild the old Iranian machine. Let great families crown you. Let them keep armies. Sit in more than one capital. Tax the road as well as the land. Become, almost without a single stone sentence like Behistun, the other great power between the Mediterranean and the East. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let the doubled years go. After 188, the waiting ends. Mithradates, 171 to 138, or 165 to 132. Bactria first. Media 151 on one page. July 141, Seleucia. October, Uruk, a captured Demetrius. Elam, Susa. 155 on another page, the Iranian Seleucid lands gone. Greek letters on the coins, Persian speech at court, king of kings over some 18 vassals, a river capital growing on the Tigris, tolls on the long road, the Seleucid name still dying in the west, already dead on the plateau. If you are not still awake, keep only the feeling. A grass kingdom learned how to sit in Babylon without becoming Babylon, and how to sit in a Greek city without becoming Greek, and that double sitting is why it lasted. This chapter's last line is quieter. In July 141, a northeastern house took the Greek capital on the Tigris, and instead of erasing the city, it learned to rule as king of kings over many rooms at once. The next room is the government in full, and then the Western clock. 69, a treaty, the Euphrates as a border. 63, the last Seleucids gone, Rome suddenly next door. 53, 7 legions on a steppe east of Haran, and a commander from the clan that crowns kings. We will walk there slowly. We will let the Confederacy be a confederacy before we ask it to fight. Tonight it is enough that the door which opened in 247 now opens all the way to Uruk, and that the man who walked through it kept the letters on the money. And if even July has left you, keep this. The First Persian Empire ended in 330. Greek kings sat in its chairs. A Parnian house took the chairs back, not by rebuilding Persepolis, but by letting the chairs remain many, and by sitting in all of them lightly enough that losing one did not end the night. That is the close of the expansion. That is the last line before the state has to explain itself, not as a campaign, but as a way of living on a map this wide. If you drifted after Seleucia fell in July of 141, you can come back here. The taking is done. Media is Parthian. The river cities are Parthian. Elam is Parthian. A Seleucid king has been captured. The Greek hold on the plateau has lifted. What remains is a harder question, and it is the question this hour is for. How do you keep a thing like that for centuries without becoming Darius and without becoming a raid that fades? Livius on the Parthian Empire page is the room this chapter lives in. The Parthian or Arsacid Empire, he says, was the most enduring of the empires of the ancient Near East. Enduring is not the same as neat. Enduring is not the same as a single road and a single terrace and a single stone sentence cut into a cliff. Enduring in this house is a confederacy that learned how to stay many rooms at once. The title comes first, because the title tells you what they thought they were. The Arsacid kings want to be called King of Kings. Livius says this is the title Cyrus had ordered his subjects to use in the 6th century. So the newest Iranian empire reaches backward for the oldest imperial name this film has already spoken. King of Kings. Not king of a city, not satrap of a district, a king standing over other kings. The title is apt, the same page says, because the Parthian monarch rules his own empire plus some 18 vassal kings. Hatra, the port of Charax. The ancient kingdom of Armenia. Those 3 names are enough to feel the design. A desert city with its own lord. A port that faces the water and has its own interest. A highland kingdom that will be the argument Rome and Parthia never finish. The man at the center is not sending a satrap down a royal road to replace those lords. He is wearing a crown above their crowns. They remain. He remains. The map remains many. That is the opposite of Behistan, and it is worth sitting with until the difference becomes quiet. Darius I cut a claim into a cliff in 3 languages and listed the lands that had broken and been brought home. He divided the world into satrapies that owed tax, troops, and loyalty to the center. Local custom could stand. The tribute still traveled inward. The Parthian house keeps the old title and refuses the old machine. Several languages. Several nations. Several economic systems. Livius says the loose ties were the keys to its survival. If you are already half asleep, you do not need a diagram, you need a feeling, a state that can lose a city and not lose itself, a court that can move. A king who is real and also not the only king in the room. How the court actually ran sits on the same page in a handful of hard facts, and a sleep film should not dress them up as a constitution they are not. Local potentates matter. The king has to respect their privileges. Several noble families have a vote in the royal council. The Surian clan has the right to crown the Parthian king. Every aristocrat is allowed and expected to keep an army of his own. Read that last sentence again, slowly, because the rest of this empire's life is inside it. Every aristocrat keeps an army. That is how a plateau this wide gets defended without waiting for a letter from a river capital. A raid comes, a satrap or a great house fields men. The center does not have to empty another province to answer. For a long time, that is wisdom. It is also how a state becomes a cluster of smaller courts that remember their own interest first. When the throne has a strong man on it, the design covers the map. When the throne has a weak man on it, the design is a door. In 224, a Persian vassal from Fars will walk through that door. We are not there. We are in the years when the door is still a method, not a wound. The Surian clan deserves a longer hold than a list. They crown the king. Later, on a steppe east of Harran, a commander the Greek and Latin sources call Shurna will beat 7 Roman legions. Livius says that man must have been of the Surian clan, the same clan that crowns kings. So the house that places the crown is also the house that can win the empire's most famous battle. That is not a modern cabinet. That is a family with a ritual rite and a private army, standing so close to the throne that the throne cannot pretend to be the only power. Cities keep their ancient rights. Civil administration stays more or less undisturbed. That was already true when Mithradates took Seleucia, and it remains the rule after the taking has cooled. A Greek city remains a Greek city. A Babylonian district keeps the scribes who know how to date a tablet and tax a canal. The new rulers adapt, Livius says, if they want the rule to last. Coin legends are written in the Greek alphabet. That practice continues into the 2nd century of our era, even when knowledge of the language is in decline and nobody knows how to read or write the Greek characters. Money that still wears Greek letters after the letters have become decoration. A conquest that keeps the previous conquest's handwriting because handwriting is how markets trust a king. At court the other language lives. Courtiers speak Persian and use the Pahlavi script, so the state is bilingual on purpose, and then, later, it is bilingual as habit, and then the Greek on the silver is only a shape. A tired viewer can hold just that. Persian speech in the hall, Greek letters in the purse, vassal kings in the gaps, a crown that needs a great family to put it on. The court travels. That is not a picturesque detail. It is how a confederacy stays visible. Darius had many capitals because the plateau is too large for one season and one palace. The Parthians make the moving itself into government. Hecatompylos in the beginning, Nisa in the northeast. Ecbatana once Media is theirs. Seleucia on the Tigris. Then Ctesiphon, the western capital that later knights will not let go of. Ragi, Susa, Livius names the towns that flourish. Ctesiphon, Seleucia, Ecbatana, Ragi, Hecatompylos, Nisa, Susa. A state with that many rooms can lose one room and still have a place to sit. Ctesiphon is the room that grows largest, and so it needs its own stillness. Livius says the Parthian name is Tispun. It sits on the Tigris, near the older town of Opis, not far from where the Diyala joins the river. After 129, it was a winter residence. Later kings poured the spoils of western campaigns into it. At its height, Livius gives the city as about 30 square kilometers. Imperial Rome, on that same comparison, is 13.7. The number is only there so the size can sit in the room. This is not a camp of horse archers who refuse cities. This is a house that learned cities, kept their rights, and then built a river capital large enough that Roman armies would treat it as the prize. They will take that prize more than once, and the empire will still be there. 116, 165, 198. 3 captures of the most important capital. The loose ties, Livius says, were the keys to survival. If your state is one terrace, a fire on the terrace is the end of the argument. If your state is a confederacy of courts and cities and horse lords, a Roman army can winter in Ctesiphon and still not have Parthia. That is the method in a single weather report. The city falls, the house does not. Tribute is one royal income, toll is another. Livius says Parthia controls the Silk Road, the route from the Mediterranean to China. I use that phrase because Livius uses it. I will not turn this hour into a caravan story. I will only say that a state sitting across Iran and Mesopotamia sits across the long east-west line, and that tolls on that line can feed a court, even when a king is too weak to squeeze every vassal. A confederacy that cannot always command is still a confederacy that can charge a crossing. That is another reason the design lasts. Money does not only come from a satrap's fear, it comes from the fact of the map. The army matches the government, because in this house they are made of the same families. 2 kinds of cavalry. Heavy armored riders, the men Greek and Latin writers call cataphracts. Light-mounted archers. That is the tool the Plato gives a people who began as Parni. It is also, later, the reason the wars with Rome cannot end. Rome relies on heavy infantry. The Parthians are hard to defeat in the open. The Parthians are unskilled in siege warfare. They cannot keep the cities they take, so nobody can finish it. A night film can live in that stalemate without turning it into a moral. One side cannot pin the horses. The other side cannot hold the walls. The frontier becomes weather. Religion in this house is not yet the state project it will become under the Sasanians. I do not have, on the pages opened for this chapter, a Parthian decree that makes Zoroastrianism the founding stone of the government. Fire is in the ground. Older Iranian habits are in the ground. Greek gods arrived with the Seleucid layer and did not all leave when the coins kept their letters. Later Encyclopedia pages in this film said the Parthians were still heavily Hellenized even while they felt refreshing to Iranian subjects. A truthful sleep film leaves that mixture in the room. The next Persian house from Fars will tie the fire to the crown on purpose. This house lets the rooms stay mixed. Now the Western clock, because a government this loose still has a border, and the border is about to meet a new neighbor. In 69 before our era, Livius says, the 2 enemies, Parthia and Rome, conclude a treaty. The Euphrates will be the border. Sit with that river for a moment. It is not a wall. It is a line 2 large states can point to. On one side, the Mediterranean power that has been eating the last Greek kingdoms. On the other, the Confederacy that took Seleucia in July 141 and learned to sit in Babylon without becoming Babylon. For a few years, the line holds as a sentence in a treaty. Sentences on rivers last until someone with 7 legions decides they do not. 6 years later, in 63, Pompey conquers what is left of the Seleucids. The Macedonian house that once made the Arsaces pay tribute, the house that planted Seleucia like a nail, the house that leaned west until the east grew its own kings, is gone. Its last remnant falls to Rome. That is another country's ending, and we will not follow it into Syrian rooms this film does not own. What matters on this night is the neighbor it leaves behind. Until 63, Parthia's western problem could still be described as a dying Greek dynasty. After 63, the western problem is Rome. Rome is not a satrapy. Rome is not a vassal king at Hatra. Rome is a state that thinks in infantry columns and in the collection of provinces, and it has just arrived at the river the treaty named. The Confederacy on the far bank has cavalry and great families and a capital on the Tigris, and a habit of letting local lords keep their armies. Those two ways of being large are about to spend 3 centuries failing to finish each other. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still and administrative. A Parthian coin with Greek letters, held long enough to see that the letters are a policy. A map of the Tigris and the Euphrates, 2 rivers, 2 kinds of power. A later view of Hatra if the photograph is free. No generated cataphracts. No fake Senate. No war movie eagle. The tired viewer does not need a charge to understand a confederacy. The tired viewer needs to feel a crown that sits on other crowns and a river that is trying to be a law. There is a temptation to treat everything between Mithradates and Carrhae as empty air. It was not empty, it was this: kings who are not all strong, families who vote, a clan that crowns, cities with rights, tolls on the long road. A winter palace becoming a capital, a treaty on the Euphrates, the last Greek neighbor replaced by a Roman one. Generations of men named Arsaces because the first name became the house, the way a founder's name can become a title if the house lasts long enough. I will not invent a personality for each of those kings from a stub. I will say that the weather of those generations was the weather of a design that worked. The map stayed many. The court stayed moving. The silver stayed believable. The horses stayed the army. In 53, that weather meets a man who does not believe in it. His name is Crassus. He is one of the triumvirs. He has money. He has 7 legions. He has an alliance on his flank with Artavasdes II of Armenia. He will cross the Euphrates anyway, as if a treaty were only a sentence, and on a step east of Haran, he will meet a commander from the clan that crowns kings. That meeting is the next hour. Tonight we stop on the near side of it, because Carrhae is famous enough to steal a chapter that was supposed to be about how a state lived, and this film has already promised not to let famous afternoons eat the rooms that made them possible. If you are still awake, you can hold the design as a short line and then let the extra towns go. King of kings over some 18 vassals, Greek letters on the coins, Persian speech at court, noble families in council. The Surian right to crown, private armies as the point, not the failure, a traveling court, Ctesiphon growing on the Tigris, 30 square kilometers at its height, tolls on the long road. 69. The Euphrates as a border. 63. The Seleucids gone, Rome next door. Then 53. Waiting in the next room. If you are not still awake, keep only the feeling. The most enduring empire of the ancient Near East, if Livius is right to call it that, endured by refusing to be a single machine. It was many kings, many cities, many armies, and one crown that needed other men to place it. This chapter's last line is quieter. A house that kept Greek handwriting on the silver and Persian speech in the hall drew a river as its border in 69, and then watched a new neighbor arrive who did not intend to treat that river as a law. The next room is a step east of an old city in 53, and a Roman army that thought the east would open like a door. We will walk there slowly. We will let the land be a steppe that can feed 7 legions, not a desert invented to excuse a defeat. We will let the arrows have supply lines. We will let the commander have a clan. Tonight it is enough that the Confederacy exists, that it knows how it lives, and that the river it named as a border is about to be crossed. And if even the treaty year has left you, keep this. After the First Persian Empire ended, and after Greek kings lost the plateau, the land grew a kind of monarchy that was not Persepolis and not Antioch. It was a crown over crowns. It lasted because it could lose a city. It would last until a Persian from Fars decided that looseness was no longer a method. Between those two facts sits a river and a Roman name, and a battle this film has not yet allowed to speak. That is the close of the government. That is the last line before the horses and the eagles finally meet. If you drifted after the Confederacy, you can come back here. The midpoint of this film is not Thermopylae. It is not Persepolis on fire. It is a step east of an old city in 53 BC and a Roman army that thought the east would open like a door. Livius on the Carrhae page is the source for this hour. Haran, in Akkadian Haranu, intersecting roads. In Latin, Carrhae, an ancient city in Mesopotamia, famous for a temple of the moon god Sin and for the defeat of the Roman general Crassus in 53 BC. Intersecting roads. Hold that older name for a moment. This is not a blank. This is a place people have been crossing for a long time, a moon temple, a valley, a city that will outlast the afternoon we are about to walk through. The later Roman story liked a desert that betrayed them. The page does not. Before the 7 legions, before the sun, before the hill, the frontier already had a name. In 69 BC, 16 years earlier, Parthia and Rome had concluded a treaty. The Euphrates would be the border. In 63, Pompey finished what was left of the Seleucids. The old Macedonian house that had sat on Iranian ground since the wreck of Alexander was gone from the west. Rome now stood on the river that the treaty had named. Parthia stood on the other bank, a confederacy with a crown, already almost 2 centuries old if you start it in 247, already the taker of Seleucia in July 141, already the power that had learned how to be more than a raid. So when Marcus Licinius Crassus looked east in 53, he was not exploring. He was not a traveler. He was a triumvir with a problem that money had not solved. The late Roman Republic in these years is a room with 3 stools. Caesar has been winning in the West. Pompey has a name that already fills halls. Crassus has the silver. He is the richest man in the story, and richness in Rome is not a private comfort. It is a political fact. It buys men. It buys offices. It does not by itself buy the kind of glory that makes a crowd shout a name the way they shout Caesar's. In 53, he went to get the kind of victory silver cannot buy. Livius gives him 7 legions. If you have never had to picture a legion, you do not need a textbook count tonight. You need the feeling of a very large, very heavy, very confident machine walking east because the man who paid for it wanted a triumph as loud as his rivals. Infantry. Discipline, camps laid out like arguments. A belief, deep in the bone of that army, that a line of men with shields can take a country if the country will stand still long enough to be taken. He also had an alliance on his flank with Artavasdes II of Armenia, an Armenian king who can see both empires, an alliance that looks, on a map, like a jaw closing on Parthia. Alliances look better on maps than they feel on the ground. Armenia is high country. Its court can face west or east. Its crown is never quite safe. I will not invent a quarrel I did not read in full. I will say that Crassus does not get, in the end, the war he thought he had purchased. The jaw does not close. The Roman column goes forward as a column, not as a pincer. He crossed the Euphrates. That sentence is shorter than the river. The Euphrates is the line both sides had already named. Crossing it is not a scouting trip. It is a decision that the Treaty of 69 is paper. On the far side is the Parthian Empire. On the far side, in this year, the king is Orodes II. Orodes does not have to be on the field for the field to be his. That is a Confederacy fact. A Darius would have wanted to be seen. A Parthian king can let a great house win for him and still be king of kings in the telling, until the great house is too large to tell. The great house in this hour is the Surian. The commander the Greek and Latin sources call Shurna is, on the Livius page, a man who must have been of that clan, the same clan that has the right to crown a Parthian king. So the army Crassus meets is not a royal parade sent from one terrace. It is a clan army, horse and bow, fighting for Orodes and for its own name. In a loose aristocracy, that is how wars are actually fought. The king of kings may be elsewhere. A great house fields the men. A great house takes the glory. A great house then becomes a problem because glory in a confederacy is a kind of rival crown. They met on the plain east of Haran. Livius is careful about the land, and a sleep film should be too. The country is not the empty desert of later excuses. This part of Mesopotamia is a steppe. There are rivers. Haran sits in the valley of the Balik. Agriculture is possible. An army, even 7 legions, could feed itself there. The later Roman story liked a desert that betrayed them. The page will not let that cover story stand. A step can look empty to a man who grew up among hills and streets. It is not empty. It has grass. It has water if you know the valley. It has room for cavalry to work. It has room for a camel train to sit behind the horse and keep the quivers full. That last picture is the one Livius wants you to keep. Dromedaries, hundreds of thousands of arrows. A supply line that does not panic when the first hour goes badly. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still. A map of the Balik, a later engraving of Harran's ruins if it is free to use. A Parthian horseman from a museum relief. A camel if the photograph is honest and old. No generated sandstorm, no war movie charge. The fact is enough. A Roman triumvir walked east with 7 legions and did not walk back. What does a battle like this feel like if you refuse to film it as a charge? It feels like weather, horse appearing and disappearing, dust, the sound of infantry trying to keep a line against something that will not hold still. A heavy machine built to take ground and keep it, meeting a style of war that does not want the ground in the same way. The cataphract is a man and a horse both covered in metal, a moving wall. The mounted archer is a man who does not need to hold a line. He rides in, he looses, he rides out. Behind him, the camels wait with more arrows than a Roman soldier has hours. Livius will not let the old cover story stand, and I will say his sentence more than once, because it is the sentence this chapter exists to protect. The main reason for the Parthian victory had nothing to do with treachery or a desert in which the Romans could not deploy. Those factors were invented to cover up that the Parthians had been superior in numbers and quality. They had better supply lines. Dromedaries brought them hundreds of thousands of arrows. That settled the battle. Superior in numbers and quality. Better supply. Arrows that do not run out. That is not a romance. That is logistics. A tired viewer can hold those 3 facts and let the speeches go. The East did not trick Crassus. The East outlasted him. A summary from Livy's lost history, as Livius quotes it, is short. Marcus Crassus crossed the Euphrates, carried the war to the Parthian Empire, and was defeated in a battle in which his son also fell. With the remains of his army, he occupied a hill. He was summoned to a conference by Shurna as if to speak about a truce. He was captured and killed so that he would not live on in the indignity of remaining alive. Read that again slowly, because a sleep film can live in a short source. He crossed, he was defeated. His son fell, he took a hill, he was invited to talk, he did not come back. The indignity of remaining alive. That last clause is a Roman sentence. It tells you what the writer thinks a defeated triumvir owes the story. It does not tell you what the Parthians thought they were doing. They thought they were ending a war. The sun has a name in the longer tellings. Publius, he is the piece of the afternoon that makes the father stay too long, or come too far, or refuse the kind of retreat that might have saved the eagles. I will not invent his last minute. The short source is enough. The sun fell. After that, the hill. A hill after a battle is not a fortress. It is a place you go when the plain has refused you. The remains of 7 legions, which is a quieter way of saying a wreck, climb to ground that feels safer because it is not flat. From a hill you can see. From a hill you can also be seen. Shurna does not need to storm it if he can talk the man down. The conference is the cruelest room in the chapter, and it is also the most ordinary. Wars end in tents, and in the space between 2 parties who have decided that more dying will not improve the afternoon. Shurna summons Crassus as if to speak about a truce. The as if is doing a lot of work. Livius, quoting the lost Livy, does not pretend the talk was honest. Crassus is captured. Crassus is killed so that he will not live on in the indignity of remaining alive. A live Crassus is a problem. A live Crassus can negotiate, can be ransomed, can go home and tell a story in the Senate that makes the East look beatable. A dead Crassus is an ending. Plutarch, in his Life of Crassus, tells the campaign at length. The battle itself was near the river, north or south of the city. After the defeat, the Romans went to Haran. Leaving at night, they lost their way in the marshes. They were forced to negotiate. They lost their general. Night, marshes. A city they had wanted to use as a shelter, becoming a trap of dark water. You do not need a filmed panic. You need the sequence. Day, the arrows. Evening, the walls of Haran. Night, the wrong path. Dawn, the conference that is not a conference. Haran, the city of intersecting roads, has marshes. That is worth sitting with if you came here expecting sand. Water is why a city exists here. Water is also why a beaten army, leaving in the dark, can lose the road it came to take. The moon temple that made the city famous does not have to appear as a miracle. It can appear as a fact. People have been worshipping a moon god at this crossing for a long time. Nabonidus, earlier in this film, spent years with that same god's cult at this same Haran, and the priests of Marduk in Babylon disliked him for it. The city was old when Crassus arrived. It will be old when he is gone. There is a human size to 53 that the later centuries can bury, and a sleep film should not bury it. A son dies in the battle. A father takes a hill. A conference is offered. A life ends so that it will not continue as a trophy that can still speak. Around them, thousands of other men do not get a paragraph. 7 legions do not vanish into a footnote without leaving empty houses in Italy and empty saddles on the plateau. We do not have their names. We have the shape. A very expensive afternoon. If you came to this film from the Greek wars, you may want Thermopylae to be the center of Persian history. This chapter is here to move the center. The war that made Greece famous did not unmake Persia. The war that made Rome careful did not unmake Parthia either. What it did was introduce the 2 largest machines of the late Republic and the early Empire to a style of fighting they could not conclude. From here on, the West does not get to treat the Iranian plateau as a problem for later. The Greek and Latin writers will spend a long time explaining Carrhae. They will try desert. They will try treachery. They will try the luxury of Crassus and the rashness of his son. They will try the idea that the East is a kind of trick. Livius, reading them will not let the main reason hide. The Parthians were better that day. They had more. They had better. They had arrows in reserve when the Roman machine had nothing left but a hill and a hope that talk would work. Who is Shurna if we are not going to turn him into a novel? He is a commander fighting for Orodes II. He is tied to the clan that crowns. He is the man who can destroy 7 legions and therefore is not a safe subject. In a confederacy, a general who wins too loudly is a problem for the King of Kings. I will not film his end if I do not have that page open in this pass. I will only leave the warning in the room. The victory of 53 BC belongs to a clan as much as to a crown. The next chapter will live in that danger for generations. Orodes II is the king whose name sits on the year. He does not have to be on the field. That absence is not weakness in the Parthian design. It is the design. A king of kings over some 18 vassals does not need to sit on every horse. He needs the great houses to fight when fighting is required, and to stop when stopping is required. Sometimes they stop, sometimes they do not. The consequences sit on the same Livius page, and they are larger than one man's death. Of the once powerful triumvirate, only Pompey and Julius Caesar remained. Now that there was no one to balance them, the 2 men were bound to fight a civil war sooner or later. Sit with that. A step east of Haran helps decide who will rule the West. The 3rd stool is gone. The other 2 will not share the room. A sleep film about Persia does not have to narrate Pharsalus. It only has to say that Carrhae walked back to Italy in the form of an empty chair. Another consequence was that Rome felt it had to invade the East to avenge itself. Mark Antony did this with mixed success. Mixed success is a kind sentence for a campaign that does not become a second Carrhae and also does not become a conquest. Years later, it is left to Tiberius, under Augustus, to receive back the eagle standards lost in 53, an event the Roman state knows how to celebrate. The eagles are the other afterlife of the afternoon. A Roman legion's eagle is not a mascot. It is the thing a legion is not supposed to lose. Crassus lost them. Decades later, the return of those standards can be carved in stone and called peace. Ceremony can do what a second invasion could not. It can close a wound in public without closing the frontier. A tired viewer can hold just that. The eagles go. The eagles come home as theatre. The river stays the argument. For Parthia, Carrhae is not the founding of the empire. The empire is already almost 2 centuries old if you start it in 247. If you start it with Arsaces in the northeast, and you walk through tribute to Antiochus between 209 and 204, and you walk through Mithradates taking Media and then Seleucia in July 141, and you arrive at 53, you are looking at a state that has already learned how to be more than a raid. Carrhae is the moment the Mediterranean world has to write that fact down in a way it cannot laugh off. A loose, cavalry-heavy, decentralized state has beaten the richest man in Rome on a step that can feed an army. That sentence should be allowed to sit. schoolbooks that begin Persia with Thermopylae and end it with Alexander do not have a place for this afternoon. This film does. This film is a 1,200-year walk. 53 BC is one of the stones you can put your foot on and feel the whole path shift. Rome and Parthia will keep this frontier for generations after 53. Armenia will be the argument they never finish. A king in Armenia can be a Parthian friend, a Roman client, or a man trying to be both. Cities on the rivers will change hands. Treaties will be made and broken. In 69, they had already named the Euphrates as a border. In 53, that name was ignored. After 53, the name comes back, again and again, because neither side can replace it with a better one. Why those wars never end is also on the government page, and it belongs in this chapter as well as the next. Parthian armies are two kinds of cavalry: heavy armored cataphracts, light mounted archers. Rome relies on heavy infantry. The Parthians are hard to defeat in the open. The Parthians are unskilled in siege warfare. They cannot keep the cities they take. Roman armies can take cities and cannot pin horse on a step, so nobody can finish it. That is why Carrhae is a midpoint, not an ending. The frontier becomes a rhythm: advance, sack, withdraw, treaty. Insult, advance. A tired viewer does not need the names of every rhythm. You need to know why the song does not end. It does not end because each side is built to win a different kind of day. The open day belongs to the bow. The walled day belongs to the legion. The river is the compromise they keep writing down and then crossing. There is a temptation in a film that also has Cyrus and Darius and Persepolis to treat Carrhae as a Roman story that wandered in. It is not. It is a Persian imperial story in the long sense this brief demanded. The whole span, not just Thermopylae, the plateau after Alexander, the Parni becoming Parthians, the Confederacy learning how to sit across from the Mediterranean world and not be collected. 53 BC is that lesson taught at the cost of 7 legions. It is also a lesson about what kind of state Parthia is. Not a second Achaemenid Terrace, not a Seleucid city with Greek administrators and a Syrian center of gravity. A traveling court, a clan that crowns, 18 vassals, Greek letters on the coins, Persian speech in the hall, tolls on the long east-west road. A winter capital on the Tigris that can fall in later years in 116 and 165 and 198 without ending the name. Carrhae shows the strength of that design. The next long chapter shows the cost. A state that lets clans keep armies can beat a triumvir. A state that lets clans keep armies can also fail to move as one when a vassal in Fars decides the Terrace is his. If you are still awake, you can already feel 224 waiting at the far end of that sentence. You do not need it tonight. Tonight is 53. Tonight is the plain, the arrows, the hill, the talk that is not a talk. Harran remains. The Moon Temple remains in the city's fame. The Balak still runs. Later people will walk through ruins and argue about where the line stood. A night film does not have to settle the North Bank or the South Bank. Plutarch was already unsure. We can be unsure with him. The river, the city, the steppe, the hill, the invitation to talk. That is enough geography for an hour that is trying to let you sleep. If the pictures stay public archives, let the last ones be quiet. A later view of a Mesopotamian valley. A museum bronze of a horseman, a coin. A ruined wall that might be anyone's. No generated desert, no fake eagle in the sand, long holds. The fact of a crossing is the image, intersecting roads, a place people have been walking through since before Rome had a name for it. Sit with the year, then let the names soften. 69 BC, the Euphrates named as a border. 63, the last Seleucid wreck collected by Pompey. 53, Crassus crosses anyway, 7 legions. Artavasts on the flank that does not become a jaw. Orodes II, not necessarily on the field. Shurna of the Surian, the clan that crowns. A steppe, not a desert, a valley that can feed an army, dromedaries, hundreds of thousands of arrows, a sun fallen, a hill, a conference, a death arranged so that life will not continue as an indignity, night marshes outside Haran. Eagles gone, later returned as ceremony, an empty stool in Rome and a civil war sooner or later. A frontier that will not end because neither side can fight the other's best day. If you are still awake, hold a shorter line than that. In 53 BC, the richest Roman in the story walked east with 7 legions, and the east did not open. If you want the feeling in one image, do not use a charge. Use a camel standing behind the horse, loaded with arrows, waiting. The battle is not a single brave minute. The battle is a supply line that does not break. If you want a second image, use the hill at evening. The remains of a machine that believed in lines. A man who has lost a son, an invitation to talk. The oldest trick and the oldest mercy and the oldest trap, which is the offer of words after arrows. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will stay inside Parthia, with the loose kings and the slow fracture that makes room for a Persian house from Fars. Ctesiphon will be taken 3 times, and the empire will still be there. Then a vassal in the south will remember a Terrace, and the most enduring empire of the ancient Near East, on Livius's wording, will end for a reason Rome could never arrange. This chapter does not go there yet. This chapter stays on the plain. There is one more quiet fact to leave in the room. Carrhae is famous because Rome lost. In a film about the Persian imperial span, the more important fact is that someone on the Iranian side was in a position to win. That someone was not Cyrus and not Darius and not a king on a terrace at Persepolis. That someone was a Parthian clan commander on a steppe with camels and time. The first Persian Empire ended in 330. The idea of an Iranian empire did not. 53 BC is one of the days that proves it. A tired viewer can let even that go. You do not have to carry the proof into sleep. You can carry a river, a city of intersecting roads, a moon temple, a camel, and a year. 53 before the Common Era. The East did not open. This chapter's last line is quieter. In 53 BC, the East did not open. It shot until the richest Roman in the story was gone. If you drifted after Carrhae, you can come back here. The year 53 BC is not the birth of Parthia. It is the moment the Mediterranean world has to admit that the Iranian plateau is not a satrapy waiting to be collected. This chapter is about the long afternoon after that admission, and about the way a state that can survive 3 sackings of its capital still cannot survive a vassal in Fars who wants the center back. Livius calls the Parthian, or Arsacid, empire the most enduring of the empires of the ancient Near East. Enduring is not the same as neat. After 53 BC, the map has 2 great powers sharing a sore border. Rome has just lost 7 legions and a triumvir on the steppe east of Harran. Parthia has just shown what horse archers and a camel train of arrows can do to heavy infantry. Neither side can finish the other. Livius already gave the reason, and it still holds. Parthian armies are 2 kinds of cavalry: heavy armored cataphracts, light mounted archers. Rome relies on heavy infantry. The Parthians are hard to defeat in the open. The Parthians are unskilled in siege warfare. They cannot keep the cities they take. So the wars last for almost 3 centuries, and nobody wins them cleanly. Sit with that design for a moment, because the rest of this hour is only that design aging. A cataphract is a man and a horse both covered in metal, a moving wall. A mounted archer is a man who does not need to hold a line. He rides in, he looses, he rides out. An infantry column is a machine for taking ground and keeping it. On a steppe east of Harran, the machine meets a weather it was not built for. On a walled city, the weather meets a machine it was not built for. That is why Carrhae can be a catastrophe for Rome and still not be the end of Rome in the east. That is why a Parthian raid can reach deep and still not become a province. The man who won Carrhae does not get to enjoy it as a king. Shauna, the commander Livius, ties to the Surian clan, the same clan that has the right to crown a Parthian king, is too successful. Later writers have Orodes II put him aside. I did not reopen a full murder scene on this pass, so I will not film one. The shape is enough. In a loose aristocracy, a general who wins too loudly is a problem for the King of Kings. The victory of 53 BC belongs to a clan as much as to a crown. Remember that. When we come to 224, the same looseness will matter again. A state that lets clans keep armies can beat a triumvir. A state that lets clans keep armies can also fail to move as one when a vassal in the south decides the Terrace is his. Rome, after Carrhae, cannot punish anyone at once. It falls into its own civil war. Julius Caesar and Pompey, the 2 remaining triumvirs, are bound to fight. That is another film. What belongs here is the consequence Livius already named. Rome feels it has to invade the East to avenge itself. Mark Antony does this with mixed success. Years later, it is left to Tiberius, under Augustus, to receive back the eagle standards lost at Carrhae, an event the Roman state knows how to celebrate. The return of the standards is a ceremony. It is not the end of the frontier. A tired viewer can hold just that. The eagles go. The eagles come home as theatre. The river stays the argument. The frontier itself is older than the revenge. In 69 BC, 16 years before Carrhae, Parthia and Rome had concluded a treaty. The Euphrates would be the border. In 63, Pompey finished what was left of the Seleucids, so when Crassus crossed in 53, he was not exploring. He was breaking a line both sides had already named. After 53, that line becomes a habit. Armenia sits on it as the argument they never finish. A king in Armenia can be a Parthian friend, a Roman client, or a man trying to be both. Cities on the rivers change hands. Treaties are made and broken. A night film does not need every raid. It needs the weather, 2 empires, 1 river, a highland kingdom in between that neither can leave alone. If you are still awake, you can let Armenia sit in the room as a feeling rather than a king list. High country, a court that can face west or east, a crown that is never quite safe. Every generation someone in Rome or someone in Ctesiphon decides that this time Armenia will be settled. It is never settled. That unfinished sentence is the Parthian afternoon. How Parthia lives through all of this is the part the first draft skipped, and it is the part that makes 224 intelligible. The empire is not very centralized. Livius said it plainly on the government page. Several languages, several nations, several economic systems. The loose ties were the keys to its survival. The king rules his own lands plus some 18 vassal kings. Hatra, the port of Charax, the ancient kingdom of Armenia, a king of kings over kings, not a Darius sending satraps down a single road. Several noble families have a vote in the royal council. The Surian clan crowns the king. Every aristocrat is allowed and expected to keep an army of his own. When the throne has a strong man on it, that design is a strength. The empire can bend. It can absorb a raid in one province without emptying another. When the throne has a weak man on it, those divisions become the state. Imagine, if you are still with me, a letter that has to be written 18 times. Not because the King of Kings is fond of copies, because 18 courts have to be asked, not told. Some will send horse, some will send delay, some will send a son and keep the rest of the men at home. A Darius could move the royal road because the road was his. A Parthian king moves a confederacy. That is a slower animal. It is also a harder animal to kill. The elite of the old Seleucid cities is still Greek. The cities keep ancient rites. Coin legends stay in the Greek alphabet into the 2nd century AD, even when knowledge of the language is in decline and the letters have become decoration. Sit with that image. A silver coin in a market on the Tigris. Letters that once named a king in a living tongue. Now the letters are a pattern, the way a border on a carpet is a pattern. People still trust the metal. They do not need to read the Greek. The past is stamped on the present and nobody in the stall is required to translate it. At court, people speak Persian and use the Pahlavi script. The royal court travels from capital to capital. Ctesiphon on the Tigris becomes the Western name later Knight's Keep. Seleucia sits across the river. Ecbatana still matters in the old Median country. Ragi, Hecatompylos, the early northeastern capital. Nisa. Susa, the old Elamite city that has now been Elamite, Achaemenid, Macedonian, Seleucid, and Parthian. A tired viewer can hold just that list as a feeling, not a map quiz. This state is a cluster of courts. It is not one terrace. If the pictures in this hour are public archives, let them be a coin, a bronze horseman, a later view of a river, a ruin that was once a winter palace. Longholds, no generated council of 18 kings. The fact of looseness is the image. Tribute is one royal income, toll is another. Parthia controls the long east-west route. Livius is willing to call the Silk Road, the route from the Mediterranean to China. Goods move, tolls are taken. A king who cannot command every satrap can still get rich if the caravans keep moving. That is a different kind of power from Darius's road of messengers. It is also a kind of power that depends on peace more than a war movie likes to admit. A caravan does not care who one carry. A caravan cares whether the wells are open and whether the men at the next station will take a toll instead of a life. For long stretches of this afternoon, that is what Parthian power looks like from the road. Not a spear, a tariff, not a terrace of gift-bearers, a receipt. Ctesiphon is the prize that proves the design. Livius puts the city on the Tigris, near the older town of Opis, not far from where the Diyala joins the river. After 129 BC, it was a Parthian winter residence. Later kings poured Western spoils into it. At its height, the same page gives the city as about 30 square kilometers. Imperial Rome, on that comparison, is 13.7. The number is only there so the size can sit in the room. This is not a camp. It is one of the great cities of the ancient world. 30 square kilometers. If you are half asleep, you do not need to picture a surveyor. You need to picture a place that takes a long time to walk across. Palaces, markets, the river, the other bank, where Seleucia still has a Greek name and a Greek habit. Two cities looking at each other over water. Later, the Sasanians will rebuild the Parthian side as a large round city, and they will rename Seleucia ve Ardashir, the good city of Ardashir. In this chapter, that rebuilding has not happened. In this chapter, Ctesiphon is still the Arsacid winter name, and it is already large enough that a Roman general can think, if I take this, I have taken Parthia. He is wrong. 3 times he is wrong. Rome understood the prize and took it, and still could not end Parthia. Livius names the captures. In 116, Trajan. In 165, Lucius Verus, or more precisely his general Avidius Cassius. In 198, Septimius Severus. 3 times in the 2nd century, the most important capital falls. 3 times the empire survives because there are other centers. Walk those 3 years slowly. They are the proof of the chapter. 116. Trajan is the emperor who has already taken the map as far as a Roman map likes to go. He comes down the rivers. He takes the dual city. For a moment the Roman East looks as if it can swallow the Iranian West. Then Trajan dies, and the moment dies with him, and the Parthian name is still on the plateau. The cluster of kingdoms did not need Ctesiphon in order to exist. That is the sentence. Write it again if you are still awake. The cluster of kingdoms did not need Ctesiphon in order to exist. 165. A generation later, Lucius Verus holds the title. Avidius Cassius does the work. The city falls again. Disease travels with that campaign in later memory, and I will not turn a plague into a number I did not read on the page I hold. I will only say that taking Ctesiphon is not the same as keeping Iran. The court can move. The horse lords are not in the palace when the infantry arrives. The vassal kings are still vassal kings in their own houses. 198. Septimius Severus, the last of the three and the one Livius says still hurt. A modern estimate on that page says the gold and silver taken in 198 was enough to postpone a European economic crisis for 3 or 4 decades. You can imagine what that did to the court that lost it. The loose design saved the name of the state. It did not save the treasury. A confederacy can survive a sack. A confederacy that has just been stripped of a generation of metal is a poorer confederacy. Poor kings have a harder time asking 18 courts for loyalty. After 198, the vitality is being drained. The Ardashir article, looking backward from the other end, is the page that says this most clearly. Decentralization had been the point. Satraps could move. Local armies could form without a letter from the King of Kings. On a plateau this wide, that was wisdom for a long time. By the early 3rd century, it is a liability. Rome can field more men than a single satrapy can meet. The autonomy of the satraps has become mini-kingdoms, more concerned with themselves than with the empire. Engagements with Rome continue. Internal dissent continues. The title King of Kings is larger than the reach. I will not invent a clean king list for every Arsacid between Orotes II and Artabanus IV. The pages I hold do not give me a sleep-length diary of each face. What they give me is the weather of those faces. Some kings are strong enough to settle Armenia for a season. Some lose a brother to a rival court. Some strike a coin in Greek letters that no one in the palace can really read anymore. Some sit in Ctesiphon and watch a Roman column come up the river and leave again. The state persists. Persistence is not the same as health. If you want a way to feel those missing faces without lying about them, use the coins and the river. A new profile, a new crown, the same Greek letters less and less alive, the same Tigris, the same problem. How do you ask a clan that keeps its own army to spend that army on your war, when your war may be a Roman column that will leave in a year, and their army is the only thing that keeps their own valley quiet? The last Parthian king of kings in this story is Artabanus IV. The Ardashir page gives his reign as 213 to 224. His power was waning. He could not command the resources of his predecessors. Roman incursions had been ongoing. Inside the empire, a family in Persis, in Fars, was already refusing to treat the ruins of Persepolis as someone else's to give away. That family needs to be felt in this chapter, not only in the next one, because the fracture is already there before the Battle of 224. Persis is the old Persian heartland, Pars. The word Persian comes from it. Istakhar sits beside the ruins of Persepolis. The Achaemenid Empire has been gone since 330 BC. If Ardashir is born about 180, that is 510 years of ruin by the time a child can walk those stairs. Distant memory is still memory. A terrace can stop being a palace and still be a claim. The Parthians themselves had claimed some legitimacy through that older Persian glory. They used the title King of Kings, the title Livius says Cyrus had ordered his subjects to use. They kept Persian speech at court. They were in that sense already heirs. They were also, to a house sitting on the Terrace ruins, still northeastern people, still Parni by origin, still heavily marked by the Greek centuries, still willing to let a local satrap in Fars be a vassal rather than a brother. There is a quiet insult in that arrangement, even if no one writes it as an insult. The most charged ruin in the country is in your backyard. The King of Kings is somewhere else, on a river, in a city that was a Parthian winter camp before it was a world capital. You keep the fire, you keep the memory, you send what a vassal sends. One day you stop sending it. Ardashir is born about 180 in Terrace in Persis, while the Parthian model is already failing. He is the son of Papak, prince of Istakhar, and of the princess Rodak. He is also tied, by blood or by later claim, to the high priest Sasan, after whom the next empire will be named. A night film can live with that fork. The house is priestly and royal at once. The boy is sent at age 7 to Fort Darabjurd to learn war and administration. He grows up as a Parthian general and as a local heir. That double life is the fracture in a person. He learns the empire's army. He also learns that the ruins next to Istakhar are not Artabanus's to assign. Nothing is known of those years at the fort in any detail, the page will swear to. He succeeds the commander sometime before 200, so he must have been thought able. In 200, Papak overthrows Gutchia, the local satrap of Persis, and takes the throne, then passes it to the elder son, Shapur, before his death. Ardashir had taken part in the coup and believed he had done more than his brother. They prepare for battle. Shapur is killed by falling stones from a ruined battlement before the armies meet. A ruined battlement. In a chapter about ruins, that is not a small picture. A brother dies under stone that has already failed. The fight that would have split Persis does not happen. The second son is left standing, and he does not wait to see whether other brothers will smile at his luck. Ardashir declares himself king of Persis in 208. His younger brothers object. Rather than let the region slide into civil war, he has them executed before they can arm. Other nobles try the same path. he defeats them. That is how a local house becomes too loud for the King of Kings to ignore. By the time Artabanus is king, 213 to 224, Ardashir has already made gains of his own. A vassal this loud is no longer a satrapy. He is a rival court on the most charged ruin in the country. Why this particular vassal can finish what Rome could not is the last quiet fact of the chapter. Rome could take Ctesiphon and still not take the cluster of kingdoms, because the cluster did not need Ctesiphon in order to exist. Ardashir is not coming from the west with infantry. He is coming from inside the Iranian south, from the old Persian land, with a local army, a priestly claim, and a refusal to treat the Achaemenid memory as decoration. He does not have to occupy every vassal court on the first day. He has to beat the King of Kings in the field, and then offer the remaining houses a new center that looks more Persian than the old one. In 224, he does that. Artabanus IV is defeated. The Arsacid dynasty that Livius began with Arsaces in the northeastern Grass in 247 BC ends after 470 years. If you start the house in 247 and end it in 224, that is the span. The most enduring empire of the ancient Near East, on that page's wording, ends not because a Roman emperor finally learned siege craft. It ends because its own design had become a set of proud provinces under a king who could not make them move as one, and because one of those provinces remembered a Terrace. 470 years. Cyrus to Alexander was about 220. The Parthian afternoon is longer than the First Persian Empire. That is worth sitting with, because schoolbooks do not sit with it. The house that begins as Parni in the northeast lasts longer than the house that begins as Anshan in the south. It lasts through Carrhae. It lasts through 3 sackings of Ctesiphon. It lasts through Greek letters that forget how to be Greek. It does not last through a Persian vassal who wants the center to be a center again. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the last pictures of this hour should be still and few. A later view of the Tigris. A museum photograph of a Parthian bronze. A coin with Greek letters. A relief of a horseman. The Terrace ruins at Persepolis, empty, waiting. No generated civil war. No fake council of 18 kings. Long holds. The fact of looseness is the image. The fact of a ruin is the next image. Sit with the span, then let the names soften. 53 BC Carrhae. A treaty already broken. Eagles gone, then later returned as ceremony. 116, 165, 198, Ctesiphon taken and the empire still there. A silk road of tolls. A council of nobles. A clan that crowns. A capital that can fall without ending the map. 200, a coup in Persis. 208, a Persian in Fars calling himself king. 213 to 224, Artabanus IV, weaker than his title. 224, the field and the end of the Arsaces. If you are still awake, hold the design, not the king list. A state built to bend survived Rome and could not survive a center that wanted to be a center again. If you want the feeling in one picture, use the empty terrace, not the battle, the stairs with no gift bearers, the gate with no king. 500 years of weather on stone that still means Persia to the people who live next to it. A confederacy can ignore a ruin for a long time. It cannot ignore a man who has decided the ruin is a throne. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will start in Istakhar beside those ruins and stay with the general who does not intend to remain a vassal. This chapter's last line is quieter. The empire that taught Rome to fear the bow came apart because its own provinces had learned to live without waiting for the center, and one of those provinces was Persia. If you drifted after the long Parthian afternoon, you can come back here. The Confederacy is tired. Artabanus IV is king of kings from 213 to 224, and his title is larger than his reach. Rome has taken Ctesiphon 3 times in a century. The great families still keep armies. The South has remembered an older name. That name is Persis, Fars, the land whose older word was Pars, which is where the word Persian comes from. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 24th of January 2020, is the page for this chapter. Ardashir I lived about 180 to 241, reigned 224 to 240, founder of the Persian Sasanian Empire, which that page and the Sasanian Empire page both date from 224 to 651. Father of Shapur I, who will reign 240 to 270. He is also called Ardashir I Babakan, Ardashir I, Ardashir the Unifier, and Ardashir Papakan. He was the son of Papak, prince of Istakhar, who reigned about 205 to 210, and of the princess Rodak of the Shabankeya tribe. He was born in Terrace in Persis, about 180. He is also believed to have been the grandson of the high priest Sasan, after whom the Sasanian Empire is named, though some evidence suggests he was Sasan's son and later adopted by Papak. A night film can live with that fork. The house is priestly and royal at once. The name Sasan is the name the next 4 centuries will wear. We do not need to settle the blood in order to hear the name. The family controlled Istakhar, where the ruins of Persepolis lay. The Achaemenid Empire was a distant memory by then, gone since 330, but it still resonated. The Parthians claimed some of their own legitimacy through that older Persian glory. Ardashir's family would not relinquish the site to Artabanus IV. Sit with that refusal for a while, because it is quieter than a battlefield and more useful. A ruin can be a piece of land someone assigns. A ruin can also be a sentence. A family refuses to let another man finish. The terrace Darius founded, the stairways, the gift-bearers, the unfinished gate of the Last Achaemenids had been a ruin for more than 500 years. They were still a claim. Ardashir was a general in the Parthian army under Artabanus IV. He had already made gains of his own as that king weakened. The local satrap of Persis was Gutchia. Papak had some disagreement with him. Sources are unclear, the page says, on whether Papak started a rebellion or joined one already moving. A truthful sleep film leaves that unclarity in the room. We do not know who spoke first. We know what followed. Papak was a high priest of Zoroastrianism and keeper of a fire temple, as well as a royal. Those two offices in one man are the seed of the next empire. Under the Parthians, fire was in the ground, and kingship was a confederacy. Under the house that is about to rise, fire and crown will be tied on purpose. Papak already wears both. His eldest son, Shapur, seems to have been groomed to take his place. The second son, Ardashir, was sent at age 7 to the commander of Fort Darabjerd to learn war and administration. Nothing is known of those years at the fort. That sentence is worth leaving in a night film. A boy is sent away to learn how to hold a wall and how to run a district, and the clay does not trouble to describe the lessons. He succeeded the commander sometime before 200, so he must have been thought able. A child of 7 becomes, before he is 20, the man who holds Darabjerd. That is all the page will give us, and it is enough. The second son was not raised to wait in a temple. He was raised to command. In 200, Papak overthrew Gutchia and took the throne, then passed it to Shapur before his death. Ardashir had taken part in the coup and believed he had done more than his brother. He challenged Shapur. They prepared for battle. Shapur was killed by falling stones from a ruined battlement before the armies met. A ruined battlement. Falling stones. A brother dead without a battle. The page does not say whether the stones were an accident or a sentence. This film will not improve the masonry. It will only say that the elder son, the one groomed for the fire and the local throne, dies under a ruin, and the second son is left standing. In a film about Persepolis, a man killed by a ruined wall is not a small picture. The past falls on the heir who is supposed to inherit it, and the other brother walks forward. Ardashir declared himself king of Persis in 208. His younger brothers objected. Rather than let the region slide into civil war, he had them executed before they could arm. Other nobles tried the same path. He defeated them. That is how a local house becomes too loud for the King of Kings to ignore. Not in one afternoon. From a fort, to a coup in 200, to a brother's death under stone, to a crown in Persis in 208, to a run of local wars that clear the province of men who will not wait. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be Istakhr, the Terrace ruins, later Sasanian rock reliefs that are public domain, a fire temple if the photograph is free. No generated crowns. No fake investiture scene. Pale limestone. Grass. A platform that has been a ruin since 330 and is about to become a political argument again. For 16 years after 208, he is a king in Fars and still, in the larger sentence, a man inside a Parthian world. Artabanus IV still wears the higher title. The Confederacy still has its other rooms, media. The northeast, the river cities, the great families. A king in Persis can be tolerated the way many vassals were tolerated until he stops behaving like a vassal. Ardashir does not stop. The Encyclopedia says he had already made gains of his own as Artabanus weakened. Local victories become a wider claim. A house that will not relinquish Persepolis is a house that has already decided the older glory is not on loan. In 224, Ardashir defeated Artabanus IV in battle, toppled the Parthian Empire, and founded his own, modeled on the older Achaemenid success. I do not have, on the pages opened for this chapter, a sourced spear count or a named field that I can read aloud as if I had walked it. So the battle stays a year and a result, 224. The last Arsacid king of kings is beaten. The Confederacy that began with Arsaces in 247, that took Seleucia in July 141, that broke Crassus in 53, that survived 3 Roman captures of Ctesiphon, ends because a Persian vassal from Fars wanted the center back. The Sasanian Empire page says the same hinge in fewer words. Ardashir was a Persian from Fars. He installed his own dynasty under the family name of his forefather Sasan. The Parthians, a group of northeastern Iranians, had been refreshing to Iranian subjects and still heavily Hellenized. The Sasanians began a process the Encyclopedia calls Iranization. Zoroastrianism became one of the founding stones of the empire. Sit with those 2 words, Hellenized and Iranization, until they become quiet enough to sleep on. The Parthian house had kept Greek letters on the coins long after the letters became decoration. It had let cities keep their rights. It had spoken Persian at court and still lived in a mixed world. The new house does not want that mixture as a method. It wants a center. It wants the fire tied to the crown. It wants the land to feel Persian again in a way the Confederacy, for all its endurance, had not insisted on. Religious minorities still mattered. Jews, Christians, Manichaeans, and other faiths of the Iranian people would play a part. Some later Sasanian kings even married Jewish and Christian women. So Iranization is not a word this film will let become a broom. The new state makes Zoroastrianism a founding stone. It does not, on the pages I hold, erase every other altar on the first day. A night film can hold both, a state religion, and a land that remains more than one prayer. Ardashir gave special importance to 3 things: centralization of power, Zoroastrianism as a state religion, the old rivalry with Rome. Those 3 are the program of the next 4 centuries, announced in the first reign. Centralization was enormous work, because the Parthians had kept a federative alliance of small kingdoms. Every aristocrat had been allowed and expected to keep an army. The Surian had crowned the king. Satraps had moved without waiting for a letter. That design had beaten Crassus and survived Trajan. It had also become mini-kingdoms, more concerned with themselves than with the empire. Ardashir's answer is the older Achaemenid answer, remembered across a gap of 554 years if you count from 330 to 224. Bring the center back, make the provinces wait again, make the army an instrument of the King of Kings, not a cluster of private hosts. I do not have, on the pages open tonight, a tax register or a satrap list from his first years that I can read aloud as minutes. So I will not invent a reform I cannot cite. I will say what the page says. Centralization of power was one of the 3 pillars. It was enormous work. The work of taking a confederacy and making it a state again is not a single decree. It is years of making local lords discover that the letter from the center now has to be answered. Zoroastrianism as a state religion is the second pillar, and it is tied to the first. Papak had been a high priest and a prince. Sasan, whether grandfather or father, is remembered as a priestly name. The new dynasty does not only sit on the ruin of Persepolis, it sits on a fire. The government's legitimacy is a divine lineage. A king is not only the strongest vassal. A king is the man the fire will recognize. Later reigns will write scripture, build more tightly, argue with minorities, and sometimes marry across the very lines the state religion draws. In this first reign, the point is simpler. The crown and the fire are no longer 2 careers that happen to meet in one family. They are the same argument. The third pillar is Rome, the old rivalry. At first, the Encyclopedia says, the wars with Rome were a game of push and pull in Mesopotamia and Armenia. That sentence should sound familiar. It is the same saw the Parthians never healed, the same river, the same highland kingdom that leans west and east, the same magnet of Ctesiphon. Ardashir does not inherit a quiet frontier. He inherits the weather of almost 3 centuries, and he chooses to keep playing. The page says he concentrated on urban development and on campaigns against Rome, which it calls universally successful in his own years. I will keep that adjective attached to the page that used it. Universally successful in his own years. The later house will not be able to say the same about every reign. The founder can. Ctesiphon changes hands in the way a capital must when a dynasty changes. Livius, on the city page this film has already used, said that in 224 the Persian vassal Ardashir revolted, and 2 years later he took Ctesiphon. That time the capture meant the end of Parthia. The Sasanians rebuilt the place after about 230 as a large round city. Seleucia on the opposite bank was renamed Ardashir, the good city of Ardashir. Hold that renaming. The Greek nail Seleucus planted on the Tigris receives a Persian name that means the good city of the new king. Continuity and display, and a capital that keeps growing by absorbing the world it beats. Cyrus had spoken Babylon's language of heaven. Ardashir writes his name on the river city the Parthians had made and the Romans had emptied. If you are still carrying the first hours of this film, the rhyme should land softly. A man from the Persian south takes a larger Iranian kingship. He spares what he can of the older machine and replaces what he cannot use. He puts his name on a great lowland city. He leaves a son. The dates are different. The land is the same land. Anshan is now Istakhar and Darabjurd. Ekbatana is now a room inside a new claim. Babylon's heir on the Tigris is Ctesiphon. The method is older than the Sasanian name. He co-ruled with his son Shapur toward the end. That fact matters for the next chapter, and it matters for this one. The founder does not leave the succession as a civil war of half-brothers, not on the pages I hold. He brings the son into the work while he still lives. Ardashir made Shapur co-ruler and brought him on campaigns to learn the art of war. The Encyclopedia's Shapur page said that later, "Keep it here as the close of a reign." The boy who was sent to a fort at 7 becomes, as an old man, the king who sends his own son to the frontier on purpose. He died peacefully after assuring that the empire would continue. The page calls him one of the greatest kings of the Near East generally, and of the Sasanian Empire specifically. I will not dress that verdict in a drumroll. I will leave it as a historian's sentence on a page we opened. He dies about 241 on that page, and the reign window is 224 to 240. 2 voices, a year apart, the same man. A night film can live with that. The founder does not die on a step against a people with a difficult name. He does not die on the road home from Egypt. He dies after arranging the continuation. In a film full of murders in August and last tablets in November, a peaceful death is its own kind of fact. What has changed by the time he is gone is not only the name on the clay. The most enduring empire of the ancient Near East, if Livius was right to call the Parthian house that, is over. In its place is a Persian house from Fars that wants to be a center again. The ruin of Persepolis is no longer a Parthian symbol on loan. It is the ancestral ground of the new court, even if the living capital is a round city on the Tigris. The fire is a state argument. Rome is still the Western problem. Armenia is still unsolved. The river cities still matter. The difference is the will at the center. A confederacy has been told to become a kingdom of kings in the older sense, a state that expects the provinces to wait for the letter. It will not be finished in one reign. Centralization is enormous work. Great families do not forget how to keep armies because a new man wins a battle in 224. Priests do not become a civil service overnight. Rome does not retire from the Euphrates because the man on the far bank has changed his dynasty's name. The next chapter will take a Roman emperor in the open and still not end the frontier. The chapter after that will need a child crowned in the first years of the 4th century to restore what weaker years lose. The founder's 3 pillars are a program, not a completed building. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let the extra titles go. About 180, a boy born in Terrace, 7 years old, sent to Darabjurd. Before 200, commander of the fort. 200, Papak overthrows Gutya. A brother killed by falling stone. 208, king of Persis, brothers executed. 213 to 224, Artabanus IV fading. 224, the last Arsacid beaten. 226, Ctesiphon taken, Parthia ended. After about 230, a round city rebuilt, Seleucia renamed Ardashir. 224 to 240 or to 241, the founder's reign. A son already beside him, a peaceful death, a house that will last until 651. If you are not still awake, keep only the feeling. After 5 centuries of other people's names on the plateau, a Persian from the south sat down again beside the ruin and tied the fire to the crown. This chapter's last line is quieter. In 224, a general from Fars put a native house back on the ruins the Parthians could no longer hold, and he died only after he had made sure the house would have a second morning. The next name is Shapur. The next work is The Second Peak, a state religion written more tightly, a Roman emperor who does not come home, a river capital that becomes, again, the prize of the world between the Euphrates and the Indus. We will walk there slowly. We will not turn Valerian into a horror story the pages did not confirm. We will let the dates sit. 240 or 241, the sun alone. 260, a battle near Edessa. June, a captive Augustus. Palmyra left holding Rome's east. Tonight it is enough that the land has a Persian king again, for the first time since 330, and that the king was a second son who learned a fort, outlived a brother under a ruined wall, and refused to treat Persepolis as someone else's stone. And if even 224 has left you, keep this. The first Persian Empire ended in fire on a terrace. Greek kings sat in the chairs. A Parnian house made the chairs many and lasted longer than anyone. Then a priestly family from the Terrace's own country gathered the chairs back into one room and called the room Iran in a new way. The fire burned. The sun was already watching. The river city received a new name. That is the close of Ardashir. That is the last line before the sun takes a Roman emperor, and the house that began beside a ruin becomes, for a while, the largest Iranian state since Darius. If you drifted after Ardashir, you can come back here. A Persian house from Fars is on the throne. The last Parthian king of kings is gone. The new court is already looking at Rome, and at the old Achaemenid memory in the ground, and at a river city that has been a magnet for armies for 300 years. The sun has already been to war. World History Encyclopedia, in the Shapur, the first article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 16th of November 2017, says Ardashir made him co-ruler and brought him on campaigns to learn the art of war. That is not a small courtesy. It is how this house tries not to repeat the Parthian problem. A king of kings who cannot be sure his provinces will move when he calls has already lost the next war. A son who has already seen a frontier, already taken a city, already learned what a supply line feels like, is harder to treat as a surprise. When Ardashir died, Shapur assumed the old Persian title, King of Kings. That title is older than this dynasty. Livius, on the Parthian government page, had already said Cyrus ordered his subjects to use it in the 6th century. The Sasanians pick it up the way they pick up Persepolis, not as a costume. As a claim that the First Empire never really left the land. The ruins in Fars are not a park for visitors. They are a sentence the new house refuses to let anyone else finish. The dates for this reign do not sit in one voice, so I will not pick a fake single line. Livius says Shapur I ruled from 241 to 272. The Met says the same, 241 to 272. The Encyclopedia article we used earlier gave 240 to 270, and gave his life as 215 to 270. A night film can live with that. The man is the sun. The reign is the middle of the 3rd century. The work is the second peak of Iranian power after the Achaemenids. Livius adds one earlier mark, from the years when he was still crown prince. Shapur appears to have taken Nisibis and Harran in 235 or 236, after the violent death of the Roman Emperor Severus Alexander. Harran is a name this film already knows. In 53 before Christ, it was Carrhae, the steppe east of an old city, where Crassus walked east with 7 legions and did not walk back. 3 centuries later, a Persian prince is taking the same district while his father is still alive. The frontier does not forget its own geography. The names move a little, the problem does not. So the frontier was already hot before he wore the crown alone. This is not a young dynasty discovering Rome by accident. Ardashir had already made the old rivalry with Rome one of his 3 pillars, along with centralization and Zoroastrianism as a state religion. The son inherits the pillar and the cities and the habit. If you remember only the capture of an emperor from this chapter, you will miss the years that made the capture possible. The house had already been leaning west. The Met is the cleanest page for what the reign did to the state. The central government was strengthened. The coinage was reformed. Zoroastrianism was made the state religion. Those 3 sentences are easy to say and long to live. Centralization under Ardashir had been enormous work, because the Parthians had kept a federative alliance of small kingdoms. Satraps had fielded their own armies. Great families had voted in a royal council. The Surian clan had the right to crown the king. That looseness had let Parthia survive 3 sackings of Ctesiphon. It had also let a vassal in Fars become too loud to ignore. Shapur continues the opposite work. A center that can coin, tax, and name a religion is a center that does not have to ask a clan for permission to be a center. Coinage is how a new house tells every market who the king is. Later, under Shapur II, the Met will say that kings are identifiable by crowns that match their coins, and that the king, as hunter, becomes a standard royal image on silver plates, official state products, gifts to neighboring courts. That later habit has to start somewhere. In this reign, the Encyclopedia already bothers to say the coinage was reformed. A tired viewer does not need a catalogue of reverse types. A tired viewer needs the feeling that the new house is making money that looks like its own money. Religion is the third sentence, and it is the one a sleep film has to handle without becoming a sermon. Zoroastrianism is made the state religion. The earlier Encyclopedia article added that the Zoroastrian scriptures, the Avesta, were committed to writing in this reign. Writing a scripture down is not the same as inventing a faith. It is a government deciding that the words which justify the crown should not live only in a priest's memory. The same article also names a policy of religious tolerance. Jews, Christians, Manichaeans, and other faiths of the Iranian people still matter in this empire. Some later Sasanian kings, the Ardashir page said, even married Jewish and Christian women. So the state church is real, and the other altars are not simply erased. A night film can hold both without turning the century into a tract. There is other quiet work, building, administration, arts. The architectural motif of the domed minaret developing in his years. The great arch later called Tak Kasra at Ctesiphon is often credited to him, and is also attributed to later hands. I will not pretend I settled that argument. The arch is real. The city is real. The name on the brick is not a fight this film needs to win tonight. A sleep film can hold the arch as a picture and leave the mason unnamed. Ctesiphon is the room this chapter keeps returning to. Livius says the Parthian name is Tispun. It sits on the Tigris, near the older town of Opis, not far from where the Diyala joins the river. The Parthians had made it their western capital. After 129 before Christ, it was a winter residence. Later kings poured the spoils of western campaigns into it. Ammianus, as Livius quotes him, even lets later writers call different kings its founder, which usually means they enlarged it. At its height, Livius gives the city as about 30 square kilometers. Imperial Rome, on that same comparison, is 13.7. The number is only there so the size can sit in the room. This is not a camp. It is one of the great cities of the ancient world. Rome understood that. Livius says Roman armies took Seleucia and Ctesiphon in 116, in 165, and in 198. Trajan. Then Lucius Verus, or more precisely his general Avidius Cassius, then Septimius Severus. The Parthian state, loose as it was, survived those captures because it was not only one city. Ecbatana was still there. Hecatompylos was still there. Nisa was still there. The last capture, Livius says, still hurt. A modern estimate on that page says the gold and silver taken in 198 was enough to postpone a European economic crisis for 3 or 4 decades. You can imagine what that did to the court that lost it. In 224, the Persian vassal Ardashir revolted. 2 years later, he took Ctesiphon. That time the capture meant the end of Parthia. The Sasanians rebuilt the place after about 230 as a large round city. Seleucia on the opposite bank was renamed Ardashir, the good city of Ardashir. The dual city stayed a magnet for Roman armies. In 238 Gordian III wanted it and was murdered before he reached it. The city is not a backdrop, it is the prize. Hold the dual city for a moment. On one bank, the older Seleucia, a Greek name from the century when Alexander's generals tried to be Persia. Renamed for Ardashir, the good city of the new founder. On the other bank, Ctesiphon, Parthian winter capital, Sasanian round city, later a nest of palaces. Between them, the Tigris. A tired viewer does not need a street plan. A tired viewer needs the feeling that the western capital of this empire is a pair of cities facing each other across a river that later, in the 5th century, will move under them. In the 5th century, Livius will say that same Tigris changed its course and cut through the round city. Palaces and rich houses sat in the eastern half. The city became a very important center of Nestorianism, a Christian church that disagrees with the Western churches about the nature of Christ. Missionaries moved from Ctesiphon along the long east-west roads. The city probably had no fire temple. That later weather does not belong to Shapur as a deed. It belongs to the city as a character. Even in his years, Ctesiphon is already more than a camp of spearmen. It is a capital that can hold courts, markets, and later churches, whether or not it holds a fire. Then the set piece of this chapter, the capture of a Roman emperor. The Met says it plainly. In 260, Shapur I took the Roman Emperor Valerian prisoner in a battle near Edessa. Thereafter, the defense of Rome's eastern frontier was left to the ruler of Palmyra, a caravan city in Syria. Livius, on the Valerian page, gives the Roman side of the same hinge. Valerian, Emperor of the Roman world, 253 to 260. Born about 200 as Publius Licinius Valerianus. Augustus from August 253. Taken captive by the Persians in June 260. Died in captivity in 262. Walk those Roman dates slowly, because they make the capture less like a legend and more like a short, badly ending reign. Born about 200, made Augustus in August 253, 7 years on the throne, then June 260 near Edessa, then 2 years as a prisoner, then dead in 262. He does not come home. Palmyra is left holding Rome's east. That is a fact large enough that this film does not need to decorate it. Palmyra deserves one quiet sentence of its own. The Met calls it a caravan city in Syria. It is not Rome. It is not Ctesiphon. It is the kind of city that lives by the road between them. When an emperor vanishes into a Persian camp, the caravan city is what is left to guard the Eastern Roman world. That is how wide the wound is. The center cannot do the job, so a trading town has to. Later writers liked a humiliation scene, a mounting block, a skin. Those stories are famous, and they are late, and I did not get them confirmed on the pages opened for this chapter. So they stay out. June 260 is enough. An emperor who does not come home is enough. Palmyra left holding Rome's east is enough. A sleep film that promised honest dates does not turn a captivity into a horror picture it cannot cite. Edessa sits in the same wide frontier as Nisibis and Harran. The names move a little on the map. The problem does not. A continental Iranian state and a Mediterranean state have been bruising this strip of the world since before Carrhae. Sometimes the bruise is a captured triumvir. Sometimes it is a captured emperor. Sometimes it is only a city taken and given back. The strip remains. By the end of Shapur's reign, the Met says, the Sasanian Empire stretched from the river Euphrates to the river Indus and included modern-day Armenia and Georgia. Sit with that span. The Euphrates is the old Western argument. The river Livius said Parthia and Rome had once agreed to treat as a border in 69 before Christ. The Indus is the Far East, the direction Alexander had once walked and not held. Armenia is the argument neither house ever quite finishes. Georgia is the Caucasus door. For a few years, the Second Persian Empire is as wide, in feeling if not in every satrapy's exact line, as the first one, the Met, dated from 550 to 330. Then the same page says, there was a short period during which much territory was lost. The second peak does not stay at the high water mark. Empires rarely do. I do not have, on the pages I fully hold, a clean list of every city that slipped after Shapur I. So I will not invent that list. I will say the Met's sentence and leave the whole quiet. Territory was lost. The house remained. The next great restoration will wait for a child crowned in the first years of the 4th century. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be old and still. Sasanian rock reliefs that are public domain, a king and a defeated enemy if the stone is free to use, held long enough to look at and not long enough to become a triumph film. A photograph of the great arch at Ctesiphon if it is free. A coin if a museum has released it. A map with 2 rivers, Euphrates and Indus, and no moving arrows. No generated cataphracts. No fake gold crown. No war movie voice. There is a temptation to make 260 the whole of this dynasty, the way a Greece film can make 5 days in a past the whole of a civilization. We will not do that. The co-rule with Ardashir is part of the story. The taking of Nisibis and Harran in 235 or 236 is part of the story. The strengthened center, the reformed coinage, the Avesta committed to writing, the tolerance that the Encyclopedia still bothers to name, the dual city on the Tigris, the lost territory after the peak, these are the rooms. The captive emperor is the set piece. He is not the house. What Shapur wanted to be remembered, as the Encyclopedia says, was a warrior. The same page says he had other talents equal to that wish. A brilliant administrator. Arts and culture encouraged. A new architectural motif. That balance is useful for a sleep film. A tired viewer can fall asleep on a king who built and wrote scripture down, and still know that in June 260, a Roman emperor stopped being an emperor. By the time this reign ends, in 270 or 272, the Sasanian house is no longer a revolt from Fars. It is the government of a world that runs from a river Rome knows to a river India knows. It has a state church and a habit of taking Roman cities. It also has, already, the problem every wide Iranian empire in this film eventually has. Width is not the same as rest. The next chapters will have to hold the width, lose some of it, take it back under a child king, pay tribute to a steppe power, recover under Khosrow, and then spend the recovery on a last war. None of that is visible in 260. In 260, it only looks like a peak. If you are still awake, hold a short line and then let it go. About 180, Ardashir born in Persis. 208, king of Persis. 224, Artabanus dead, a Persian house back on the plateau. 235 or 236, Nisibis and Haran. 241 or 240, the sun is king. Coinage, fire, scripture written down. Ctesiphon rebuilt as a round city beside the good city of Ardashir. June 260, Valerian near Edessa. 262, the captive dead. A map from the Euphrates to the Indus. Then a short period of loss. 270 or 272, the reign over. If you are not still awake, the next chapter will not shout. It will only walk a baby under a crown, and a Roman emperor dying in 363 on the way to the same river city, and a 70-year reign that puts the East back together. This chapter's last line is quieter. In June 260, a Persian king took a Roman emperor near Edessa, and the dual city on the Tigris learned, again, that it was the kind of capital other empires died trying to reach. If you drifted after the captive emperor, you can come back here. The first Shapur is gone. The house from Fars is still standing. The river capital is still a prize. The map that touched the Indus has already begun to slip. The Met said there was a short period during which much territory was lost. This chapter is what happens after a peak, not a collapse in one afternoon. A stretch of weaker years that a night film will not pretend to fill with kings it cannot cite, and then a child, and then one of the longest reigns in this whole 1200-year story. I do not have, on the pages opened for this film, a clean full page for every name between Shapur I and Shapur II. So you will not hear a parade of short reigns invented to make the hallway look furnished. The honest sentence is the one the Met already gave us. After the first Shapur, much territory was lost. The central government that had been strengthened could not stay tight by itself. The western saw did not close. The eastern edge did not stay obedient just because a hymn had been written down. A new house can take an emperor in June and still, within a generation, watch provinces remember how to leave. The next great name in this house is not the next year. It is a child. Livius says Shapur II ruled from 309 to 379, and that he was reportedly crowned as a baby. His predecessor was Hormizd II. The Met gives the long reign as 310 to 379. World History Encyclopedia, earlier in this project, also gave 309 to 379, and the story of a crown placed on a newborn. 3 good pages, 1 weather. In the first years of the 4th century, a child is king. The reign that follows is about 70 years if you follow Livius from 309 to 379. 70 years. A man can be born, grow old, and die, and this king would still have been there. Artaxerxes II in the First Empire sat for 46. This child will outlast that afternoon and keep going. A crown on a newborn is a picture later people liked, and this film will label it as a report, not as a scene we filmed in the palace. Reportedly crowned as a baby, that is Livius. The story of a crown on a pregnant queen, or on a child too small to hold it, is the kind of story courts tell when they need the line to continue without a grown man in the room. Whether the metal actually sat on a forehead that could not yet hold up its own head is less important than the fact underneath. The house would rather crown an infant than let the great families pick a stronger adult and call the infant a problem. Centralization, which Ardashir named as a pillar, has to survive a minority. A state religion has to survive a king who cannot yet speak. Rome does not wait for a child to grow teeth. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this opening stretch should be still and small. A later Sasanian coin portrait, if it is public domain, held long enough to see a crown that later silver plates will match. No generated nursery, no fake regent whispering. The fact is quieter than a palace drama. For the first years of the 4th century, the King of Kings is a child, and the empire has to be run by other hands until he can take the frontier himself. Those first years are the dangerous ones, and the pages I fully hold will not give me a minister-by-minister diary. So I will not invent a regency council and name it as if I had minutes. I will say what a 70-year reign forces us to say. Someone held the center while the king grew. The desert edge was already a problem. Livius, in the stubs this film has already used, lists campaigns against the Arabs among the work of this reign. The desert is not a side note. It is the southern weather of a river empire, tribes that move, towns that can be raided, a frontier that is not a river with a treaty name, but a line of wells and grazing that does not stay put. A child king cannot ride that line. A grown one will. When he is grown, the work has 3 directions, and the Met is the cleanest page for all 3. Conflict with Rome resulted once again in Sasanian control of northern Mesopotamia and Armenia. In the east, he re-established control over the Kushians. He also campaigned in the desert against the Arabs. West, east, south. A long reign is not one war. It is a man who lives long enough to have to face the map more than once. The Western work is the one later schoolrooms remember because a Roman emperor dies in it. The year is 363. The Roman name is Julian, called the apostate in later Christian writing because he tried to turn the empire back toward the older gods. Livius, on the Ctesiphon page, gives the end of that Western story from the city's point of view. When Julian the apostate wanted to take Ctesiphon, he was defeated and killed in action in 363. The fetch of one Livius stub, cut off in the middle of a 363 line, so I will not invent the day by day of the march from a blank. I will not invent a spear count on the Tigris. I will not invent a speech under the walls. The city's own page is enough. A Roman emperor wanted the river capital. He was defeated. He was killed in action. The year is 363. That sentence should sound like an echo if you are still carrying the earlier hours. In 260, Shapur I took Valerian near Edessa, and the Augustus did not come home. A century later, another Shapur watches another Roman emperor die on a campaign aimed at the same city. The method is not the same. Valerian was taken captive in June and died in captivity in 262. Julian is killed in action. One emperor becomes a prisoner. One emperor becomes a body on a campaign. Both of them wanted Ctesiphon. Both of them learned that the river capital is not a door. The Met adds the wider result of Shapur II's Roman War. Conflict with Rome resulted once again in Sasanian control of northern Mesopotamia and Armenia. Once again, those two words are the whole long frontier in a single breath. Northern Mesopotamia has been Persian, Roman, Persian, Roman. Armenia has been the argument nobody finishes since the Parthian century. A child who grew into a 70-year king does not settle the argument forever. He puts the pieces back on the Sasanian side of the table for a while. Nisibis, the city his namesake had taken as a prince in 235 or 236, sits in that northern weather. Haran does too, the same names, the same saw, a different Shapur. If you are still awake, let the two Shapurs sit beside each other for a moment without turning them into one man. The first took an emperor and wrote the hymns down and stretched the map to the Indus. Then the map slipped. The second was crowned as a child, grew into the repair, fought in the desert, put the Kushans back under the house, and in 363 watched a Roman emperor die aiming at Ctesiphon. Same name, same river, same western neighbor, a different job. The founder's son had to make the house imperial. This king had to make it last after the first imperial map had already frayed. The East is the quieter third of the work, and a sleep film should not skip it just because Rome is louder in the Western memory. The Met says he re-established control over the Kushans. The Kushans had been a power in the lands toward India, a house this film has not made a chapter of because they are a neighbor and not the spine. Re-established is the word to keep. It means the control had been there and had gone. The first Shapur's map had reached the Indus. The losses after him had included that reach. Shapur II puts the eastern edge back in the sentence. I will not invent a siege in a Kushan city I did not read. Re-established control is enough. The long reign faces 3 directions and does not get to choose only the famous one. The desert is the 3rd direction. Campaigns against the Arabs. Livius lists them. The Met repeats them. A river empire with a long southern fringe cannot treat the desert as empty. People live there. They move. They raid. They can be paid or fought or both. In a film that will end in 651, these campaigns are not a prophecy. They are weather. The 7th century is not hiding inside the 4th like a trick. A king in the 300s fights desert neighbors because desert neighbors are there. Later, much later, a different unification in Arabia will walk north into a house that has just emptied itself in a last war with Byzantium. That is not this chapter's last line. This chapter's desert is only the southern work of a long reign. Beginning in this reign, the Met says, the king as hunter became a standard royal image on silver plates. Official state products. Gifts to neighboring courts. Kings identifiable by crowns that match their coins. If you are watching this on a quiet television, those plates are the pictures for the whole middle of this hour. Public domain museum photography. A king and a stag. A king and rams. A crown you can match to a coin if you have both stills in the same night. No generated gold. No fake hunt. Long holds. The tired viewer does not need a battle every few minutes. The tired viewer needs to feel a court that has time, in a 70-year reign, to decide how a king should look when he is sent as a gift to another king. That is not a small fact. The Achaemenids had reliefs of gift-bearers walking up a stair. The Parthians had coins with Greek letters that outlived the ability to read them. The Sasanians, in this reign, put the king on silver with an animal and make the crown a signature. A neighboring court can hold the plate and know which king of kings sent it. Administration has a face. Diplomacy has a weight you can set on a table. A child who became a long king has time to standardize that face. Ctesiphon in these decades is still the magnet. Julian wanted it and died. Roman armies had wanted it under the Parthians and had taken it in 116, 165, and 198, and had still not kept the Confederacy. Under the Sasanians, the city is a round rebuild. Ardashir on the opposite bank, a dual city the Arabs will later call Al-Madarin, the cities. Shapur II does not have to found it. He has to keep it. Keeping it in 363 means a Roman emperor dying before the walls become his. There is another quiet fact from the city's longer life that belongs in the atmosphere of a 4th century night, even if some of its dates sit later. Livius said that in the 5th century the Tigris changed its course and cut through the round city. Palaces and rich houses sat in the eastern half. The city probably had no fire temple. A Zoroastrian empire whose greatest city may not have held a fire temple, and whose river can move under it, is an empire that is not as neat as a silver plate. I place that here as weather, not as a dated event of 363. Rivers do not wait for rains. Cities live longer than kings. The plate shows a hunter. The river does what it wants. How do you live inside a 70-year reign if you are not the king. The pages I hold will not give a farmer's year. They will not give a priest's day. They will not give the tax in a named village. A thorough 9-hour film would want those rooms, and this film has already admitted they are still thin. What we can say without cheating is the shape of ordinary time under a long king. The coinage the first Shapur reformed is still the coinage. The fire the founder tied to the crown is still the state argument. Minorities still live in the land. Jews, Christians, Manichaeans, the Encyclopedia said, would play a part across the Sasanian centuries, and some later kings would even marry Jewish and Christian women. A long 4th century reign is long enough for those communities to bury grandparents and raise children under the same royal name. That is what 70 years means, not 70 battles, 70 new years, 70 harvests. A generation that never knows another king of kings. Rome, in these same decades, is not the Rome of Valerian, and not yet the Rome that will become, in the Western telling, Byzantium only. It is a state that can still send an emperor to the Tigris and lose him. It is a state that will keep the sore open. After Julian, there will be treaties and other campaigns I will not invent from a stub. The Met's result is the line we keep. Northern Mesopotamia and Armenia Sasanian again. The argument is not over. The pieces have been moved back. If you are still carrying the first empire in the room, the rhyme is there and it should stay soft. A long Achaemenid afternoon of Artaxerxes kept the road open after the famous Western War. A long Sasanian reign of Shapur II keeps the river capital, and the highland argument after the first peak has slipped. Lasting is less famous than taking. Lasting is how 4 centuries become possible. Ardashir took the chairs back in 224. The first Shapur made the house imperial. This Shapur makes the house old enough to have a style, a plate, a standard crown, a 70-year name that later courts can still recognize. I will not give him a death scene I did not cite. The windows end in 379. He dies at the far end of a reign that began with a report of a crown on a baby. The house continues. The 5th century, which is the next chapter's first weather, will not be a triumph. The Met is honest about that. Tribal movements in Central Asia will produce an extensive Hephthalite empire centered on Afghanistan. After a disastrous campaign, the Sasanians will be forced to pay tribute to their new eastern neighbors. That disaster is not this chapter's last noise. Tonight we stop while the Long King is still the fact in the room, and the silver plates are still being sent, and Ctesiphon has just taught another Roman emperor that the river city is not a door. If you are still awake, you can hold a short line and then let the extra Roman theology go. 309 or 310, a child, a reported crown, Hormizd II before him. Campaigns in the desert against the Arabs. The Kushans put back under the house. 363, Julian, Ctesiphon, a Roman emperor killed in action. Northern Mesopotamia and Armenia Sasanian again. Silver plates. A king as hunter. Crowns that match coins. 379 The long reign over. If you are not still awake, keep only the feeling. A baby was crowned because the house would rather have a child than a gap, and the child lived long enough to send his own face out on silver and to watch a Roman emperor die aiming at his city. This chapter's last line is quieter. Twice in one dynasty, a man named Shapur made the Roman East learn the name of Ctesiphon, and the second of them did it after being crowned as a child, and after the map his namesake had stretched had already begun to slip. The next room is a hard 5th century tribute paid eastward, then a king later people liked to call the ideal. Khosrow I, 531 to 579. The Hephthalites beaten. Antioch taken in 540 and moved to the Tigris as a city with his name. We will not fill that king with tax surveys this film has not opened. We will say what the pages say, and we will leave the famous reforms quiet until a page carries them. Then the last war, 602, a house fighting Rome and itself at the same time, plague, a son in 628, the emptying that makes 651 possible. Tonight it is enough that the second Persian house learned how to last. 70 years, 3 directions, a plate, a dead emperor, a river that stayed theirs, and if even the child has left you, keep this. After the first Shapur, the map slipped. After the second, the map had a long name on it again, and the western neighbor had buried another emperor who wanted the Tigris. The fire still burned. The house still sat. The silver still left the court with a hunter on it. That is the close of Shapur II. That is the last line before the 5th century teaches the same house how to pay tribute, and the 6th teaches it how to look glorious, and the 7th teaches it how to end. If you drifted after Shapur II, you can come back here. The 4th century has closed. A child who was crowned as a baby has died as an old man in 379. Northern Mesopotamia and Armenia have been Sasanian again. The silver plates of kings hunting have become a language other courts can read. This chapter is not another restoration. It is the last great rise, and then the war that empties both empires, and then a night in Ctesiphon when a son is shouted onto a throne. The 5th century, on the Met's page, is not a triumph. Tribal movements in Central Asia produced an extensive Hephthalite empire centered on Afghanistan. After a disastrous campaign, the Sasanians were forced to pay tribute to their new eastern neighbors. I do not have, on the pages opened for this film, the full diary of that disaster, so I will not invent a battle name I did not read. Tribute is the word the Met uses. Tribute is enough. The court that had taken an emperor in 260 is now paying another step power to be left alone. Hold that feeling. A house that once mounted a Roman Augustus is sending treasure east. Iran, the Met says, recovered her glory during the reign of Khosrow I. The Met gives that reign as 531 to 579. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Joshua J. Mark, published on the 27th of February 2020, gives his life as about 501 to 579, and the same reign years 531 to 579. He is the grandfather of the man who will almost take Constantinople. Later Persian memory likes him best. I will not dress him in titles I did not finish reading on a full page. I will say what the pages I hold actually say. He defeated the Hephthalites. That is the Met's line, and it closes the wound of the 5th century. In 540, Livius says, he conquered Antioch, the capital of Roman Syria. The inhabitants were deported and settled in a new city near Ctesiphon and Ardashir. It was called Khusraw's Antioch. There was perhaps a third comparable settlement. The Arabs later called the whole cluster Al-Madarin, the cities. So the method is old. Cyrus had spoken Babylon's language of heaven. Khosrow moves a Roman city's people to the Tigris and gives the settlement his name, continuity and display, and a capital that keeps growing by absorbing the world it beats. I did not get a clean, complete page on this pass for a tax survey or an army reform under this king. Those are famous in other books. They are not on the lines I fully hold tonight. A sleep film that promised honest dates does not fill a king with reforms it cannot cite. What I can cite is enough for the feeling of a high reign. The East is beaten back. Antioch is taken in 540. A new city on the Tigris wears his name. The house looks, for a generation, like a center again. After Khusraw's death, the Met says, there were internal revolts and wars with the Byzantine Empire. This weakened Iran. That is the hinge into the last great name, and I am going to walk it slowly, because this is where a 9-hour film earns 651, or fails to. World History Encyclopedia, in the article by Keenan Barker Winters, published on the 9th of February 2023, is the page for the grandson. Khosrow II, also written Khosrow II. He reigned from 590 to 628. The page calls him the last powerful Shahanshah, King of Kings, of the Sasanian Empire. Grandson of Khosrow I, who reigned 531 to 579. Near conqueror of the Byzantine Empire in the War of 602 to 628. A devout Zoroastrian whose favorite wife, Shireen, was a Christian. His reign, the same page says, marks the end of classical Zoroastrian culture before the Islamic conquest of 651. We stop at the conquest's door. The line is only here so you know what this hour is the end of. His father and predecessor is Hormizd IV, who reigned from 570 to 590. The beginning of the son's story is not a parade. It is a general and an insult and a court that comes apart. Hormizd sent his general Bahram Chobin to subdue Turkish horsemen who were threatening the Persian Empire. Chobin ended the threat. Then Hormizd insulted him for losing a minor battle. The page is plain. Chobin was enraged and rebelled against the Sasanian dynasty, the family that had ruled since 224. Then Khosrow's uncles, Vistam and Vindo, also rose in rebellion. The The brothers put out Hormizd's eye with a red-hot poker. If you are watching this on a quiet television, you do not need a filmed poker. You need the fact that the royal body can be broken by its own house, and that a general who has just saved the East can decide the dynasty is finished. Chobin, wanting to weaken the Sasanians, began rumors that Khosrow was behind the maiming of his father. He began minting coins in the prince's name. He also claimed that his rebellion was a campaign to avenge the mutilation. Khosrow fled Persia. His small force was defeated by Chobin. Hunted and alone, he went back to Ctesiphon and pleaded his case, promising that he was not behind any rebellion. Hormizd believed his son. Both agreed to deal with Chobin first, the greater threat, and then punish the uncles. Hormizd urged Khosrow to flee and ask the Byzantine Emperor Maurice for aid. Maurice, on this page, reigned from 582 to 602. Meanwhile, the uncles snuck back to Ctesiphon and murdered Hormizd. The Encyclopedia is honest about the son. It is still debated whether Khosrow knew of their plans. I will leave the debate on the table. A night film does not have to convict a prince it cannot hear. Chobin then assumed the throne. The page says this was the first time in 400 years that someone not from the Sasanian dynasty ruled Iran. Sit with that. From 224 to 590, one house. Then a general from the wars in the east sits in the seat, and the legitimate heir is on the road. Khosrow continued to the Byzantine Empire and reached the city of Circesium. He wrote to Maurice, promising Persian territory in the Caucasus and the cities of Dara, and a mid in return for an army and support to regain the throne. Maurice agreed. With Byzantine support, Khosrow expelled Chobin and reclaimed the throne. He then ordered the execution of his uncles. Both fled. So the last powerful Sasanian king begins his real reign as a man who owes his crown to a Roman, now Byzantine, emperor. He has given away cities and a piece of the Caucasus for that debt. He has a Christian wife. He is a devout Zoroastrian. The frontier, for a few years, has the strange quiet of two men who have used each other and not yet become enemies again. Then Maurice is murdered. Maurice faced a rebellion in Constantinople. Phocas took the Byzantine throne by murdering Maurice and his entire family. Phocas reigned from 602 to 610. Furious and vowing to avenge his ally's death, Khosrow ordered his army into Byzantine territory in 602. That is the start of the war this chapter is built on. The Byzantine-Sasanian War of 602 to 628. 26 years, almost a generation. Both empires will be different animals when it ends. They captured city after city. They even conquered Chalcedon in 608, a city separated from Constantinople only by the narrow Bosphorus Strait. If you have ever looked at a map of that water, you can feel how close that is. The Persian army is looking at the Roman capital across a strip of sea. For a tired viewer, the picture can be very still. A strait, lights on the other shore. A camp that has come farther west than any Sasanian army in this film. As further Byzantine territory was lost, and as Phocas became cruel, another rebellion broke out in 610. Heraclius the Elder, a Byzantine imperial official from Africa, led his army to Constantinople. Phocas was assassinated. Heraclius, the son of Heraclius the Elder, was proclaimed emperor. Heraclius, on this page and on the earlier pages of this film, reigns from 610 to 641. Heraclius tried to offer peace. Khosrow refused. By now, the Encyclopedia says Khosrow's goal was to conquer the Byzantine Empire. The war is no longer revenge for Maurice. It is a bid to end the other great house. In 614, the Persians took Jerusalem. With the city, they took the true cross, which Christians believed was the actual cross used at the trial and crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth. The loss caused panic and anger among the Christians of the Byzantine Empire. Christians in Persia, the same page says, rejoiced when the true cross was brought to Ctesiphon. At this time, Persia had many Christians who did not follow the type of Christianity found in the Byzantine Empire, and who differed in their opinion about the Trinity and about Jesus's human nature and divinity. Livius earlier already told us that in the 5th century, Ctesiphon had become a very important center of Nestorianism. So the arrival of the cross in the Sasanian capital is not only a trophy. It is a theological event inside an empire whose state religion is Zoroastrian and whose great city has a Christian public. If you are still awake, hold 614 without turning it into a sermon. A city holy to one faith falls to a king of another. A relic moves from Jerusalem to the Tigris. One church weeps. Another church, under a Zoroastrian king, celebrates. The map is not simple. The armies kept the pressure on. They conquered Egypt in 618 and cut off Constantinople from essential grain supply. Egypt, in this film, has been a prize since Cambyses in 525. Darius held it. Artaxerxes III took it back in 343. Alexander took it. Rome held it for centuries as the grain house of the capital. Now a Sasanian army has it again, and the city across the Bosphorus begins to starve in the old way by losing the Nile. Heraclius, being desperate, turned the war from one of Byzantine survival to that of a holy war. He began painting Khosrow as anti-Christian, saying that he desecrated the true cross and mocked Jesus Christ. A sleep film does not have to decide what Khosrow believed about a Christian relic. It only has to say that the other emperor now needed the war to be about God, because the map was almost gone. In 624, Heraclius, with help from the Turks, personally led a Byzantine invasion of Persia through the Caucasus. The war has flipped. For 22 years, the arrows have flown west. Now a Roman emperor is in the Iranian north, and he is not coming to negotiate. Khosrow's armies tried to besiege Constantinople in 626 and were unsuccessful. That is the high-water mark that does not break. Chalcedon in 608, a siege in 626. The city on the other shore does not fall. The last Persian bid for the Roman capital fails in the same narrow water that has saved that city before. Then the return blow lands on the plateau itself. In Persia, the armies of Heraclius destroyed many important Zoroastrian holy sites and killed many people as they marched toward Ctesiphon. Khosrow had no choice but to recall his army from Byzantine territory to defend his empire. The destruction and the untold money spent on a war turned public opinion against him. The page is calm about this, and so is this chapter. A king who has taken Jerusalem and Egypt can still lose his own country if the temples burn and the treasury is empty, and the war has lasted longer than a child's childhood. There is a letter in this story, and it is one of the few tricks I will allow, because it sits on the Encyclopedia page. The Byzantines intercepted a letter from Khosrow to one of his generals, Shapur. They altered the letter, turning it into an execution order for Shapur, which they sent to the general. After it was delivered, Shapur betrayed Khosrow and agreed to stay out of the war. So a forged line on a page takes a field army out of the last campaign. Empires do not only fall in battles. They fall when a general believes his king has already decided to kill him. In 627, at Nineveh, the Byzantines soundly defeated the Persians. Khosrow fled to his palace at Ctesiphon. Nineveh is an old name in this part of the world, a city that had been Assyrian when Elam was still writing on brick. A night film can let that name sit without a lecture. The last great Sasanian field army loses on ground that has seen empires before this one. Heraclius then secretly met the Persian elites who were tired of almost 30 years of war. They agreed to remove Khosrow from the throne if Heraclius promised to stop the fighting. Heraclius agreed. In 628, those elites freed one of Khosrow's sons, Shero, also given as Shiro, who had been imprisoned because Khosrow believed he would take the throne for himself. In the dead of night, shouts around Ctesiphon declared Shero as King of Kings, Carrhae II, who reigned in 628. Ctesiphon was abuzz with the news. The excitement woke Khosrow from his sleep. His favorite wife, Shireen, is the last person the page gives us in that room before the fetch cut off. I will stop the arrest scene where the page stops. I will not invent the next hour of that night. I will not invent a trial or a cell or a death I did not finish reading. What the page has already given is enough to end a reign. 628. A son taken from prison shouts in the dark. A king woken from sleep. A war of 26 years declared over by men who are tired of paying for it. Carrhae II reigns in 628. Earlier pages in this film already placed plague in 627 to 628. I will not add a death toll I did not read. I will say that the same years that break the king also carry sickness, and that a house which has just deposed its last powerful king is in no condition to meet what comes next. What comes next in the next chapter is a run of short reigns, a child on the throne, and the first Arab armies in Mesopotamia. This chapter's work is to make that possible without shouting. Two empires have emptied themselves. Persia has taken Jerusalem and Egypt and looked at Constantinople across a strait, and then lost a general to a forged letter, lost a battle at Nineveh, and lost its king in his own bed to his own nobles. Byzantium has survived and is also wrecked. The Met's older line still holds. Wars with the Byzantine Empire weakened Iran. This is what weakened looks like when you tell it slowly. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still. A coin of Khosrow II, if the photograph is free. A later view of the Tigris. A map that shows Jerusalem, Egypt, Chalcedon, the Caucasus, Nineveh, Ctesiphon. No generated siege. No fake relic glowing in a box. No war movie score. The dates are the drama. Sit with the years, then let them soften. 531 to 579, Khosrow I. The Hephthalites beaten. Antioch taken in 540, a new city on the Tigris with his name. 570 to 590, Hormizd IV. A general insulted, an eye put out, a murder in the palace. 590, a prince who flees to Morris, trades cities for an army, and comes home. 602, Morris murdered by Phocas. The revenge war begins. 608, Chalcedon. 610, Heraclius. 614, Jerusalem and the True Cross. 618, Egypt. 624, a Byzantine invasion through the Caucasus. 626, Constantinople does not fall. 627, Nineveh. 628, Carrhae II shouted up in the night. If you are still awake, you can hold a shorter line than that. A king who owed his crown to Morris tried to take Morris's empire after Morris was dead, and almost did, and then lost the war at home. If you are not still awake, the last chapter will not shout. It will only walk a boy king to 651 and stop there, because that is where this film agreed to stop. There is one more quiet fact to leave in the room before we go. Khosrow II was a devout Zoroastrian. His favorite wife was a Christian. The True Cross sat in a city that may not, on Livius's earlier line, have held a fire temple. The last great Sasanian court was already a mixed house. The war that ended it was painted, on the Byzantine side, as a holy war. On the Persian side, it began as revenge for a friend and became a bid for the other empire. Holy war, revenge, grain, a forged letter, a tired nobility. That is how a 400-year house comes down to a night of shouting. This chapter's last line is quieter. The king who took Jerusalem and Egypt was woken in the dark by his own capital naming his son, and the war that had emptied two empires was over, and the land was not ready for what followed. If you drifted after the plague years, you can come back here. The last war has already spent the house. Khosrow II is gone. Carrhae II has appeared in 628, a son on a throne that has just emptied itself. The Met said the wars with the Byzantine Empire weakened Iran. Plague walked through 627 and 628. Both great empires can barely stand. This chapter will not shout. It will only walk a child king to the end of the map. Livius calls him Yazdgard III, last king of Persia, ruling from 632 to 651, a member of the Sasanian dynasty. He succeeded Buran. Those two sentences are the first stillness of this hour. A last king, a woman before him, Buran, whose reign this film will not invent from a stub. A boy or a youth, on a throne that has had too many names in too few years. The founder Ardashir had died only after he had made sure the house would have a second morning. The last king inherits a morning that has already been spent. In 633, the same Livius Stubb says, came the first Arab invasion of Mesopotamia. The fetch of that stub cut off after that line, so I will not invent the next sentence of it. 633, 1 year after the last king sits down. The lowland that this film has been living in since Elam, since Babylon in October 539, since Ctesiphon became a winter residence after 129, is entered from a new direction. Not from the Roman west, not from the Hephthalite east, from the desert edge that Shapur II had already campaigned along in a 4th century that was not a prophecy. This film's non-goals stay in force. No Islamic Persia. No Safavids. No modern Iran. 651 is the last year. What follows is not our night. The men who walk into Mesopotamia in 633 will, on other nights and in other films, have their own story. Tonight they are a military fact on a Livius stub and on a Met page. An invasion, armies defeated, a capital taken, a last king dead, 4 dates not a theology. Livius on Ctesiphon gives the city's own ending. In 637, the Arabs captured the fourfold city. This was the beginning of their conquest of Mesopotamia. 4 years after the first invasion, the river capital falls. The city Ardashir took 2 years after 224. The city the Sasanians rebuilt after about 230 as a large round city. The city that had been about 30 square kilometers at its height. Larger than Imperial Rome on Livius's comparison. The city Julian wanted in 363 and died aiming at. The city that had grown Khusrau's Antioch on its flank and become Al-Madain, the cities, is taken. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the pictures for this stretch should be still. A later view of the Tigris, the Standing Arch if the photograph is public domain. A map of the fourfold city held long enough to feel the size and not long enough to become a reconstruction. No generated assault, no fake fire, no war movie voice. The tired viewer has already been told that a capital can fall and a house can remain. Under the Parthians, Ctesiphon fell in 116, 165, and 198, and the Confederacy was still there in the morning. In 637, the taking is different. It is the beginning, Livius says, of the conquest of Mesopotamia. The lowland does not bounce back into Sasanian hands on the pages I hold. The river city goes dark as a royal room. Livius adds one more line about the city's afterlife, and I will keep it only long enough to feel the replacement, then stop. In 762, they built a new government center 35 kilometers upstream. Its round shape was inspired by Sasanian Ctesiphon. That new city was called Baghdad. Ctesiphon was gradually eclipsed. We stop before Baghdad becomes a story of its own. The line is only here so you can feel the capital go dark, then be replaced, a century later, by a round city that still remembered the old one's shape. Continuity, again, even at the end. This land has always understood continuity better than fire. A new court, in a year this film is not allowed to live in, will still copy the circle of the Sasanian river city. The copy is not our night. The memory is. The Met gives the military close in 2 lines. Arab forces, united under Islam, defeated the Sasanian armies in 642. The last Sasanian ruler, Yazdgerd III, died in 651. Earlier world history encyclopedia pages in this project gave the same death year, and placed the end of the empire in 651, and gave the flight and death at Marwa. I am keeping Marwa because that page already sat in this film's source list. I am not adding a murderer. I am not adding a mill. I am not adding a speech I did not reread on a full page tonight. 651. Marwa. The last king dead, far from Ctesiphon, in the northeast of the world this house once claimed. Marwa, if you are still carrying the first hours, the northeast should land softly. Parthia, the Kopit Dag. The grass where the Parni became Parthians. The shoulder of the map where Cyrus, in the Greek story, died against the Massagetae. The east that Mithradates covered before he walked west. The east that made the 5th century Sasanian court pay tribute to the Hephthalites. The last king of a Persian house from Fars dies in that direction, not on the terrace at Persepolis, not in the round city on the Tigris, not beside the fire his ancestor tied to the crown. He dies on the run inside a map that is no longer his to date. Between 637 and 651, there are still years. 14 years if you count from the fall of the fourfold city to the death at Marwa. 9 years if you count from the defeat of the armies in 642. A last king can live in those years without still having a country that answers him. That is a quieter kind of ending than a single afternoon. The clay and then the historians stop using his dating formula in the rooms that matter. He continues for a while as a name in flight. Then, in 651, even the name stops. I will not invent the battles between the stub of 633 and the Met's 642. I will not name a field I did not read in full on this pass. The Met is plain. The armies were defeated in 642. That is the military close. After that, the last king's work is not a restoration like Shapur II's 70 years. It is survival. It is the difference between a house that still has provinces and a house that still has a person. Sit with the 4 dates until they become a line you can set down. 632. Yazdgard III succeeds Buran, a last king on a broken throne. 633. The first Arab invasion of Mesopotamia on the Livius stub. 637. Ctesiphon, the fourfold city, captured. The beginning of the conquest of the lowland. 642. The Sasanian armies defeated on the Met. 651. The last king dead at Marwa. 5 marks if you keep the accession. 4 if you start with the invasion, not 1 explosion. A tired viewer can hold those dates and let the rest of the collapse stay dark. A historian should not wince because the holes are labeled. A tired viewer should not get yanked awake because there is no drumroll on the last year. What did those 1200 years leave if we are not allowed to walk past the last king? They left a way of running a very large land. Satrapies, a royal road, a king of kings who could speak in another city's language of heaven, as Cyrus did in Babylon in October 539. They left a ceremonial terrace at Persepolis, founded under Darius after 522, ceremonially alive by 515, burned in 330, still sitting in the ground when Ardashir's family refused to treat it as someone else's ruin. They left Ctesiphon, 30 square kilometers on the Tigris, a magnet for Roman armies, a nest of courts, a place later people would still photograph for one standing arch. They left silver plates of kings hunting, crowns that matched coins. They left Zoroastrianism tied, under the Sasanians, to the legitimacy of the state, and they left a river capital that may not have held a fire temple. They left a long argument with the Mediterranean world that runs from Croesus and the Harleys, through Sardes, through Carrhae in 53 before our era, through Valerian in June 260, through Julian in 363, through Antioch in 540, to the last emptying war in the 7th century. They also left an ending that is not a single afternoon. The First Persian Empire ended in 330 because a smaller kingdom had been training for the road. The Parthian house ended in 224 because looseness, which had been a method, became a set of smaller kingdoms, and one of those kingdoms still sat on the ruin of Persepolis. The Sasanian house ends in 651 after a last war that wanted an ending, a plague, a sequence of short reigns, and an invasion of a lowland whose capital had already fallen in 637. 3 endings at 3 speeds, fire on a terrace, a vassal from Fars, a boy dead at Marwa. The land remains. If you are still carrying the whole night, you can set the film down in a short line of years, knowing it is a line and not the house. Before Persia, Elam and the Medes, Susa on the hot plain, Ecbatana in the mountains, Anshan, a smaller Persian kingdom whose kings had been vassals, 550. Cyrus takes Media, the Met start date for the Achaemenid Empire. October 539. Babylon, a cylinder in the British Museum, a new king speaking in the city's own language of heaven, 525. Cambyses takes Egypt from Psamtik III, last Sate Pharaoh. 522. The house breaks. Bardia or Gormata, Cambyses dead on the road home. Darius, once a spearman, cuts his claim into a cliff at Behistun in 3 languages. 486. Darius dead. The Terrace unfinished. The road from Sardes to Susa already, the way the map is crossed. 480. Xerxes in the west. Babylon still the thing he cannot stop watching. August 465, murdered. 465 to the winter of 424 and 423. Artaxerxes I. Egypt put down. A peace with a question mark. Greek cities asking for money. 404 to 358. Artaxerxes II. A long afternoon this film would not fill from a stub. 358 to 338. Artaxerxes III. A letter that ends a Greek war in 355. Egypt taken back in 343. An unfinished gate, 336. Darius III. And in the same year, a 20-year-old in Macedon. 330. Persepolis and the end of the Achaemenids. The Met's second number, 323. Alexander dead in Babylon of unknown causes, without a successor the clay could agree on. 312. Seleucus. Greek kings on Iranian ground. Satrapies kept. Cities planted like nails. 247. Arsaces, or 245 Andragoras, and then the Parni, Hecatomb pillows, a house that learns to wait. After 188 the waiting ends. Mithradates, Bactria first. Media. July 141 Seleucia. October Uruk. Elam, Susa, king of kings over some 18 vassals. Greek letters on the coins. Persian speech at court. 69. The Euphrates as a border. 63. The last Seleucids gone. Rome next door. 53. Carrhae, Crassus, Shurna of the Surian, a steppe that can feed 7 legions. Camels carrying arrows. A triumvir who does not walk back. 116. 165. 198. Ctesiphon taken 3 times. The Confederacy still there in the morning. 213 to 224. Artabanus IV. A title larger than his reach. 224. Ardashir, a Persian from Fars, a brother killed by falling stone. A fire tied to the crown. The most enduring empire of the ancient Near East, if Livius was right to call the Parthian house that is over. 226. Ctesiphon taken by the new house. Seleucia renamed Ardashir. 240 or 241 to 270 or 272. Shapur I. The Avesta begun as a written book. June 260, Valerian near Edessa. Palmyra holding Rome's east, the Euphrates to the Indus. Then a short period of loss. 309 or 310 to 379. Shapur II, a child, a reported crown, 70 years, 363. Julian killed aiming at Ctesiphon, northern Mesopotamia and Armenia. Sasanian again, silver plates, a king as hunter, a hard 5th century. Hephthalites tribute, 531 to 579. Khusrau I, the Hephthalites beaten, 540. Antioch taken, the people walked to the Tigris. Khusrau's Antioch, Al-Madarin, the cities. 590 to 628. Khosrow II. 602, peace broken. 627 to 628, plague. 628, Kavod II. 632 to 651. Yazdgard III. 633, the first invasion of the lowland. 637, the fourfold city taken. 642, the armies defeated. 651, the last king dead at Marwa. If you are not still awake, that line will still be there in the morning. You do not need to keep it. It is only a way to set the cup down. This film's last work is not a moral. It is not a subscribed line. It is not a paradox. The brief forbade those. The tired viewer who wanted the rise and fall of empires until they drifted off has been given the rise for a long time, and the institutions, and the courts, and the long afternoons, and the fall only at the end. A historian should not wince at the dates that sat on Livius and the Met and the World History Encyclopedia pages this project opened. A historian may wince at the rooms that are still thin. The later Achaemenid deeds of Darius II, Conquest. The Parthian kings between Mithradates and Carrhae still weather more than faces. Kavod, Mazdak, Khosrow's tax survey and army reform refused because the pages were not opened. The Last War's city-by-city diary refused for the same reason. Daily life, what tribute felt like in a named village, a priest's day. Those rooms were named as thin, and they remain thinner than a 9-hour night would want. Honesty includes that sentence. What is not thin anymore is the span. Elam to 651, Achaemenid, Seleucid, Parthian, Sasanian. The hinges sit on pages 550, 539, 525, 522, 486, 330, 247, 53, 224, June 260, 363, 540, 602, 637, 642, 651. The land underneath all of those numbers did not go anywhere. Susa was a city before Cyrus, and it was a city after Yazdgard. Babylon was a prize for whoever could date a tablet in its temples. Ecbatana still had the cool of the mountains. The terrace at Persepolis still held gift-bearers in stone after it had stopped holding living kings. The Tigris still moved and had already cut through the round city in the 5th century and would still be there when a later court copied the circle 35 kilometers upstream. Empires name the land. The land keeps the older names as well. Elam, Media, Parthia, Persis, the ziggurat, the highland, the desert edge, the river. If you are watching this on a quiet television, the last stills should be those older things, not a final battle. Public domain stone, a ziggurat if the photograph is free, the tomb at Pasargadae, alone on the grass, which a Macedonian is said to have honored, the Terrace, the arch on the Tigris, a silver plate of a hunter, a coin with letters that outlived the ability to read them, no generated last stand, no fake martyrdom at Marwa, long holds. The voice can stay this quiet until you sleep. There is a temptation at the end of a rise and fall to say what it meant. This film will not. The brief asked for honest historical accuracy. A full span from Cyrus to 651, calm enough to leave on a television at night, and every major date on a real cited source page. It asked for no paradox title, no loud score, no war movie voice, no clickbait first minute, no generated fake artifacts. It asked that a historian should not wince and a tired viewer should not get yanked awake. The last line of a film like that is not a lesson. It is a date, and then silence. 651. The last Sasanian king was dead. The imperial span this film agreed to tell is over. If you are still awake, you can let the 1200 years soften into rooms rather than years. A vassal in Anshan, a park at Pasargadae, a cylinder, a son in the wrong clothes at a Babylonian New Year, a spearman on a cliff, a road, a terrace, a letter that ended a war, an unfinished gate, a fire, Greek coins, grass and many gates, a Greek capital taken in July, a confederacy with a crown, camels carrying arrows, a ruin a family would not relinquish, a second son under a falling wall, a fire tied to a crown, an Augustus who did not come home, a child with a reported crown, a hunter on silver, tribute paid east, a western capital walked to the Tigris, a peace broken, a plague, a boy, a fourfold city taken, a death at Marwa. If you are not still awake, those rooms can be anything. A stone, a river, a road. They do not need their names to keep existing in the dark. This chapter's last line, and the last line of the map, is quieter than a fall. In 651, the last Sasanian king was dead, and the land that had learned empire from Elam, from the Medes, from Cyrus, from the Parthian bow, and from the Sasanian court, was no longer theirs to name. The television can stay on. The next sound does not belong to this night. The dates will still be there if you want them in the morning. 550 to 651. Cyrus to Yazdgard, 4 houses, 1 land. A quiet end, and if even 651 has left you, keep only this. A very large land learned, more than once, how to be many rooms under one name, and then the last name stopped, and the land remained. That is the close of the span. That is the last line. You can sleep.